It can be said that this place is the key to the decision of the Phoenix Alliance and the Immortal Economic Cooperation Alliance. I don't believe that Lei Lou is going there to travel. Then why is he going there? Trump asked Tully. I don't know. Tully shook his head. I don't have enough information. Trump rubbed his chin and said, there's no reason he can't stay in hotels. My hotels are almost everywhere in the 3rd province. Maybe one of the hotels has his whereabouts. No, not a single one. Tully shook his head again. I checked all the records of our hotels in the 3rd province, but I didn't find anything. As soon as Tully finished speaking, the president of Trump's casino ran in. When he came in, he saw that Trump was talking to Tully, so he quickly walked out again and knocked on the door. Trump turned around and looked at the president of his casino. John, what's the matter? President, there's someone called Lei Lou who wants to see you. The president of the casino's answer made Trump feel a little surprised. First, he was surprised that Lei Lou suddenly came to see him. Then, he was surprised that the person who came to tell him the news was his casino president. John, when did you become my messenger? Trump asked with a smile. He almost won all the cash of our casino number 1. Trump owned tens of thousands of casinos in the entire empire. In order to facilitate management, he made a number for each of his casinos. Casino number 1 was a casino on the Golden Wall because the main function of the Golden Wall was to receive guests who wanted to do business with the Zhonghen Group, as well as Trump's own residents. Therefore, Trump did not deliberately develop the business in this city. As for the casinos, they were just a place for the guests to relax. They did not have the responsibility to win huge profits. Therefore, casino number 1 didn't have a lot of cash reserves. However, even if it wasn't much, there were at least 100 million gold coins, and it was a bit too exaggerated for Lei Lou to win all of it. After he won all the principal of our casino, he expressed that he was willing to return all the gold coins, on the condition that he could meet with you, President, the casino director said again. It seemed like Lei Lou intentionally did so to embarrass Trump. Hearing this, Trump was a little angry. What kind of joke is this? Is he bullying me for not having money? This is simply outrageous. Trump frowned and asked the casino director, how much capital did he bring? 1 gold coin. The casino director stretched out a finger. He even borrowed it from the guard. Hearing this, Trump, who was originally a little angry, was stunned for a moment. Instead, he laughed. Interesting. As he said this, Trump turned around and looked at Tully. He asked, in your opinion, why do you think he's looking for me? Tully answered without even thinking, looking for President Trump, other than borrowing money, can there be another reason? When Trump walked into the VIP room accompanied by President John, he saw a young man sitting leisurely on the gambler's chair. He smiled and looked at the sweaty casino director across from him. He was holding a transparent chip worth 100 million in his right hand, playing it with ease between his fingers. Sir Lei Lou, why didn't you tell my adjutant directly if you want to see me? Why did you have to make such a big fuss? Trump walked to the side of the director of the casino, patted his shoulder gently, and then spoke to Lei Lou with a smile. President, the casino director, who was covered in sweat, stood up and looked at Trump with a face full of shame. It's okay, Trump smiled at him and turned to look at John. Take him out. Not long after, John left with the casino director. There were only Lei Lou and Trump in the room. I don't like to line up to meet people. Lei Lou raised his head slightly and looked at Trump. There was not a hint of pride or excitement on his face. There was only a faint, gentle, and amiable smile. Trump scanned Lei Lou's entire body with his eyes that had seen countless strange things. Lei Lou did not feel uncomfortable at all because of his gaze. He was still smiling, blinking his eyes, and playing with the chips in his hands. After both parties remained silent for a while, Trump finally opened his mouth and asked, all right, it's understandable for a person with personality like you to meet me in such a way. However, isn't the price of 100 million a little too expensive? Compared to the business I'm going to discuss with you today, it's actually not that expensive, replied Lei Lou. Business? Trump smiled. To be honest, I can't think of any business that we can do. It's precisely to save President Trump's brain cells that I'm here to explain. As Lei Lou spoke, he smiled sensibly. All right, then I'd like to hear the details. Trump leaned against the chair, as if he was prepared to listen to Lei Lou's explanation for a long time. As far as I know, President Trump is not a core member of Doomsday. Trump immediately interrupted Lei Lou when Lei Lou said this. Sir Lei Lou, how old are you? Lei Lou raised his eyebrows and looked at Trump. What does it matter? Sir Lei Lou looks very young, but even so, you should know that when discussing business, it's best not to judge others' status lightly. Hearing Trump's words, Lei Lou raised his head and laughed. Yes, what I said just now was indeed a little rude, but that's the truth. Otherwise, why would the entire empire know that you want to obtain the Cape of Good Hope's pirate trade despite Doomsday Dusk not fighting for you? This matter is an internal matter of our Doomsday Dusk, and it has nothing to do with what we're going to talk about today. If you're really sincere, please cut to the point as soon as possible. Cut to the point. Lei Lou acted as if he was puzzled. He shrugged and spread his hands. Haven't we already cut to the point? Huh? Trump was stunned for a moment, then he asked, you mean, you want to? Yes. Lei Lou nodded affirmatively. I want to use the exclusive trading rights of the Cape of Good Hope as collateral to borrow money from you, Sir Trump. Hearing this, Trump couldn't help but laugh. If I didn't have a slight understanding of the situation in the third province, just from Sir Lei Lou's tone, I almost thought that the Cape of Good Hope belonged to you. Only when the flowers bloom can one imagine the fruit. It's just an ordinary person. A character like President Trump should have seen the fruit as soon as he saw the seed being sown. After hearing Lei Lou's flattery, Trump smiled and shook his head. Business is business. Such touching words are meaningless to me. However, you're right. A good businessman should not only see the immediate benefits. He should also have enough imagination. Trump paused and shook his finger with a smile. However, the prerequisite is that the blueprint you provided is clear enough to make people feel that it is within reach. Lei Lou took out a magic memory stone and placed it on the table. This is my complete military plan. Trump took the magic memory stone and played with it for a while. Then, he said, I think Sir Lei Lou should know that I am only a businessman. I am not good at military affairs. Although President Trump is mainly a plutocrat, with the strength of your 24 Lord-class main force fleets, you're still a pretty good warlord. Some of your subordinates should be able to understand this plan. But, you'd better hand this plan to someone who's absolutely reliable. Because if this plan is found out by a third person, it won't benefit either of us. Hearing Lei Lou's words, Trump thought for a moment and asked, can you give me half an hour? Of course. As Lei Lou spoke, he smiled and rubbed his stomach. I happen to be a little hungry. If it's possible, I hope someone can make me some food. Trump smiled and left the VIP room. After closing the door, he walked straight to another VIP room not far away. After closing the door, Trump placed the magic memory stone that Lei Lou had given him on the table. He then turned to Toli, who was waiting inside. You are only half right. He is indeed here to ask for money, but not to borrow money, but to make a righteous trade. Trade? Toli looked at Trump strangely. What else is there for him to make a trade for? I've fought with Doomsday Dusk countless times for something that I can't get. Trump deliberately kept him in suspense. Toli thought for a moment. It seemed that there was only the pirate trade in the Cape of Good Hope. In order to avoid stimulating the Anglo-Immortal economic cooperation, Doomsday Dusk repeatedly rejected Trump's plan to attack the Cape of Good Hope. Is it the pirate trade of the Cape of Good Hope? Tully asked uncertainly, but, the Cape of Good Hope is in the hands of the British Immortal Economic Cooperation. Yes. Trump pointed at the magic memory stone on the table. In this card is his military plan. I believe it should be the military plan to seize the Cape of Good Hope. I want you to help me see what kind of plan it is. Okay. After a few minutes, Tully held the magic memory stone and stared at it in a daze. Seeing him like this, Trump asked, "What exactly is going on?" Without thinking, Tully answered, "If you give him the money he wants, he can almost guarantee that he will get the Cape of Good Hope." Hearing this, Trump opened his mouth in surprise. How did he do it? 20 minutes later, Trump returned to the VIP room where Lei Lou was. As soon as he entered the door, Tran immediately said, "You actually plan to use a magic conductor as your main force? What's so strange about that? Magic conductors are cheap, obedient, and hardworking. Moreover, they are more familiar with ships than ordinary civilians, so it's easier to train them. In such a short time, a magic conductor is the best choice." Lei Lou wiped his mouth with a napkin and drank a mouthful of water. "But this is a super felony. It's one of the 3 major crimes of the Senate. Before the war, I have a way to ensure that the news doesn't get out. After the war is over, I will think of a way to get rid of these magic conductors as soon as possible," Lei Lou replied. "How do you keep it a secret? And how do you get rid of these magic conductors?" asked Trump. "That's not important. What's important is that I can do it," replied Lei Lou. Trump thought for a moment and shook his head. "This is too dangerous. There aren't 2 contracts that we have signed. There's only one. If something really happens to me, you just need to tear up this contract. Then everything will have nothing to do with you. All the dangers are just mine alone." Lei Lou took a deep breath and continued, "President Trump, I dare say that this is probably the most worthwhile business deal in your life." "Well, only if it succeeds. If it fails, all my money will go down the drain," said Trump. Lei Lou smiled and asked, "Compared to the huge profits, these risks are still acceptable, aren't they?" Trump looked at Lei Lou for a while and then asked, "Have you thought about it? After knowing your plan, I don't necessarily have to cooperate with you. I can totally do it myself. I have thought about it. It is completely impossible. Although you are not a core member of Doomsday, no matter what, you are still a member of Doomsday. If your fleet takes over the Cape of Good Hope, then there is no doubt that the Anglo-Immortal Alliance and the Phoenix Alliance will stop fighting and work together to deal with Doomsday that has appeared in this region. For Doomsday, who has already fought many battles, they cannot bear this kind of pressure," Lei Lou said and smiled faintly. "So, even if you really succeed, Doomsday will force you to spit out the results of the battle. If you want to get rid of me and carry out this plan yourself, then there is only one way for you to get rid of Doomsday Dusk." "But, President Trump, do you dare?" Trump was rendered speechless by Lei Lou words, while Lei Lou continued, "Perhaps, you will feel that you can use others to carry out this plan. But, I can tell you responsibly that if I occupy the Cape of Good Hope, then I will have a way to stand firm in the shortest possible time. I have made one mistake in Fairyland, and I will never make that mistake again. But if you borrow someone else's words, they may not get on their feet even if they get away with it. Simply put, I can guarantee your interests more than anyone else." At this point, Lei Lou listened for a while and then continued, 300 million. Just 300 million gold coins, and you can win such a huge profit for President Trump. Isn't this a worthwhile business? This isn't a business. Trump waved his hand. This is a gamble. Even so, this is a gamble worth taking, isn't it? Lei Lou said with a smile. Trump raised his head and stared at Lei Lou. After staring at each other for a while, Trump asked, "Now I want to know how much profit I will get if I bet." This 300 million gold coins is just the first installment. After I take down the Cape of Good Hope, President Trump will give me another 700 million gold coins. This total of 1 billion in cash is the commission that you will pay us. If it's the exclusive agency of the Cape of Good Hope's pirate trade, a 1 billion gold coin commission is still reasonable. What's the percentage? Lei Lou thought for a moment and replied, 70-30% of all income. 70-30. Trump shook his head in dissatisfaction. 30% is too low for me. Lei Lou smiled and corrected, no, President Trump, what you get is not 30%, but 70%. Huh. This time, Trump was a little stunned. 70%. Do you feel that it's too much of a bargain that President Trump thinks it's a little unreliable? Lei Lou asked with a smile. Trump nodded. To be honest, I do feel that way. Lei Lou asked again, then, apart from a formal contract, how can I convince you of my promise? Trump replied, it's very simple. I need to arrange one of my people by your side. This time, it was Lei Lou's turn to be surprised. Just one person. Trump replied, it's useless. Arranging 1 million people is just a waste of salary. The truly useful one is enough. Sure, who is it? Lei Lou asked. Trump stood up with a smile and clapped his hands gently. Tolly, it's your turn. On the route from Golden Wall's splendor to the city closest to the mother nest of the grizzly pirates, there was a dragon-class passenger ship. This was an exclusive passenger ship, which meant that there were only 2 passengers on the ship. One was Lei Lou, and the other was Tolly, who was wearing a mask. It had been 12 hours since they boarded the ship, but the two of them didn't say a word to each other. As soon as they boarded the ship, Tolly opened the paper book he had brought and began to read. Seeing him like this, Lei Lou didn't want to disturb him. When he saw Tolly finish reading a book, Lei Lou thought that it was time to talk. Who knew that Tolly would take out another book from somewhere and continue reading? In the middle, the waiter brought in lunch. Lei Lou thought that they could talk during lunch, but Tolly was still reading even then. Lei Lou was speechless. After a full 12 hours. At this time, the waiter walked in again. The two of you, dinner is ready. Please eat. Lei Lou turned around and looked at Tolly. When Tolly stood up and saw his gaze, he stared at the book in Tolly's hand. The meaning was very clear. If you read less for a few minutes and talk to me, you won't die, right? Cool as it was, there had to be a limit, right? Tolly hesitated for a moment, put down the book, and then walked to the dining table. Lei Lou smiled and followed behind Tolly. The two of them took their seats opposite each other. As soon as it was on the table, Lei Lou quickly finished the food. Then, he sat upright and stared solemnly at Tolly, who was eating slowly. Finally, Tolly couldn't take it anymore and said, "What's so beautiful on my mask?" Hearing this, Lei Lou smiled proudly. You finally spoke. Just now, my left eye was betting with my right eye on who would speak first. Now it seems that my left eye won. Tolly looked at Lei Lou and said, I don't want to be rude to you, but you're really boring like this. That's right, it's indeed a little boring. Lei Lou smiled and nodded. Then let's talk about something else. For example, your mask. I'm really curious, why do you always wear this mask? Is it specifically for me, or are you always like this since you were young? Tori said coldly, this has nothing to do with President Trump's deal with you. I don't want to answer this question. All right then, let's talk about something related to the deal, Lei Lou said and thought for a while. Do you mind introducing yourself? I'm really curious about your relationship with President Trump and why he trusts you so much. The use of the 300 million gold coins investment is actually entirely your responsibility. My name is Tolly. Tolly wiped his mouth as he spoke, then looked at Lei Lou and spoke in a very serious tone. I'm done introducing myself. Lei Lou smiled helplessly and shook his head. I'm really completely defeated. I'm starting to wonder if Trump is deliberately using you to tactfully reject me. Otherwise, why would he send me such a strange supervisor? Do you think my silence will affect the deal between you and President Trump? Tolly asked. Lei Lou's eyes widened as he replied, of course, there's no doubt. If you were this silent when I asked for payment, I would go crazy. All right, then I'll explain it to you. Tolly cleared his throat slightly. Actually, I'm a person who doesn't like to talk much, but it's not to the extent of being taciturn. The reason why I deliberately kept silent for such a long time just now was because I wanted to observe something from you. Observe me? Lei Lou pointed at himself. Did you? Why don't I feel it? I only saw you foolishly reading a book. Stop pretending, okay? This will make me feel like you're insulting my intelligence. Tolly blinked his eyes. You're good at hiding, and you like to hide your true nature. From the beginning, you felt my observation of you. So you're uncomfortable all over, trying hard to break this feeling of being observed by me unilaterally. Lei Lou blinked his eyes playfully, revealing a smile that was hard to read through. Well, all right. I admit it, you're right. Then, wise man, let's have a conversation in a wise man's way. I can see from your seemingly invisible observation that Trump is a man of vision. If I really had any sense in this deal, you'd be a good opponent. However, I wouldn't be depressed about it. On the contrary, I would be very happy. Because I don't intend to play any tricks in this deal. I believe you will be a good helper for me. At this point, Lei Lou paused and asked, but, by the way, I'm really interested to know what you want to see from me. If I tell you, you might not believe me, Tolly said. Lei Lou almost immediately said with a smile, no, I'll believe you. I've always believed the words of smart people. I'm observing your age, Tolly said. Lei Lou blinked his eyes in disbelief. Huh? You just want to know my age? Tolly replied, it's a little weird, but it's the truth. If that's all, why didn't you ask me directly? Lei Lou asked, amused. Tolly hesitated for a moment, but he still answered, asking the answer directly makes me feel unfulfilled. I like to observe on my own. Lei Lou looked at Tolly speechlessly for a while and shook his head in disbelief. After being stunned for a while, Lei Lou asked, why do you care so much about my age? Are you worried that I'm too young and inexperienced for this deal? No, Tolly shook his head and answered honestly. I want to know who is older between us. This time, Lei Lou was completely stunned. He stared at Tolly with wide eyes for a long time before finally laughing. You really look like a woman. Only a woman would care about something like age, right? This was just a joke, but what Lei Lou didn't expect was that Tolly seemed to be quite unhappy, and his tone was a little stiff. No, I'm not a woman. After saying that, Tolly stood up and left the dining table. Hey, I'm just making an analogy. You don't have to be so serious, right? Lei Lou spread his hands and sat on the spot with an innocent look on his face. Just as Lei Lou and Tolly's ship was sailing toward the mother nest of the grizzly pirates, another ship was also sailing in the sea. This ship set off from the Bright Pearl and stopped at the holy city of Beauty to go to the famous sacred place of recuperation, the Eye of the Lover. The main passenger of this ship was a travel group of civil servants. When the ship arrived at the holy city of Beauty for its normal stop, these usually high and mighty officials kept shouting. It's already late, and they're still stopping for so long. Are they all such inefficient idiots? Wasting other people's time is equivalent to a slow murder. Haven't you heard of such a classic saying? I want to complain to your headquarters. It's necessary to review your operating speed. The guests kept howling, causing the crew members to feel upset. In order to calm down these shouts, the crew members especially changed the usual practice of checking tickets before boarding the ship. They let the guests board the ship first and then checked their tickets. The crew members thought so. There were only over 1,000 people anyway. Compared to the total number of passengers of 120,000, it was nothing. However, because they were greedy for a moment of convenience, they had harmed one person. How can this seat be yours? When Arthur boarded the ship and asked a certain person to give up his seat, that person looked at Arthur strangely. Arthur's original intention was to use the facts to convince the other party, but what surprised him was that he was the one who was convinced in the end. Please, sir, please take a good look. Your ticket doesn't belong to this ship at all. Ah. Arthur looked at the ticket carefully and found that it was really like that. This is bad. Then why did the staff member let me in when I entered the customs? Arthur looked at the passenger innocently. How would I know? Although his tone was not very friendly, the passenger was still kind enough to explain to him. Maybe he was mistaken like you. A few minutes later, Arthur was sent to the captain. In the beginning, the person who received Arthur appeared very amiable. May I know your name, sir? My name is Lothar, Arthur replied in a seemingly simple and honest manner. The captain nodded. Oh, it's Mr. Lothar. May I know if Mr. Lothar has been on our ship before? Arthur shook his head. No. The captain asked again. Then, may I know what you do for a living? Unemployed, Arthur answered. The captain asked again. Then, is your family very rich or has a strong background? My family has been poor for 3 generations. As soon as Arthur finished his answer, the captain's face immediately changed. He slapped the table with his fat hand and pointed at Arthur, shouting, How could you be wrong? It's either your character or your IQ. Choose one. Which one do you admit to? After suffering for a whole day, the captain finally found a person who could vent his anger, so his scolding was very smooth. Arthur was stunned for a while. Can we sail back? It's not long now. I might be able to catch up with my ship when I go back. You wish. Energy fees, labor fees, and the mental damage that we suffered from the prolonged harassment of these perverted guests. Do you know how much this is? Do you know how much it is? As the captain spoke, he knocked on the table excitedly. Then what exactly do you want? Arthur asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the captain pulled out a uniform from his body and threw it at him. From now on, until we arrive at the Eye of the Lover, we will be crew members. Through this, you can pay the ticket price. 3 minutes later, Arthur, who had an unlucky look on his face, walked out of the crew room with a basin in his hand. His first mission was to clean up the dirt that he spat out for an old man with a weird personality. Arthur finally saw this old man with a weird personality after dedicating all the swear words he knew in his life to the captain. Before he walked to the old man's side, the old man's eyes were closed. When Arthur was about a meter away from the old man's eyes suddenly opened. Although it was only a slight opening, Arthur suddenly felt a strange numbness all over his body. It was as if his entire body could not move at all. He is indeed an extremely strange old man. No wonder they all avoided him. Why is his killing intent so strong? Could he be a retired executioner? Arthur thought so and said to the old man nervously, Old sir, can I give you a little space to clean up? The old man's eyes were still not wide open. He just slightly glanced at Arthur and then slowly turned his body to the side. When Arthur put on the mask, frowned, and began to clean up the things the old man spat out, he realized that these black things were actually blood clots. Arthur cleaned up the ground, stood up, and was about to leave, but he saw that the old man's figure was extremely thin and small. He was curled up under the blanket. It was really a little pitiful. So, he said to the old man, Old sir, I see that you are not feeling well. Do you need me to help you find a doctor to check on you? The old man turned his face and looked at him with some annoyance but did not say anything. Seeing him like this, Arthur felt that the man was not interested, so he did not say anything and left dejectedly. In the next few hours, Arthur was crazily instructed to do all kinds of things. After 7 or 8 hours, Arthur was almost falling apart. Finally, he couldn't help but pounce on the lounge and refuse to get up. After sitting for a while, Arthur became muddle-headed and wanted to fall asleep. At this moment, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear, "Hey, club." Arthur opened his eyes and saw the old man covered in a blanket. "Who are you looking for?" Arthur asked the old man as he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. "Is there anyone else in this room?" The old man was about 1.65 meters tall. He wasn't as tall as Arthur, but his arrogance didn't diminish at all. Strangely, Arthur didn't think there was anything wrong with his arrogance. It seemed to be a natural part of his nature. "Oh," Arthur answered naively. "What do you want?" "What do you mean, what do I want?" "Do you want to fight me one-on-one?" the old man asked unhappily. Arthur pouted and said frankly, "How would I dare? You're so unreasonable." The old man opened his eyes. "That's right. In the entire empire, there are only a few people who dare to challenge me. All right, I'm afraid of you." Arthur stretched and stood up. "Tell me, what do you want?" "I want a glass of wine," the old man said. "Wine?" Arthur blinked. "There's no wine on the ship." "I know. 6 people have already told me that. But I want white wine." The old man twisted his neck and looked stubborn. Arthur looked at him helplessly for a while and thought for a while. "I think there should be some wine in the kitchen. Do you want it?" The old man thought for a while and nodded, feeling wronged. "Sigh, forget it. I'll just make do without it." "Okay, old man. Then you wait at your seat. I'll find some for you." After sending the old man back, Arthur sneaked into the kitchen. When the chef was not paying attention, he took a bottle of red wine from the cupboard and hid it in his clothes. After getting the red wine, Arthur hurried to the old man's seat and saw that there was no one else around him. "Huh? Where is the person next to you?" Arthur asked curiously. "There were people in front and on the left, right? Finally, they were all driven away by me." The old man grinned proudly. "How was it? Did you get my wine?" "Here, your wine." Arthur sat down beside the old man and took out the red wine from his clothes. He was about to stuff it into the old man's hand when he suddenly hesitated. "Can you drink it? You were vomiting blood just now. Give it to me." "If there's no wine, I'm not vomiting blood. I'm vomiting internal organs," the old man said and snatched the red wine. "I say, don't make it too ostentatious. I stole this wine for you," Arthur said and looked around carefully. "If people find out about me, I'll be in trouble. You're a man. Why are you hiding your head and tail?" The old man turned his face and glanced at Arthur disdainfully. "Well said. You're a man. Go steal it yourself." Arthur snatched the red wine back. The old man clicked his tongue immediately. "How old are you? Why are you so childish?" "I'm just saying it casually. What do you take me for? Quickly return the red wine to me. You're so old. Why are you like a young man? Aren't you bothered at all?" Arthur nagged as he returned the red wine to the old man. The old man took the red wine and gulped down 3 mouthfuls. He finished half a bottle of red wine. Then, he frowned and looked at the bottle of red wine with extreme dissatisfaction. "What kind of rotten wine is this? Why does it taste so bad? Sigh, forget it. I'll just make do with it." After saying that, the old man raised his neck and gulped down 3 more mouthfuls. The bottle of red wine was empty. One had to know that this red wine was 2 kilograms in weight, and its alcohol content was a bit high. He had just finished drinking when he heard a series of rumbles coming from his stomach. It sounded like a boiling pot. Arthur was stunned by this scene. Seeing the old man's face turn red and green, Arthur was a little nervous. "Old sir, don't tell me you have something to think about." "Think about? What's there to think about? When my whole family died back then, I didn't think about it. Now that I'm living such a carefree life, what's there to think about?" As the old man spoke, he burped at Arthur, causing Arthur to almost faint on the spot. The old man licked his lips and asked again, "I think you shouldn't be bad. Why didn't you become a warrior? Why did you come here to take such a dead-end job as a crew member?" "I'm not a crew member," Arthur said. "Not a crew member? Why are you wearing the clothes of a crew member and busying yourself?" the old man asked curiously. Arthur paused and said, I'm on the wrong ship, and I don't have money to pay the ticket, so I can only help others pay their debts as a crew member." "Oh," the old man raised his head, then slowly sat down and patted the seat next to him. "Then sit down and chat with your grandfather." Although the old man looked like he could be Arthur's grandfather no matter what, this kind of saying really made Arthur uncomfortable. Fortunately, Arthur was a kind man and couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He just smiled bitterly. "Okay, go ahead, old man. What do you want to tell me?" The old man looked at Arthur, clicked his tongue, and chewed in his mouth for a few times. Then he asked, "You were in the army, right?" Arthur was stunned for a moment and nodded. "A few days." Then, the old man asked again, "You killed people, right?" Arthur widened his eyes and looked at the old man, not knowing how to answer. "Okay, stop pretending." The old man smiled and patted Arthur's shoulder. "You're a person who has seen the big scene and climbed out of a pile of dead people. You should have died a long time ago. It's a miracle that you're still alive." Logically speaking, Arthur wanted to object to the old man's words, but in the end, his curiosity overcame his rationality. "How did you know?" "I smelled it." The old man smiled and touched his nose. "You have the smell of death on you." "The smell of death?" Arthur frowned in confusion. "What is that smell?" "A person who came from a life-and-death situation will have this smell. It is a smell that cannot be described with words," the old man said. "So mysterious." Arthur scratched his head in disbelief. "It's not mysterious at all," the old man said and smiled faintly. "You will know when you reach my level." At this moment, Arthur suddenly felt that the old man was faintly domineering for some reason. Arthur thought so and asked curiously, "So it sounds like you have walked through many life-and-death situations?" "Not many. There were at least 180 times, the old man said with a smile. Arthur blinked his eyes curiously for a while and asked, "Old man, what exactly do you do?" "What do you think?" the old man asked with a smile. "The word powerful comes out of every pore of your body. How can a layman like me see it?" The old man smiled and patted Arthur's shoulder again. "We were fated to meet today. How about this? I can take you in as my disciple." "Disciple?" Arthur was stunned. "And learn what?" The old man thought for a moment and said concisely, "Fight." "Fight, fight?" Arthur smiled. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly remembered that he was penniless and couldn't contact Lei Lou and the others. Arthur thought to himself, turned his face, looked at the smiling old man, and nodded. "As long as you don't turn me into a prostitute, that's fine, but I still have friends waiting for me. I'm afraid I can't stay with you for too long. You want to stay with me for a long time, but I'm not willing. I'll take advantage of my good mood to give you some pointers. It won't take more than a few days." The old man laughed. Just like that, Arthur became the strange old man's disciple in a muddle-headed way. After 2 days of flying, the Sky Dragon-class passenger ship finally landed in the city closest to the mother nest of the grizzly pirates. After that, Lei Lou bought a small boat and took himself and Toli to the grizzly pirates. 10 hours later, Lei Lou set foot on the grizzly pirate's nest again. Compared to the last time he was here, the place was slightly different. It had changed from a half-military half-life base to a well-organized military camp. All the old, weak, and disabled left behind by the grisly pirates, were arranged in a special living area in the northeast corner, under the special care of Zakken. The other places were all under strict military regulations. The most different thing about the mother nest from before was that cats had completely disguised the entire mother nest plan. Even if one personally went to the scene, one could only feel a neat and solemn atmosphere. However, one could not see the overall strength of the fleet from the surface. This way, they could prevent others from prying into their own strength. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that Katz's ability in military management was much better than Zhamu's. Seeing such a result so quickly, Lei Lou felt a little proud. So, he turned his head and said to Toli with a somewhat ostentatious tone, "When I set off, this was just a pirate's nest. But now look, how is it? It still looks good, right?" Who would have thought that Toli would answer with an indifferent tone? If one knows how to put on makeup and is an excellent military strategist, then the best general in the world should be in the dressing room. Lei Lou felt very bored and turned his head away. The two walked side by side for a while, and Toli asked, "Why is there no one to welcome us?" "Please, everyone is very busy. Who has the time to welcome us?" Lei Lou said. That's good." Toli nodded and then asked again. "There should be a magic conductor in your camp, right? I want to meet him." Lei Lou turned his face in surprise. "How do you know?" "My teacher once brought me to stay with a magic conductor for a few years. I know their mood somewhat. Because they have been discriminated against by the natives for a long time, the magic conductors have a strong distrust towards the natives." Toli paused. "You might not believe it, but we natives think that we are superior to the magic conductors. However, do you know that in the world of the magic conductors, they think that they are the true orthodoxy of humanity? The magic conductors think that although the natives are smarter than them, they have lost their morals and etiquette and that for them everything has become a naked calculation and transaction. Therefore, most of the magic conductors not only have a sense of distrust towards the natives, but they have never really obeyed them. The subjugation on the surface was just a temporary difference in power, and they had no choice but to yield. If you only want to let such a person engage in production, then it's not a big problem. But if you want to use them as soldiers, you're worse off than commoners." Hearing Toli's words, Lei Lou nodded and said, "I really haven't thought about these aspects." Saying this, Lei Lou clicked his tongue and said frankly, "Yes, there is indeed a magic conductor in my camp. He is my insider in the Great Wall of Iron Blood. I still don't know his real name. I have arranged for him to go out with my director of the Military Justice Department to lead the fleet to deceive the magic conductor. I don't know if he is in the mother nest now. If he is, I can immediately arrange for you to meet. If he is unfortunately not here, you may have to wait for a few days." Director of the Military Justice Department. Toli, who was only interested in magic conductors, suddenly became interested after hearing about this position. "Can you explain the role of this position to me?" "Yes, it's nothing. I'm just responsible for ensuring the unification of the entire Black Angel Army's command system," Lei Lou said indifferently. "Unification of the command system?" Toli frowned. "Specifically, that's how you guarantee it? The reason why Trump sent you here should be to monitor our finances, right? Is it necessary for you to know so much?" Lei Lou spoke while looking at Toli. "Trump has already promised to give us the money. You just decided how to give us the money. There's no need for such a fuss, right, brother?" "Yes, the authorization given to me by President Trump is relatively broad. If I'm in a good mood, I can give you all 300 million in one go. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll give you 1 gold coin a day." Hearing this, Trump couldn't help but laugh. "If I didn't have a slight understanding of the situation in the Third Province, just from Sir Lei Lou's tone, I almost thought that the Cape of Good Hope belonged to you. Only when the flowers bloom can one imagine the fruit. It's just an ordinary person. A character like President Trump should have seen the fruit as soon as he saw the seed being sown. After hearing Lei Luo's flattery, Trump smiled and shook his head. Business is business. Such touching words are meaningless to me. However, you're right. A good businessman should not only see the immediate benefits. He should also have enough imagination. Trump paused and shook his finger with a smile. However, the prerequisite is that the blueprint you provided is clear enough to make people feel that it is within reach. Lei Luo took out a magic memory stone and placed it on the table. This is my complete military plan. Trump took the magic memory stone and played with it for a while. Then, he said, I think Sir Lei Luo should know that I am only a businessman. I am not good at military affairs. Although President Trump is mainly a plutocrat, with the strength of your 24 Lord-class main force fleets, you're still a pretty good warlord. Some of your subordinates should be able to understand this plan. But, you'd better hand this plan to someone who's absolutely reliable. Because if this plan is found out by a third person, it won't benefit either of us. Hearing Lei Luo's words, Trump thought for a moment and asked, Can you give me half an hour? Of course. As Lei Luo spoke, he smiled and rubbed his stomach. I happen to be a little hungry. If it's possible, I hope someone can make me some food. Trump smiled and left the VIP room. After closing the door, he walked straight to another VIP room not far away. After closing the door, Trump placed the magic memory stone that Lei Luo had given him on the table. He then turned to Toli, who was waiting inside. You are only half right. He is indeed here to ask for money, but not to borrow money, but to make a righteous trade. Trade? Toli looked at Trump strangely. What else is there for him to make a trade for? I've fought with Doomsday Dusk countless times for something that I can't get. Trump deliberately kept him in suspense. Toli thought for a moment. It seemed that there was only the pirate trade in the Cape of Good Hope. In order to avoid stimulating the Anglo-Immortal economic cooperation, Doomsday Dusk repeatedly rejected Trump's plan to attack the Cape of Good Hope. Is it the pirate trade of the Cape of Good Hope? Toli asked uncertainly, but, the Cape of Good Hope is in the hands of the British Immortal Economic Cooperation. Yes. Trump pointed at the magic memory stone on the table. In this card is his military plan. I believe it should be the military plan to seize the Cape of Good Hope. I want you to help me see what kind of plan it is. Okay. After a few minutes, Toli held the magic memory stone and stared at it in a daze. Seeing him like this, Trump asked, what exactly is going on? Without thinking, Toli answered, if you give him the money he wants, he can almost guarantee that he will get the Cape of Good Hope. Hearing this, Trump opened his mouth in surprise. How did he do it? 20 minutes later, Trump returned to the VIP room where Lei Luo was. As soon as he entered the door, Tran immediately said, you actually plan to use a magic conductor as your main force? What's so strange about that? Magic conductors are cheap, obedient, and hardworking. Moreover, they are more familiar with ships than ordinary civilians, so it's easier to train them. In such a short time, a magic conductor is the best choice. Lei Luo wiped his mouth with a napkin and drank a mouthful of water. But this is a super felony. It's one of the 3 major crimes of the Senate. Before the war, I have a way to ensure that the news doesn't get out. After the war is over, I will think of a way to get rid of these magic conductors as soon as possible, Lei Luo replied. How do you keep it a secret? And how do you get rid of these magic conductors? Asked Trump. That's not important. What's important is that I can do it, replied Lei Luo. Trump thought for a moment and shook his head. This is too dangerous. There aren't 2 contracts that we have signed. There's only one. If something really happens to me, you just need to tear up this contract. Then everything will have nothing to do with you. All the dangers are just mine alone. Lei Luo took a deep breath and continued, President Trump, I dare say that this is probably the most worthwhile business deal in your life. Well, only if it succeeds. If it fails, all my money will go down the drain, said Trump. Lei Luo smiled and asked, compared to the huge profits, these risks are still acceptable, aren't they? Trump looked at Lei Luo for a while and then asked, have you thought about it? After knowing your plan, I don't necessarily have to cooperate with you. I can totally do it myself. I have thought about it. It is completely impossible. Although you are not a core member of Doomsday, no matter what, you are still a member of Doomsday. If your fleet takes over the Cape of Good Hope, then there is no doubt that the Anglo-Immortal Alliance and the Phoenix Alliance will stop fighting and work together to deal with Doomsday that has appeared in this region. For Doomsday, who has already fought many battles, they cannot bear this kind of pressure, Lei Luo said and smiled faintly. So, even if you really succeed, Doomsday will force you to spit out the results of the battle. If you want to get rid of me and carry out this plan yourself, then there is only one way for you to get rid of Doomsday Dusk. But, President Trump, do you dare? Trump was rendered speechless by Lei Luo words, while Lei Luo continued, perhaps, you will feel that you can use others to carry out this plan. But, I can tell you responsibly that if I occupy the Cape of Good Hope, then I will have a way to stand firm in the shortest possible time. I have made one mistake in Fairyland, and I will never make that mistake again. But if you borrow someone else's words, they may not get on their feet even if they get away with it. Simply put, I can guarantee your interests more than anyone else. At this point, Lei Luo listened for a while and then continued, 300 million. Just 300 million gold coins, and you can win such a huge profit for President Trump. Isn't this a worthwhile business? This isn't a business. Trump waved his hand. This is a gamble. Even so, this is a gamble worth taking, isn't it? Lei Luo said with a smile. Trump raised his head and stared at Lei Luo. After staring at each other for a while, Trump asked, now I want to know how much profit I will get if I bet. This 300 million gold coins is just the first installment. After I take down the Cape of Good Hope, President Trump will give me another 700 million gold coins. This total of 1 billion in cash is the commission that you will pay us. If it's the exclusive agency of the Cape of Good Hope's pirate trade, a 1 billion gold coin commission is still reasonable. What's the percentage? Lei Luo thought for a moment and replied, 70-30% of all income. 70-30. Trump shook his head in dissatisfaction. 30% is too low for me. Lei Luo smiled and corrected, no, President Trump, what you get is not 30%, but 70%. Huh. This time, Trump was a little stunned. 70%. Do you feel that it's too much of a bargain that President Trump thinks it's a little unreliable? Lei Luo asked with a smile. Trump nodded. To be honest, I do feel that way. Lei Luo asked again, then, apart from a formal contract, how can I convince you of my promise? Trump replied, it's very simple. I need to arrange one of my people by your side. This time, it was Lei Luo's turn to be surprised. Just one person. Trump replied, it's useless. Arranging 1 million people is just a waste of salary. The truly useful one is enough. Sure, who is it? Lei Luo asked. Trump stood up with a smile and clapped his hands gently. Tolly, it's your turn. On the route from Golden Wall's splendor to the city closest to the mother nest of the Grizzly Pirates, there was a Dragon-class passenger ship. This was an exclusive passenger ship, which meant that there were only 2 passengers on the ship. One was Lei Luo, and the other was Tolly, who was wearing a mask. It had been 12 hours since they boarded the ship, but the two of them didn't say a word to each other. As soon as they boarded the ship, Tolly opened the paper book he had brought and began to read. Seeing him like this, Lei Luo didn't want to disturb him. When he saw Tolly finish reading a book, Lei Luo thought that it was time to talk. Who knew that Tolly would take out another book from somewhere and continue reading? In the middle, the waiter brought in lunch. Lei Lou thought that they could talk during lunch, but Tolly was still reading even then. Lei Lou was speechless. After a full 12 hours. At this time, the waiter walked in again. "The two of you, dinner is ready. Please eat." Lei Lou turned around and looked at Tolly. When Tolly stood up and saw his gaze, he stared at the book in Tolly's hand. The meaning was very clear. "If you read less for a few minutes and talk to me, you won't die, right?" Cool as it was, there had to be a limit, right? Tolly hesitated for a moment, put down the book, and then walked to the dining table. Lei Lou smiled and followed behind Tolly. The two of them took their seats opposite each other. As soon as it was on the table, Lei Lou quickly finished the food. Then, he sat upright and stared solemnly at Tolly, who was eating slowly. Finally, Tolly couldn't take it anymore and said, "What's so beautiful on my mask?" Hearing this, Lei Lou smiled proudly. "You finally spoke. Just now, my left eye was betting with my right eye on who would speak first. Now it seems that my left eye won." Tolly looked at Lei Lou and said, "I don't want to be rude to you, but you're really boring like this." "That's right, it's indeed a little boring." Lei Lou smiled and nodded. "Then let's talk about something else. For example, your mask. I'm really curious, why do you always wear this mask? Is it specifically for me, or are you always like this since you were young?" Tori said coldly, "This has nothing to do with President Trump's deal with you. I don't want to answer this question." "All right then, let's talk about something related to the deal," Lei Lou said and thought for a while. "Do you mind introducing yourself? I'm really curious about your relationship with President Trump and why he trusts you so much. The use of the 300 million gold coins investment is actually entirely your responsibility." "My name is Tolly." Tolly wiped his mouth as he spoke, then looked at Lei Lou and spoke in a very serious tone. "I'm done introducing myself." Lei Lou smiled helplessly and shook his head. "I'm really completely defeated. I'm starting to wonder if Trump is deliberately using you to tactfully reject me. Otherwise, why would he send me such a strange supervisor? Do you think my silence will affect the deal between you and President Trump?" Tolly asked. Lei Lou's eyes widened as he replied, "Of course, there's no doubt. If you were this silent when I asked for payment, I would go crazy." "All right, then I'll explain it to you." Tolly cleared his throat slightly. "Actually, I'm a person who doesn't like to talk much, but it's not to the extent of being taciturn. The reason why I deliberately kept silent for such a long time just now was because I wanted to observe something from you." "Observe me?" Lei Lou pointed at himself. "Did you? Why don't I feel it? I only saw you foolishly reading a book. Stop pretending, okay? This will make me feel like you're insulting my intelligence." Tolly blinked his eyes. "You're good at hiding, and you like to hide your true nature. From the beginning, you felt my observation of you. So you're uncomfortable all over, trying hard to break this feeling of being observed by me unilaterally." Lei Lou blinked his eyes playfully, revealing a smile that was hard to read through. "Well, all right. I admit it, you're right. Then, wise man, let's have a conversation in a wise man's way. I can see from your seemingly invisible observation that Trump is a man of vision. If I really had any sense in this deal, you'd be a good opponent. However, I wouldn't be depressed about it. On the contrary, I would be very happy. Because I don't intend to play any tricks in this deal. I believe you will be a good helper for me." At this point, Lei Lou paused and asked, "But, by the way, I'm really interested to know what you want to see from me." "If I tell you, you might not believe me," Tolly said. Lei Lou almost immediately said with a smile, "No, I'll believe you. I've always believed the words of smart people." "I'm observing your age," Tolly said. Lei Lou blinked his eyes in disbelief. Huh? You just want to know my age? Tolly replied, it's a little weird, but it's the truth. If that's all, why didn't you ask me directly? Lei Lou asked, amused. Tolly hesitated for a moment, but he still answered, asking the answer directly makes me feel unfulfilled. I like to observe on my own. Lei Lou looked at Tolly speechlessly for a while and shook his head in disbelief. After being stunned for a while, Lei Lou asked, why do you care so much about my age? Are you worried that I'm too young and inexperienced for this deal? No, Tolly shook his head and answered honestly. I want to know who is older between us. This time, Lei Lou was completely stunned. He stared at Tolly with wide eyes for a long time before finally laughing. You really look like a woman. Only a woman would care about something like age, right? This was just a joke, but what Lei Lou didn't expect was that Tolly seemed to be quite unhappy, and his tone was a little stiff. No, I'm not a woman. After saying that, Tolly stood up and left the dining table. Hey, I'm just making an analogy. You don't have to be so serious, right? Lei Lou spread his hands and sat on the spot with an innocent look on his face. Just as Lei Lou and Tolly's ship was sailing toward the mother nest of the grizzly pirates, another ship was also sailing in the sea. This ship set off from the Bright Pearl and stopped at the holy city of Beauty to go to the famous sacred place of recuperation, the Eye of the Lover. The main passenger of this ship was a travel group of civil servants. When the ship arrived at the holy city of Beauty for its normal stop, these usually high and mighty officials kept shouting. It's already late, and they're still stopping for so long. Are they all such inefficient idiots? Wasting other people's time is equivalent to a slow murder. Haven't you heard of such a classic saying? I want to complain to your headquarters. It's necessary to review your operating speed. The guests kept howling, causing the crew members to feel upset. In order to calm down these shouts, the crew members especially changed the usual practice of checking tickets before boarding the ship. They let the guests board the ship first and then checked their tickets. The crew members thought so. There were only over 1,000 people anyway. Compared to the total number of passengers of 120,000, it was nothing. However, because they were greedy for a moment of convenience, they had harmed one person. How can this seat be yours? When Arthur boarded the ship and asked a certain person to give up his seat, that person looked at Arthur strangely. Arthur's original intention was to use the facts to convince the other party, but what surprised him was that he was the one who was convinced in the end. Please, sir, please take a good look. Your ticket doesn't belong to this ship at all. Ah. Arthur looked at the ticket carefully and found that it was really like that. This is bad. Then why did the staff member let me in when I entered the customs? Arthur looked at the passenger innocently. How would I know? Although his tone was not very friendly, the passenger was still kind enough to explain to him. Maybe he was mistaken like you. A few minutes later, Arthur was sent to the captain. In the beginning, the person who received Arthur appeared very amiable. May I know your name, sir? My name is Lothar, Arthur replied in a seemingly simple and honest manner. The captain nodded. Oh, it's Mr. Lothar. May I know if Mr. Lothar has been on our ship before? Arthur shook his head. No. The captain asked again, then, may I know what you do for a living? Unemployed, Arthur answered. The captain asked again, then, is your family very rich or has a strong background? My family has been poor for 3 generations. As soon as Arthur finished his answer, the captain's face immediately changed. He slapped the table with his fat hand and pointed at Arthur, shouting, how could you be wrong? It's either your character or your IQ. Choose one. Which one do you admit to? After suffering for a whole day, the captain finally found a person who could vent his anger, so his scolding was very smooth. Arthur was stunned for a while. Can we sail back? It's not long now. I might be able to catch up with my ship when I go back. You wish. Energy fees, labor fees, and the mental damage that we suffered from the prolonged harassment of these perverted guests. Do you know how much this is? Do you know how much it is? As the captain spoke, he knocked on the table excitedly. Then what exactly do you want? Arthur asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the captain pulled out a uniform from his body and threw it at him. From now on, until we arrive at the Eye of the Lover, we will be crew members. Through this, you can pay the ticket price. 3 minutes later, Arthur, who had an unlucky look on his face, walked out of the crew room with a basin in his hand. His first mission was to clean up the dirt that he spat out for an old man with a weird personality. Arthur finally saw this old man with a weird personality after dedicating all the swear words he knew in his life to the captain. Before he walked to the old man's side, the old man's eyes were closed. When Arthur was about a meter away from the old man's eyes suddenly opened. Although it was only a slight opening, Arthur suddenly felt a strange numbness all over his body. It was as if his entire body could not move at all. He is indeed an extremely strange old man. No wonder they all avoided him. Why is his killing intent so strong? Could he be a retired executioner? Arthur thought so and said to the old man nervously, "Old sir, can I give you a little space to clean up?" The old man's eyes were still not wide open. He just slightly glanced at Arthur and then slowly turned his body to the side. When Arthur put on the mask, frowned, and began to clean up the things the old man spat out, he realized that these black things were actually blood clots. Arthur cleaned up the ground, stood up, and was about to leave, but he saw that the old man's figure was extremely thin and small. He was curled up under the blanket. It was really a little pitiful. So, he said to the old man, "Old sir, I see that you are not feeling well. Do you need me to help you find a doctor to check on you?" The old man turned his face and looked at him with some annoyance but did not say anything. Seeing him like this, Arthur felt that the man was not interested, so he did not say anything and left dejectedly. In the next few hours, Arthur was crazily instructed to do all kinds of things. After 7 or 8 hours, Arthur was almost falling apart. Finally, he couldn't help but pounce on the lounge and refuse to get up. After sitting for a while, Arthur became muddle-headed and wanted to fall asleep. At this moment, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear, "Hey, club." Arthur opened his eyes and saw the old man covered in a blanket. "Who are you looking for?" Arthur asked the old man as he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. "Is there anyone else in this room?" The old man was about 1.65 meters tall. He wasn't as tall as Arthur, but his arrogance didn't diminish at all. Strangely, Arthur didn't think there was anything wrong with his arrogance. It seemed to be a natural part of his nature. "Oh," Arthur answered naively. "What do you want?" "What do you mean, what do I want?" "Do you want to fight me one-on-one?" the old man asked unhappily. Arthur pouted and said frankly, "How would I dare? You're so unreasonable." The old man opened his eyes, "That's right. In the entire empire, there are only a few people who dare to challenge me. All right, I'm afraid of you." Arthur stretched and stood up. "Tell me, what do you want?" "I want a glass of wine," the old man said. "Wine?" Arthur blinked. "There's no wine on the ship." "I know. 6 people have already told me that. But I want white wine." The old man twisted his neck and looked stubborn. Arthur looked at him helplessly for a while and thought for a while. "I think there should be some wine in the kitchen. Do you want it?" The old man thought for a while and nodded, feeling wronged. "Sigh, forget it. I'll just make do without it." "Okay, old man. Then you wait at your seat. I'll find some for you." After sending the old man back, Arthur sneaked into the kitchen. When the chef was not paying attention, he took a bottle of red wine from the cupboard and hid it in his clothes. After getting the red wine, Arthur hurried to the old man's seat and saw that there was no one else around him. Huh? Where is the person next to you? Arthur asked curiously. There were people in front and on the left, right? Finally, they were all driven away by me. The old man grinned proudly. How was it? Did you get my wine? Here, your wine. Arthur sat down beside the old man and took out the red wine from his clothes. He was about to stuff it into the old man's hand when he suddenly hesitated. Can you drink it? You were vomiting blood just now. Give it to me. If there's no wine, I'm not vomiting blood. I'm vomiting internal organs, the old man said and snatched the red wine. I say, don't make it too ostentatious. I stole this wine for you, Arthur said and looked around carefully. If people find out about me, I'll be in trouble. You're a man. Why are you hiding your head and tail? The old man turned his face and glanced at Arthur disdainfully. Well said. You're a man. Go steal it yourself. Arthur snatched the red wine back. The old man clicked his tongue immediately. How old are you? Why are you so childish? I'm just saying it casually. What do you take me for? Quickly return the red wine to me. You're so old. Why are you like a young man? Aren't you bothered at all? Arthur nagged as he returned the red wine to the old man. The old man took the red wine and gulped down 3 mouthfuls. He finished half a bottle of red wine. Then, he frowned and looked at the bottle of red wine with extreme dissatisfaction. What kind of rotten wine is this? Why does it taste so bad? Sigh, forget it. I'll just make do with it. After saying that, the old man raised his neck and gulped down 3 more mouthfuls. The bottle of red wine was empty. One had to know that this red wine was 2 kilograms in weight, and its alcohol content was a bit high. He had just finished drinking when he heard a series of rumbles coming from his stomach. It sounded like a boiling pot. Arthur was stunned by this scene. Seeing the old man's face turn red and green, Arthur was a little nervous. Old sir, don't tell me you have something to think about. Think about? What's there to think about? When my whole family died back then, I didn't think about it. Now that I'm living such a carefree life, what's there to think about? As the old man spoke, he burped at Arthur, causing Arthur to almost faint on the spot. The old man licked his lips and asked again, I think you shouldn't be bad. Why didn't you become a warrior? Why did you come here to take such a dead-end job as a crew member? I'm not a crew member, Arthur said. Not a crew member. Why are you wearing the clothes of a crew member and busying yourself? The old man asked curiously. Arthur paused and said, I'm on the wrong ship, and I don't have money to pay the ticket, so I can only help others pay their debts as a crew member. Oh, the old man raised his head, then slowly sat down and patted the seat next to him. Then sit down and chat with your grandfather. Although the old man looked like he could be Arthur's grandfather no matter what, this kind of saying really made Arthur uncomfortable. Fortunately, Arthur was a kind man and couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He just smiled bitterly. Okay, go ahead, old man. What do you want to tell me? The old man looked at Arthur, clicked his tongue, and chewed in his mouth for a few times. Then he asked, You were in the army, right? Arthur was stunned for a moment and nodded. A few days. Then, the old man asked again, You killed people, right? Arthur widened his eyes and looked at the old man, not knowing how to answer. Okay, stop pretending. The old man smiled and patted Arthur's shoulder. You're a person who has seen the big scene and climbed out of a pile of dead people. You should have died a long time ago. It's a miracle that you're still alive. Logically speaking, Arthur wanted to object to the old man's words, but in the end, his curiosity overcame his rationality. How did you know? I smelled it. The old man smiled and touched his nose. You have the smell of death on you. The smell of death. Arthur frowned in confusion. What is that smell? A person who came from a life-and-death situation will have this smell. It is a smell that cannot be described with words, the old man said. So mysterious. Arthur scratched his head in disbelief. It's not mysterious at all, the old man said and smiled faintly. You will know when you reach my level. At this moment, Arthur suddenly felt that the old man was faintly domineering for some reason. Arthur thought so and asked curiously, so it sounds like you have walked through many life-and-death situations. Not many. There were at least 180 times, the old man said with a smile. Arthur blinked his eyes curiously for a while and asked, Old man, what exactly do you do? What do you think? The old man asked with a smile. The word powerful comes out of every pore of your body. How can a layman like me see it? The old man smiled and patted Arthur's shoulder again. We were fated to meet today. How about this? I can take you in as my disciple. Disciple? Arthur was stunned. And learn what? The old man thought for a moment and said concisely, fight. Fight, fight. Arthur smiled. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly remembered that he was penniless and couldn't contact Lei Lou and the others. Arthur thought to himself, turned his face, looked at the smiling old man, and nodded. As long as you don't turn me into a prostitute, that's fine, but I still have friends waiting for me. I'm afraid I can't stay with you for too long. You want to stay with me for a long time, but I'm not willing. I'll take advantage of my good mood to give you some pointers. It won't take more than a few days. The old man laughed. Just like that, Arthur became the strange old man's disciple in a muddle-headed way. After 2 days of flying, the Sky Dragon-class passenger ship finally landed in the city closest to the mother nest of the grizzly pirates. After that, Lei Lou bought a small boat and took himself and Toli to the grizzly pirates. 10 hours later, Lei Lou set foot on the grizzly pirate's nest again. Compared to the last time he was here, the place was slightly different. It had changed from a half-military half-life base to a well-organized military camp. All the old, weak, and disabled left behind by the grizzly pirates were arranged in a special living area in the northeast corner, under the special care of Ken. The other places were all under strict military regulations. The most different thing about the mother nest from before was that cats had completely disguised the entire mother nest plan. Even if one personally went to the scene, one could only feel a neat and solemn atmosphere. However, one could not see the overall strength of the fleet from the surface. This way, they could prevent others from prying into their own strength. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that Katz's ability in military management was much better than Jamu's. Seeing such a result so quickly, Lei Lou felt a little proud. So, he turned his head and said to Toli with a somewhat ostentatious tone, when I set off, this was just a pirate's nest. But now look, how is it? It still looks good, right? Who would have thought that Toli would answer with an indifferent tone? If one knows how to put on makeup and is an excellent military strategist, then the best general in the world should be in the dressing room. Lei Lou felt very bored and turned his head away. The two walked side by side for a while, and Toli asked, why is there no one to welcome us? Please, everyone is very busy. Who has the time to welcome us? Lei Lou said. That's good. Toli nodded and then asked again. There should be a magic conductor in your camp, right? I want to meet him. Lei Lou turned his face in surprise. How do you know? My teacher once brought me to stay with a magic conductor for a few years. I know their mood somewhat. Because they have been discriminated against by the natives for a long time, the magic conductors have a strong distrust towards the natives. Toli paused. You might not believe it, but we natives think that we are superior to the magic conductors. However, do you know that in the world of the magic conductors, they think that they are the true orthodoxy of humanity? The magic conductors think that although the natives are smarter than them, they have lost their morals and etiquette, and that for them everything has become a naked calculation and transaction. Therefore, most of the magic conductors not only have a sense of distrust towards the natives, but they have never really obeyed them. The subjugation on the surface was just a temporary difference in power, and they had no choice but to yield. If you only want to let such a person engage in production, then it's not a big problem. But if you want to use them as soldiers, you're worse off than commoners. Hearing Toli's words, Lei Lou nodded and said, I really haven't thought about these aspects. Saying this, Lei Lou clicked his tongue and said frankly, yes, there is indeed a magic conductor in my camp. He is my insider in the Great Wall of Iron Blood. I still don't know his real name. I have arranged for him to go out with my director of the Military Justice Department to lead the fleet to deceive the magic conductor. I don't know if he is in the mother nest now. If he is, I can immediately arrange for you to meet. If he is unfortunately not here, you may have to wait for a few days. Director of the Military Justice Department. Toli, who was only interested in magic conductors, suddenly became interested after hearing about this position. Can you explain the role of this position to me? Yes, it's nothing. I'm just responsible for ensuring the unification of the entire Black Angel Army's command system, Lei Lou said indifferently. Unification of the command system? Toli frowned. Specifically, that's how you guarantee it. The reason why Trump sent you here should be to monitor our finances, right? Is it necessary for you to know so much? Lei Lou spoke while looking at Toli. Trump has already promised to give us the money. You just decided how to give us the money. There's no need for such a fuss, right, brother? Yes, the authorization given to me by President Trump is relatively broad. If I'm in a good mood, I can give you all 300 million in one go. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll give you 1 gold coin a day. Toli turned around and looked at Lei Lou. What he said was actually an understatement. That's right. I'm just creating trouble. So what? Lei Lou was forced into a corner by Toli, so he thought about it again. It seemed that Toli was not there for a day or two. With his intelligence, he would see through it sooner or later. Thus, he said straightforwardly, how about this, I'll give you a detailed report on the organization of our Black Angel Army. How about it? Toli nodded without any modesty. All right, then you report it. His words stunned Lei Lou. He looked at Toli in surprise. Big brother, you really don't treat yourself as an outsider. There's no need to report so respectfully. Toli said and waved his hand forward. Let's walk while you report. After saying that, Toli walked in front of him. Toli was wearing a mask, and Lei Lou didn't know why. He always felt that Toli had a mischievous smile on his face when he said those words. If I didn't see that you have no breasts, I would definitely pull off your mask to see if you are really a woman. Why do you like to take advantage of me so much? Lei Lou laughed and scolded from behind as he followed. As they walked, Lei Lou honestly told Toli about the situation of the Black Angel Army. The more he listened, the slower Toli walked. In the end, he even kept turning his head to look at Lei Lou. In the end, when Lei Lou finally finished speaking, he couldn't help but say, hey, don't tell me you have a special sexual orientation. Why do you keep peeking at me? Toli stood still and looked at Lei Lou for a while. He shook his head and said, everything is fine. It's just that people are too tacky. Lei Lou glared at him and said, who are you talking about? You're a man. Do I need to be elegant with you? At this moment, Lei Lou saw the corner of Toli's mouth move slightly under the mask. It was as if he was smiling. Money. I'll give it to you all in one go. So straightforward. After hearing this, Lei Lou felt a little overjoyed. Don't you need to continue investigating? No need to continue investigating. Toli shook his head. Actually, the military plan that you handed over at Golden Wall Brilliant is already worth more than 300 million. With what you said today, 300 million isn't considered a risky investment at all. Ha! Even though you don't usually speak well, you still have good taste. As Lei Lou said this, he smiled and patted Toli's shoulder. When he patted Toli's shoulder, Lei Lou felt a little strange. Toli's shoulder seemed to be a little too weak. Toli only let Lei Lou pat him once. When he wanted to pat him a second time, he immediately moved aside. Then, Toli said to Lei Lou angrily, "I don't like people touching me. Please be careful in the future." "Oh," Lei Lou smiled awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I won't do it again." Lei Lou thought, a man with such a weak body. Does this brother have any hidden diseases? I don't know if they are contagious. The atmosphere between the two was a little gloomy. They walked to the command center and spoke slowly. Seeing that it was Lei Lou, the duty officer walked over and saluted to him. Then he said, "Chief." "Chief." Lei Lou was stunned for a moment before he realized that this should be the title that Katz and the others had given him. When he realized it, Lei Lou stood up unaccustomed and nodded. "Yes, where are Katz and Morton?" "All the directors are having a meeting in the secret office," the duty officer replied. What a coincidence. Lei Lou was slightly stunned. "Okay, go do your thing." The duty officer bowed again and was about to leave. At this moment, Lei Lou suddenly stopped him. "Wait a minute. Chief." The duty officer turned around and looked at Lei Lou. "How did you know that I was the chief?" Lei Lou asked. The duty officer smiled and pointed at the duty officer on his chest. "Chief, look here." Lei Lou focused his eyes and saw that there was something like a circular medal hanging on the duty officer's chest. There were some words written on the circular medal-like thing. Lei Lou did not look carefully because his eyes were all focused on the center of it. The reason why Lei Lou looked so carefully was that the center of the object was actually Lei Lou's portrait. Lei Lou pointed at the object and asked curiously, "What is this thing?" "Military emblem," the duty officer replied with a smile. "This was just issued last week. All members must wear this military emblem." "Military emblem?" Lei Lou blinked his eyes and muttered in a low voice, "Who did this? Why did they use this ugly photo of me?" "Actually, we also felt that it was quite new." The duty officer smiled. "In the beginning, we didn't take it seriously for a day or two. In the end, we were all fined half a year's salary. However, Chief, I wasn't fined." "Very good." Lei Lou nodded with a smile. "Go." After the duty officer left, Toli walked up and sneered. "You really put on a show. Your personal worship has reached such a level. By the heavens and the earth, this really wasn't my idea." "I'm not that narcissistic," Lei Lou shouted. Not long after, Lei Lou and Toli walked into the command center. There were guards on guard along the way. When they saw Lei Lou enter, everyone saluted him and shouted, "Chief." This scene made Lei Lou feel a little smug, and he kept reminding himself in his heart. Don't feel too good about yourself. Many important figures have died because of this little bit of vanity. Toli had been walking behind Lei Lou the whole time, watching coldly from the side. When they reached the top-secret meeting room, they saw that Morton had already opened the door and was coming out to pick him up. Thinking about it, he must have heard those guards shouting all the way just now. "Lei Lou," Morton first called Lei Lou like this, then when he saw that there was someone else beside him, he immediately added, "Chief." Lei Lou was stunned for a moment. He smiled and punched Morton. "Don't you know how to speak human language?" "Chief." "Chief." Morton looked at Toli with doubt and asked, "This is our financial supervisor, Lord Toli." Lei Lou pointed at Toli and introduced him with a smile. "Huh?" Morton blinked. "Financial supervisor?" "Yes, he was sent by Trump," Lei Lou said and pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing him walk in, the people in the room, Katz, Zach Ken, Ali, and Cronin all stood up. Among them, Katz, Zach Ken, and Cronin shouted in unison. "Chief!" After a while, all Lei called out awkwardly, "Chief, Chief. You all have the plague." Lei Lou sat down in confusion. "How come none of you can speak human language?" At this moment, Katz said, "This was all my idea. Since you want to establish absolute authority, you have to form a proper distance from everyone. Including us. Therefore, I stipulate that as long as there are 3 people present, you must be addressed as the chief. If there are only 2 people in private, then it's none of my business." Lei Lou clicked his tongue and looked at Katz with some reproach. "Hey you, aren't you idle? There are so many things to do now. Instead of doing those things, why are you investing so much time on establishing these formalities? For a person, the first impression is the most important. And to put it bluntly, the first impression is only on the surface. It is the same for a person and a team. Military posture, military appearance, and even the title of leader. These seem to be ordinary things. But at some times, it can set the standard for an army. Therefore, people must properly address the chief. This may seem like a trivial matter, but it can establish your absolute authority from the top down. The one who made the above comment was not anyone from the Black Angel Army, but Toli, who had followed Lei Lou in. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. At this time, he did not wait for Lei Lou and introduced himself. "My name is Toli, the financial supervisory officer sent by President Trump. The 300 million that you all want will be transferred to you through my hands." As soon as he finished speaking, Katz walked forward and said, "Although Mr. Toli's words are brilliant, this is the secret meeting room of our Black Angel Army. Although you are President Trump's financial officer, it seems a little inappropriate for you to enter our secret meeting room, right? I didn't come here by myself. Your chief brought me here by himself." Toli glanced at Lei Lou and pushed all the responsibility to Lei Lou. Lei Lou raised his head and smiled. "It's okay. Let him stay here. Let's pretend that he doesn't exist. We can talk about what we should talk about." This, Morton took a step forward and pressed on Lei Lou's shoulder with some doubt. Lei Lou turned his face and looked at Morton with a profound look. "It's fine. Let's continue with the meeting." After saying this, Lei Lou saw that everyone was still doubtful, so he said with a smile, "What's wrong? It's a meeting. Don't worry, I'm not being sarcastic. Let's talk about the Magister's plan first. How many Magisters have we already obtained?" Hearing Lei Lou's direct question, everyone finally believed that Lei Lou really wanted them to get on with the meeting. Thus, Katz reported, "The 3 million Magisters we need are all in place." Oh. This answer surprised Lei Lou. "So fast? Is the quality guaranteed?" "Absolutely," Cronin replied. Lei Lou turned around and looked at Cronin. He knew that Cronin was not a braggart. However, he was still amazed by the efficiency of his actions. "I've only been walking for a few days. Why are you guys so fast?" "According to our initial strategy, we're going to plunder villages with weak defenses under the independent lord. On the first day of this strategy, we discovered many inconveniences. The reason was very simple. If we wanted to find experienced magic conductors, we had to obtain a city. But the probability was too low. Moreover, once such a situation occurred, there would be countless pirates waiting at the side, ready to divide the spoils of war. It wouldn't be our turn at all." The one who spoke was Katz. He had his eyes on, and when he straightened his body to give a report, he looked extremely like an excellent staff officer. He didn't look like a pirate at all, nor did he look like the director of the military law department, which was later called a cold-blooded military surveillance bureau. Then Katz and Cronin continued, "Later, after the discussion between the two of us, we decided to carry out the second strategy. That was to directly attack some of the pirates' subsidiary cities. Generally speaking, the pirates used the Mother Nest as their final base. However, some of the stronger pirates would engage in production on the basis of some cities and act as a logistics base. Understood. Hearing this, Lei Lou nodded. So, you're going to attack the pirates' subsidiary cities? Yes. Katz nodded. Things are going better than expected. Because of the Doomsday Dusk Alliance, Satan's Wings will now be in an all-out war. Many small and medium-sized pirate groups have been destroyed, and at the same time, many abandoned, ownerless cities were born. In fact, we only fought for less than 3 days, and we realized that we didn't need to start a war at all. We only needed to go to those abandoned cities to look for the surviving magic guides because to a certain extent, we owe them our lives. In addition, there was Mr. Cronin's announcement. So these magic guides' willingness to join the army is extremely high. At this point, Katz smiled approvingly. In addition, their obedience and unity are also much stronger than ordinary civilians. It took us only 3 days to divide a total of 3 million people according to their ranks. However, we haven't started appointing military officers yet. There's no hurry to appoint military officers. Let them train together for a month first. When the time comes, we can let them choose by themselves. A month's time is enough for talented people to stand out. When Lei Lou said this, he looked at Katz and said, according to what you just said, then pirates should be easy to recruit, right? Yes. Katz smiled and nodded. Just like the magic conductor, the recruitment of pirates is much easier than imagined. Because of the recent fierce war between pirate gangs, the phenomenon of pirates losing their jobs became very serious. Therefore, both the tavern at the Cape of Good Hope or the famous recruitment offices of Satan's Wings were all full of people. I had already recruited about 2 million pirates, and so far it had reached more than 800,000. All of them had been placed in the military camp by me. Their management was more convenient. The employment agency had written their information in great detail. Their specialties, battle records, and the teams they've participated in are all clear. This greatly facilitates our management. From the looks of it, even if we need 6 Lord-tier main forces, it won't be difficult. Hearing this, Lei Lou was a little puzzled. If that's the case, it sounds like we are all on the right track. If so, then why did all of you look so solemn when I came in just now? Hearing what Lei Lou said, Katz and Cronin looked at each other. Then, Cronin pursed his lips and looked away. Katz glanced at Lei Lou and wanted to speak, but it seemed like he didn't know what to say. At this time, Morton spoke. There are 2 main issues. One is whether the magic conductor also wears the leader's badge. On this issue, we have some internal disputes. Wearing the leader's badge? Lei Lou turned his face and looked at Katz and Cronin. He immediately understood that what Morton said about internal disputes was actually a dispute between Cronin and Katz. This matter had somewhat stopped Lei Lou. He could understand why Cronin was against this matter, and he also knew what Katz's intention was. Both of them had their own reasons, but how should he decide? Just as Lei Lou was pondering over this matter, Cronin finally spoke. I'm not saying that I don't agree with Director Katz's words. It is the Black Angel Army's unshakable purpose to completely unify the entire Black Angel Army under the General Commander. But we magic conductors have our own self-esteem. Idolatry is a very important thing for us magic conductors. These magic conductors have just been rescued from a humanitarian crisis by us. They were originally very grateful to us, and it was the time when their morale could be used. Now, we suddenly force them to wear the badge of a person they are not familiar with at all. I feel that this may create a conflict, and the loss outweighs the gain. Cronin had just finished speaking when Katz immediately retorted, a magic conductor and a native are treated equally. Don't just talk about it. It should be put into practice. Isn't this what you've been emphasizing to me for so many days? Alright, now that I've truly treated them equally, why are you saying that I'm creating a conflict again? As Cat spoke, Lei Luo kept looking at Toli from the corner of his eyes. Lei Luo saw that when Cat said, magic conductors and natives are equal, the light in Toli's eyes suddenly became much brighter. The corners of Lei Luo's mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled faintly. Alright, stop arguing. Lei Luo raised his hand, stopping Cronin and Katz from arguing. I already have an idea. Cronin and Katz both looked at Lei Luo. To be honest, I also feel quite disgusted about the leader's badge, but I have to admit that Katz did the right thing. As for the reason, our financial supervisor was very clear just now. However, Cronin's words were also very reasonable. Although we treat magic conductors equally, treating them equally is not as simple as that. We still have to respect the cultures of the two different races. Until now, Lei Luo's words were very much like that of the mediators of the Civil Affairs Center. Every sentence made sense, but it felt like something was missing. Everyone present was confused. Whose side are you on? The people were starting to wonder. My decision is this. On the pirate side, the leader's badge is still on. The magic conductor doesn't have to die for now. Wait until I lead them into battle. After using their strength to establish their faith in me, it won't be too late for them to wear it willingly. At that time, the matter of the magic conductor wearing the leader's badge due to his sincere worship will be a very good topic for those pirates who are used to being arrogant even though they are wearing the leader badge. After Lei Luo finished speaking, Cronin nodded almost immediately. I completely agree with the chief's words. Katz thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, it seems that this is the only way for now. Seeing that the first problem had been solved, Lei Luo turned his head and looked at Morton. What's the second problem? Morton immediately answered, the Twilight Alliance has created many magic traps around the Satan's wings, preventing people from entering many areas. This makes it very risky for us to carry out long-distance space jumps. There's no reason for the Twilight of the Apocalypse Alliance to completely cut off their own path, right? They and their allies in the wings of Satan have to go in and out of Satan's wings at some point, Lei Luo replied. Yes, the Empire is so big that it's impossible for them not to find a safe route. However, because they only created a large number of magic traps 3 months ago. The explorers hadn't had the time to draw the map yet. Currently, there were only 3 routes that were known to ensure safety. These 3 routes are either controlled by the Lords of the Twilight Union or their accomplices. Hearing Morton's words, Lei Luo was slightly stunned. Then, he turned his head and smiled at Toli. Is that so? Lei Luo smiled and thought for a while. Then, he turned his head and looked at Morton. They are just blocking the boat. I don't think they will stop people from coming in and out, right? Yes. Morton nodded. We haven't made much noise yet. Doomsday Dusk hasn't been watching us closely. If it's just people coming in and out, it shouldn't be a big problem. Okay. Lei Luo patted his leg gently. Prepare for a week. After a week, all of US will board the refugee ship and leave Satan's wings. The refugee ship was a very special kind of ship. Its speed was much slower than the passenger ship, and the environment on the ship was also much worse than the passenger ship. However, its carrying capacity was far from what the passenger ship could compare to. A large refugee ship carrying 6 to 7 million refugees was a very easy thing. Hearing what Lei Luo said, Toli immediately realized what Lei Luo wanted to do. What do you want to do? Lei Luo knew that Toli was asking the obvious question, but he still answered, what else can we do? Since we can't bring it in, we can only fight our way in. Hearing this, Katz's eyebrows immediately jumped. Chief. There's no need to say anything else. I've already decided on this matter. As Lei Luo said this, he stood up. All right, both problems have been solved. After so many days of traveling, I'm tired too. I want to rest. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it during dinner. After saying this, Lei Lou said to Morton, you stay behind and get in touch with our financial supervisor. He promised to immediately pay us 300 million once. Think of a way to get him to write a letter quickly and get Chief Trump to deliver the 300 million to the designated place. Finally, when Lei Lou turned to leave the meeting room, he gave Katz a look. Before long, Lei Lou and Katz walked out of the meeting room. As soon as they left the meeting room, Katz immediately asked, this Tolly, what's going on? Didn't you always say that you can't trust easily? Lei Lou smiled. I brought you the real person this time. Ah. It's him. Katz's eyes widened. We still don't know whether he's a friend or a foe, how did you? It's precisely because I've been unable to figure out what their intentions are, that's why I went looking for Trump. Do you really think I went looking for Trump just for money? At this point, Lei Lou paused. During this period of time, I've also thought it through. It's never a good idea to keep guessing. Rather than that, why don't we just lure them to our side and watch from a close distance? It's really a scourge, and it's easy to solve it. On the way, Tolly agreed readily, and he also paid the money readily. After talking to Morton, Tolly immediately went to the room that Lei Lou had arranged for him. After opening the protective shield, Tolly used his magic beacon to send a message to Trump. Is everything going well? Trump was wearing pajamas and looked sleepy. It seemed that he had been woken up by an afternoon nap. I think it's hard to describe my situation with smooth or not smooth, Tolly said. Huh? Trump rubbed his eyes and looked very interested. You seem to have a lot to say to me. Yes, but it's not much. It's just a few words. The silver mask made it impossible to see Tolly's expression, but his body, which was sitting too straight, was silently telling others how serious everything he was saying was. Go ahead. Seeing Tolly like this, Trump, who was originally lying down, couldn't help but sit up straight. I can say this very responsibly, if you continue to make this investment. Then in the near future, you will undoubtedly break with Doomsday Dusk. Because I can see that Lei Lou has already made up his mind to do this, and I also believe that he definitely has a way to do it. Hearing Tolly's words, Trump's brows furrowed slightly. What does he plan to do? The Doomsday Dusk Alliance has basically blocked the external route of Satan's wings. The large-scale transportation of ships has already become completely unreliable. In order to ensure the smooth formation of his own fleet, Lei Lou will lead his troops to leave Satan's wings and receive the fleet from the outside. Then, we'll use the battle formation to directly attack Satan's wings. Trump touched his forehead in disbelief. Lei Lou is actually such a fool. In his current situation, he can't even defeat a small lord under Doomsday, and he actually dares to challenge Doomsday now. No, he's not that stupid. On the contrary, he's very smart. Tolly shook his head. According to the current situation, the focus of Doomsday Dusk is not on them. If they fight this battle, as long as they can show off, but don't cause too much damage to the armada of Doomsday Dusk, then they can use diplomatic means to resolve this dispute. Then what's his purpose for doing this? Trump asked in puzzlement. Probing, contacting, understanding, Tolly said concisely. With him doing this, Doomsday will definitely come into contact with him. With this contact, Lei Lou could use diplomatic means to test Doomsday's bottom line. At the same time, he could also understand the internal structure of Doomsday through this contact. He might even take advantage of this diplomatic event to use a huge amount of money to bribe one of the other party's negotiators to become his insider spy and provide him with information. All of this was because from the very beginning, he had regarded the Doomsday Dusk Alliance as his target that he had to eliminate. It's naturally good for young people to be ambitious. Tolly shook his head with a smile. But it's not a good thing for ambition to expand too quickly. Is this Lei Lou really such a person? Yes. Tolly nodded. This is also what I don't quite understand. No matter from what point of view, I don't think he's such a rash person. But in all of his actions, there is indeed an obvious, so positive that it can be said to be rash. Why is that? Trump asked, puzzled. Tolly thought for a moment and said, I think there must be some reasons that we don't know about. It's very likely that he has some information that we don't know about. Sometimes, I even wonder, is there such a possibility? What possibility? That Prince Ulysses and Lei Lou have already reached an alliance. At the very least, they could have reached some form of consensus. This kind of alliance or consensus supports Lei Lou's swift action. As soon as Tolly finished speaking, Trump immediately said, how is this possible? Carmen is King Baichen's man. I once met Prince Ulysses with my teacher. We even lived there for a while. Carmen doesn't seem to be valued by Ulysses. What are you saying? Tolly shook his head almost immediately. I didn't say anything. I just feel that there are too many things that are fishy. Trump sat and thought for a while, then said, so, you're suggesting that I stop investing in Lei Lou? No. Tolly shook his head again. On the contrary, I suggest that you immediately ship all the cash to their designated place. Why? Trump was puzzled again. Tolly spoke with a meaningful tone. Doomsday Dusk is just a chess piece, but Lei Lou is a chess player. He's just a small chess player though. Trump stared at the superluminal communicator in front of him. At this moment, countless pieces of information in his head were separating and recombining. Doomsday Dusk had a total of 6 vice presidents. Trump had seen 3 of these 6 vice presidents, but he had never seen the president. He had even heard that other than the executive vice president, the other 5 vice presidents had never seen the president. Since then, Trump had kept a proper distance from Doomsday Dusk. He did not participate in the management of Doomsday. He just donated frequently to keep the members of the alliance friendly to him. Rather than being a member of Doomsday, he was the biggest money bag of Doomsday. This Lei Lou seemed to have a lot of potential, but could he be considered a chess player at the moment? While Tolly was communicating with Trump, Morton was also talking to Lei Lou in his room. As soon as Morton entered the door, Lei Lou immediately asked, he still agreed to ship the money to the place we specified? Yes. Morton nodded. He said with certainty that all the money will be transported to the designated place within 3 days. So straightforward. Lei Lou touched his lips and bit his lips in slight surprise. This really surprised me a little. Huh? Morton was puzzled. What's there to be surprised about? Didn't you say that you had already come to an agreement? It's different. At that time, I didn't let him attend our meeting. But, just now, I deliberately let him attend the meeting. At this point, Lei Lou looked at Morton's confused look and explained to him. More than a year ago, I once used Katz's account to gamble at Trump's casino. From then on, there has been a person who has been trying to track Katz's account. At first, I thought he was just a busybody. But later, I found out that he has been persistent. It wasn't just hearsay. So, I deliberately let him hack into Katz's magic circuit so that he can find our communication. And the moment he hacked into Katz's magic circuit and let his guard down, I had actually hacked into his magic circuit. In the end, guess what I found out? What? Morton was still confused. After my investigation, the information source that broke into Katz's magic circuit happened to be in the main city of Trump, the Golden Wall Splendor. Later, I secretly checked the information source of the Senate. This information source section not only came from Trump's main city but was also detailed to his residence. Morton widened his eyes and asked, so, the person who has been tracking you is actually Trump? That's right. Lei Lou nodded. This matter has always been a thorn in my side. I can't figure out why Trump is tracking me down. However, it was also through this opportunity that I hacked into some of Trump's databases and saw some communications between Trump and members of Doomsday Dusk. I discovered that his relationship with Doomsday Dusk wasn't that close. I also learned that Trump had always been interested in the pirate trade in the Cape of Good Hope. He had written several letters to several vice presidents of the Doomsday Dusk Alliance, complaining that the current ruler of the Cape of Good Hope was wasting the pirate trade. He had promised these vice presidents that as long as he could find a way to obtain the trade, he would be able to expand the trade by 10 times within 3 years. At the same time, he also showed that he was willing to give half of the profits to the alliance as a donation. However, Doomsday's people rejected him again and again. Because of this matter, both sides even had a bit of a falling out. No wonder you thought of looking for Trump. There really was a reason behind it. Morton nodded. You're pretty good at keeping secrets. However, since that's the case, why did you let Tolly attend our meeting? I'm gambling, Lei Lou said with a smile. Gambling? On what? Morton asked curiously. Lei Lou answered, I'm betting that between us and Doomsday Dusk, Trump will choose us. How is that possible? The difference between us and Doomsday Dusk is like that of an elephant and an ant. Unless he's crazy, how can he bet on us? Morton shook his head in disbelief. I was only thinking about 50 versus 50. Lei Lou smiled and looked at Morton. But you just told me that Tolly told us so straightforwardly that their funds will be transported to the location we specified. So now I have almost 80% confidence. How is that possible? Seeing Lei Lou's confident look, Morton continued to speak with a puzzled tone. Why? I'll tell you why. There are 3 reasons. Lei Lou looked at Morton. First, to the Doomsday Dusk Alliance, Trump is just a rich man. He doesn't have an important position in that alliance. Do you know that in the business war with you last time, in order to win against you, Trump paid 90% of his profits to the alliance? Although you lost miserably, he won by a huge margin. Secondly, the power of the Doomsday Dusk came too suddenly. And judging from the communication between Trump and the vice presidents, I could tell that they were not very close. They were united based on their loyalty to the president. They did not have a deep connection with each other. It was even possible that they were forbidden to establish closer ties amongst each other. The strange thing was that from their communication, it seemed that other than the deputy alliance leader, no one had any direct contact with the alliance leader. What do you think this means? Morton lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, the power of Doomsday Dusk must be controlled by a very important person behind the scenes. And the person who can control such a powerful alliance must be a vassal king. That's right, that's one of them. There's another. I checked the relevant information and found that Doomsday suddenly appeared almost overnight. If it was a hidden power, then it wouldn't be believable. With such a powerful force, even if I wanted to hide, I wouldn't be able to. Looking at their internal structure, I dared to boldly speculate that the Doomsday Dusk Alliance was in fact very likely led by a dukedom. It was just a large alliance made up of 6 small alliances. This means that once the feudal lord behind the scenes falls, then the twilight of the apocalypse will immediately collapse. And based on the forces that they offended, the members of the twilight of the apocalypse will inevitably suffer devastating retaliation. Saying this, Lei Lou smiled at Morton. If it were you, would you be able to sleep in such a team? After a short week of contact and reorganization, Lei Lou decided to lead the 3 million magic shooters stationed on the mother nest of the Grizzly Pirates and 1 million pirates onto the refugee ship Noah's Ark. The remaining 120,000 troops, as well as the 500,000 pirates who arrived later, were left on the mother nest of the Grizzly Pirates. According to Lei Lou's arrangements, only Tolly was with him. The remaining people were all left on the mother nest of the Grizzly Pirates to receive the pirates who were transferred from the various employment agencies. The cost of the Noah's Ark refugee ship was 1.4 million gold coins. The normal number of passengers could be as high as 8 million, and the maximum number of passengers could be as high as 14 million. According to this ratio, the quota of 4 million people seemed to be very relaxed. However, the living environment was really just a little bit worse. Refugee ships, as the name implied, were naturally ships that were used by those who were fleeing for their lives. How good could the conditions of such ships be? How are our preparations going? Lei Lou asked Tolly beside him with a slightly doubtful expression. They were already close to the Doomsday Dusk Alliance's checkpoint. Don't worry, the pass certificate and everything have been taken care of. Tolly had a slightly unconcerned expression. Trump was still a member of the Doomsday Dusk Alliance, so there was no problem transporting the magic conductor on this ship as a slave. Lei Lou calmed down after hearing Tolly's answer. This ship was an important member of the Black Angel Army. If something went wrong, his plan would be ruined. He brought Tolly to the place where the heavy armor was docked and waited for the heavy armor belonging to the Twilight Union to float over from afar. Ever since the route into and out of Satan's Wings was controlled and monopolized by the Twilight Union, there were many merchants who wanted to profit from it. The people inside wanted to transport the magic crystal ore out, while the people outside wanted to transport the magic weapons and other equipment that the pirates urgently needed. Although the pirates of Satan's Wings were dissatisfied with this, they still obediently paid the toll. They robbed others every day, and one day, they were even robbed by others. I don't know if these pirates have anything to say, but Lei Lou didn't think too much about it. The heavy armored knights of the Doomsday Dusk Alliance had already slowly slid into the preparation room. The heavy armor of the Twilight Union was blood red. On the shoulder of the heavy armor, there was a black dragon pattern wrapped around a tall tree. It looked particularly majestic. Tolly walked to the front and smiled at the knight who had just gotten off the heavy armor. Knights of the Twilight Union, thank you for your hard work. I am a small steward sent by Lord Trump to gather the magic conductors near Satan's Wings. I hope that you can do me a favor. As he spoke, he stuffed the magic crystal card in his hand into the knight's hand. Ever since Trump decided to fully cooperate with Lei Lou, he no longer cared about the help he could give to Lei Lou. It must be known that if this bet was on the table, it would not be so easy to get down. Therefore, Trump was not ambiguous, and Lei Lou could give him whatever he wanted. That knight smiled and took the magic crystal card from Tolly. After all, no one would mind having less money in their hands, right? The knight spoke to Tolly with a hint of respect. We're just going to check the ship. There's nothing else. Just help us. The knight also knew that Trump was a big financier of their alliance, so he naturally did not dare to offend him. He led his men and Tolly to start searching the people on the ship. Since Lei Lou did not show up, it would be useless for him to show up at this time. It would be better to let Tolly handle it. He could also think about the next plan. That knight led his subordinates and began to shuttle back and forth between the cabins. When he saw the magic conductor in shabby clothes, an obvious look of disgust appeared on his face. However, he did not care too much. The magic conductor trade in Trump's hands was protected by the alliance, and they also knew that. However, when the knight walked to the side of a magic conductor and saw the resentful look of the magic conductor, he could not help but become angry. He kicked the magic conductor to the ground and said fiercely, "Lowly magic conductor, what are you looking at? Do you think I won't kill you?" When the surrounding magic conductors saw this scene, they had already surrounded him. There were already nearly 3 million magic conductors on the ship, and they were all walking towards him. When the knight saw that these magic conductors were so unruly, he could not help but fly into a rage. He pulled out his magic knife, and when his subordinate saw the leader draw out his blade, he also took out the magic blade in his hand. Seeing that the matter was getting bigger and bigger, Tolly could not help sweating profusely as he asked Lei Lou in his mind what to do. At this moment, Lei Lou was also starting to have a headache. If this matter was not handled properly, he might lose the support of the magic conductors. Since he had to treat them equally, he could not treat them any differently from normal people, otherwise, his plan would probably fall apart in the middle. What happened? Lei Lou changed into the captain's uniform of the Twilight Union and squeezed into the crowd, speaking to the people in a serious tone. When Toli saw Lei Lou coming over, he heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he wasn't good at dealing with such situations. When that knight saw that the person in charge of this ship had come, he also put away his knife. After all, in an alliance, a captain could be said to be an authority, let alone a knight who could offend him. Sir, this magic conductor is trying to offend his superiors. Please let me take him back and execute him. The knight showed a respectful expression and looked at the magic conductor with hatred in his eyes. He was just a slave, what right did he have to look at him like that? Lei Lou was a little speechless. Looking at this knight, he knew that if he were to take the magic conductor away, there would be a riot on the ship. Lei Lou did not want any problems to arise. With a trace of anger, he slapped the leader of the knights and roared at the knight, "Do you know what you are saying? You want Lord Trump's precious goods? Do you want Lord Trump to take a copy of your liege book at the alliance meeting? Get lost quickly." The knight did not react. As a human, shouldn't that person help him? With a trace of resentment, the knight brought his subordinates back to the heavy armor. He knew that if he were to report this to the alliance meeting, no one would gain anything, so he could only endure it. Lei Lou helped the magic conductor up from the ground and said to him, "I don't know what kind of hatred you have, but I'm willing to help you. If anyone makes you suffer, I won't let them go, even if I am a native." His tone was sincere. These words were what Lei Lou wanted to say to all the magic conductors who were willing to follow him. After all, the most important thing to maintain an army was trust. If he couldn't subdue the hearts of these magic conductors, then the next to riot would be his Black Angel army. He didn't want such a thing to happen. After saying that, he brought Toli back to the captain's cabin. Those magic conductors looked at Lei Lou's back with respect. It hadn't been a day or two since the magic conductors had been discriminated against. It was a deep-rooted contempt, a contempt that came from the level of life. But Lei Lou's words seemed to let them see a native who was truly willing to help them. The magic conductor who was helped up by Lei Lou had a trace of reverence. His hometown had been destroyed by the Doomsday Dusk Alliance and he had wandered all the way until he was kidnapped. After he understood the meaning of this army, he resolutely joined the Black Angel army. He had originally thought that Lei Lou had only treated them as chess pieces that could be abandoned at any time. He had not expected that he would rather offend a knight than protect him. He wanted him to know that he was valued by Lei Lou and that he was not cannon fodder or someone that could be abandoned. This magic conductor named Byron did not disappoint Lei Lou's expectations and became a worthy leader of the magic conductor army. Of course, this was something for another time. The refugee ship floated in the boundless starry skies, giving off a unique aura. However, at this time, Lei Lou and Toli were playing chess in the captain's room, not paying attention to the scenery outside. At this moment, they were already heading towards a military port provided by cats. There were 300 million funds and warships that Lei Lou needed. "Why aren't you in a hurry? You should know that Carmen can't wait for you for too long. If he takes down the Great Wall of Iron Blood before you do, then your future plans will all be ruined." Toli asked this of him with a questioning tone. Lei Lou had already told him his plan. Carmen had gathered close to 4 Lord-class fleets. Although some of them were useless, there were still 4 of them. In a head-on situation, with the current combat strength of Lei Lou's side, they were no match at all. Lei Lou just smiled and moved his side's military formation. He had already sent people to Ulysses' military academy to ask for 10,000 people to ensure that his fleet had a certain level of combat strength, and they were only responsible for the wartime operation of the warships. The general direction and personnel appointments would not allow them to participate in it. Moreover, when they were not participating in the war, they would not participate in the management of the warships. In addition, there was the military judge that Cats had entrusted to suppress them. Lei Lou believed that this way, Ulysses' influence on the fleet would be reduced to the minimum. There was no other way. After the incident with Carmen, Lei Luo's wariness towards others had reached the highest level. He could not have the intention to harm others, but he had to be wary of others. Lei Luo would rather lose a bit of the fleet's combat strength now and have the fleet in his hands. You don't have to worry about my side. The Cape of Good Hope can definitely be obtained. It's just a matter of time. Seeing that Lei Luo was so confident, Tolly did not say anything. After all, he was only a financial supervisor sent by Trump, and he already did not have a good impression of Lei Luo's team, so at this time, he would rather ask for less information. At least he didn't lose anything. The refugee ship had just landed in the military port, and the people below had already been prepared. Lei Luo was about to bring Tolly off the ship when a group of magic conductors surrounded Lei Luo. Among them, the magic conductor named Byron even knelt down on one knee and said to Lei Luo, "If you are willing to destroy the Doomsday Dusk Alliance after we become strong, I am willing to be your pawn." Lei Luo looked at the magic conductor in front of him in surprise. After all, he did not have much authority in the heart of the magic conductor. How could he let him believe that he could destroy the Twilight Alliance? If that's all you're talking about, then you can get up. The Twilight Alliance is indeed our enemy. Even if you don't say it, we intend to destroy them. Byron looked at Lei Luo with a resolute expression. That's good. If the chief agrees, please let me lead this group of magic conductor brothers. Byron seemed to be doing this for his revenge, but in fact, he had also considered Lei Luo's problem. Right now, there was no one in the magic conductor army that Lei Luo could trust. If he sent a native, that native was someone who treated the magic conductor as cannon fodder. To the current magic conductor army, this was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Lei Luo looked at the extremely thin and weak magic conductor in front of him. The light on his body was very weak, but it also made Lei Luo feel dazzling. He waved his hand and said, "You will be in charge of leading a magic conductor fleet." Lei Luo walked towards the base. He knew the worry of the magic conductor. This worry was not groundless. It was true. The magic conductor hated the natives, so how could the natives treat the magic conductor as a human? Cronin was now recruiting magic conductors with Morton in the Satan's wings. In addition, he would be taking some magic conductors to those cities where the magic conductors were being squeezed. His magic conductor army definitely could not be handed over to him, otherwise, what would he do if he took them with him and ran away? Right now, Lei Luo was very short of people under him. He lacked people who could help him lead the magic conductor army, as well as people who could handle many chores for him. If Lei Luo did everything himself, then even if Lei Luo had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would not be enough. Do you know how to train troops? With a slightly inquisitive tone, Lei Luo asked Tolly, who was behind him. Tolly was a little hesitant and said, "I think so. I've never brought a fleet with me." On the ship, Lei Luo was not only playing chess with Tolly, but he was also observing Tolly's military management capabilities. He also got the answer he wanted. Tolly's strategic index was very high. He did not know the exact number, but it was about the same as his. At this time, Tolly was a little worried. He knew that Lei Luo wanted him to train troops for Lei Luo, but at this time, he was helping him train troops for Lei Luo's strength. This made him feel strange. He was not one of his people, so he was so assured of himself. Thinking of what his teacher had said to him, that he was either a friend or an enemy, Tolly did not dare say that he did not have any thoughts of resisting him. But now, he did not seem to have many choices. Then help me train the 3 magic conductor legions here. Lei Luo's tone carried a hint of relief. He had long seen that Tolly had sympathy for the magic conductor, otherwise, this would be a good thing for the magic conductor. Without giving Tolly time to speak, Lei Luo slowly walked towards his room. He had to think about his next plan. If he wanted to train his troops, it would take him at least half a month to form a fighting force, and in a month's time, Carmen would reorganize the troops that Strachey had given him and begin to attack the Great Wall of Iron Blood. He wanted to make a time difference with Carmen, and make a move before Carmen snatched the fruits of his victory. Looking at the magic data that Ulysses had given him, Lei Lou was a little emotional. If Ulysses had not been controlled, these things might not have been in his hands. Among them, there were two things that he needed the most right now. One was the overloaded chip. This thing could increase the output power of heavy armor and battleships in a short period of time. Specifically, through the magic array engraved on the chip, it would cause the magic power in the body to surge like water. The maximum output power could be increased by 20%, at the cost of losing the durability of heavy armor and battleships. Lei Lou knew that he would only have a chance to negotiate the next deal with Trump if he made the Cape of Good Hope, so this chip was indispensable to him. Lei Lou looked at the magic information given by Ulysses while thinking about Ulysses. He seemed to be suppressed by Strachey, but wasn't he also hiding? This person hid very well. Until now, he didn't know enough about this person. This thing is interesting. Lei Lou saw another mecha blueprint on the magic data. No one had tried the mecha on this blueprint before, or rather, no one had tried it before, because the practicality of this mecha had been doubted by the Council of Elders. The shield-type mecha was created by the famous mecha designer, Luo Fei, and was completely used for defense. The characteristics of this mecha were that it held a huge shield, and the shield had the ability to absorb the mana released by the warship. It also had magic arrays that could mitigate the impact of mana, explosions, and other effects on defense, but it did not have the ability to attack at all. Furthermore, it was extremely cumbersome. In the current war system, it was an anomaly. Because no one wanted to be a moving target, no one was willing to create this type of mecha. Although this mecha could withstand 3 full power shots from the main battleship, no one wanted to use such an expensive mecha just to block the shots from the battleship. Everyone called it the dung beetle on the crown of Luo Fei's design. However, it might not be the case in Lei Luo's hands. He had the main fleet of the Dragon God armor, but if the battle loss ratio was too high, it would cause great trouble to his own fleet, and he couldn't use the fleet of the Dragon God armor as a suicide squad, right? Lei Lou knew that this would only make his people fight less and less. This was not what Lei Lou wanted to see. Many of the magic materials that Ulysses had given him were the Empire's main battleships, the blueprints for the mecha and the detailed manufacturing process. If he wanted to develop them all, their combat strength would be comparable to the Empire's first-rate fleet. What Lei Lou lacked now was time, so he could not use the usual development route. He sent the blueprints that he had set his eyes on to Katz, telling him to work overtime to hurry up. His own fleet was here, while Ali was helping him train the mecha forces and a portion of the pirates at the Cape of Good Hope. He focused on training the pirates and magic guides separately, as well as rationally planning this 300 million fund. If things went smoothly, he would launch an attack on the Great Wall of Iron Blood in 20 days. The Great Wall of Iron Blood had 4 Lord-class fleets. He needed to build 6 fleets in a short period of time that had the ability to destroy 4 Lord-class fleets. Lei Lou was stuck in a rut, but he still had a way. He then thought of equipping the weak points of the Dragon God armor with a position that could supply the shield-type mecha so that the Dragon God armor would not be wiped out quickly. Lei Lou knew that his fleets had just been built, and he could only use quantity to defeat quality. In addition to Cronin's cooperation from the inside, he still had a very good chance of occupying the crucial point of the Great Wall of Iron Blood. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Lei Lou thought for a moment. He should have finished dealing with the matters of the fleet. Was there anything else that he had overlooked? Please come in. Lei Lou sat up from the bed and tidied up his appearance. A young man wearing Lei Lou's Commander-in-Chief medal pushed the door open and walked in with a slovenly young man with squinty eyes. One could tell that this young man was handsome, but this image was really not interesting. His hands kept rubbing as he sized up Lei Lou. This is... Lei Luo smiled as he looked at the young man wearing the Commander-in-Chief medal. Lei Luo's attitude towards his own people was very relaxed. He did not want to give his subordinates a stereotypical impression. This is Mr. Charlotte. He was recommended by Morton. He came here after receiving Mr. Morton's orders. Lei Luo was a little surprised. He remembered that Morton had told him about this person. He seemed to be a very secretive person, but he still needed to talk about the specifics. All right, you can go out now. Let me have a good talk with this Mr. Charlotte. Then, he brought Charlotte to sit down on the stool next to him. It could be seen that this person did not care about working with Lei Luo at all. Moreover, his sitting posture was very lazy. He did not look like a person who was proficient in the military. He looked a bit more like a ruffian. Hello, Mr. Charlotte. I believe you've heard of me from Morton. Lei Luo knew that it was useless to beat around the bush when talking to such a person. It was better to get straight to the point. I hope that you can be the commander of the First Legion under my command. Charlotte might not have been able to react in time. He asked in a relaxed tone, why should I join you, Lord Shadow Military Advisor? I heard that the mutiny in the Holy City of Beauty has completely destroyed your fleet, right? Lei Luo crossed his hands. He knew that the reason why Charlotte had such a lazy attitude was definitely because he had a request, and it was a huge one. The mutiny in the Holy City of Beauty has indeed dealt a huge blow to me, but it has also told me that you can't judge a book by its cover, so I won't deliberately look into your past. I don't know what you're thinking, but I know that you definitely don't have the same desires as you appear on the surface. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to see me. Let's talk openly. It's true that I need an excellent commander like you right now, but you also need me, right? Charlotte raised her eyebrows and pretended to be relaxed. Maybe. I can join you, but at some point in the future, I need you to make me a promise. Lei Luo felt a headache coming on. These people all had their own goals, but the current situation did not allow him to think too much about it. This promise could be big or small, which made him very troubled. If one day he wanted all of his achievements, should he still hand them over to him? Charlotte seemed to see through Lei Luo's concerns and said to him, don't worry, I won't say anything about borrowing your wife to play with. After all, women are all cute creatures. This promise won't violate morality, nor will it harm your interests. It depends on your choice. As he thought, he stirred the tea in his cup and said to Charlotte, can you promise that you'll only be loyal to me? Charlotte said in a deep voice, of course, as long as our conditions are met. Lei Luo looked into Charlotte's eyes, wanting to know what he was thinking, but there was only cynicism and a glimmer of fire in Charlotte's eyes. Lei Luo knew that he was going to agree to it, so he did not think about it anymore. He sat down on his chair, looked at the scenery outside the window, and said, all right, I promise you. As long as it doesn't involve my bottom line, I'll agree to it. Charlotte bowed deeply to Lei Luo and walked out of the room. A voice sounded off. Charlotte waved her hand and said, don't you need to sign an agreement? There's no need. As long as we know about this agreement, it's fine. After hearing this, Charlotte turned around and glanced at Lei Luo. He realized that Lei Luo was not looking at him at all. Instead, he was looking at the scenery outside. It was as if he was attracted by the starry sky outside. He turned around and walked out of the room. The flames in his eyes seemed to have risen and were burning fiercely. You said that the deity's armor is near me. On a modified dragon god armor, Lei Luo looked helplessly at Cronin. A few days ago, when Lei Luo was training with the Second Legion, Cronin suddenly came to him and said something inexplicable. He asked him to follow the cross on his body so that he could find the next deity's armor. When Lei Luo opened his storage space, the cross jumped into his hand. Lei Luo knew that the God's Time was a very important tool, but Lei Luo had not yet discovered its specific use. The main thing was how to use it. No magic could be used, and this thing did not react. It was not even damaged, so Lei Lou gave up. He was about to start a battle that concerned himself. This sudden occurrence caught Lei Lou off guard. However, Lei Lou still listened to Cronin's words. After all, this was the only thing his teacher had left for him. He should have filled this thing up. As the warship floated in this area, Lei Lou also became immersed. The fleet's matters were all handed over to the people he was entrusted to take care of, for as long as they arrived before the battle. The god's time in his hand flickered continuously, and Lei Lou also adjusted the battleship's guidance device continuously. It was not until they were close to a barren area that the god's time in Lei Lou's hand stopped at a constant frequency. However, there was a void in front of them, and nothing could be seen. Patting the cross in his hand, Lei Lou was about to cry. This thing had no reaction at all. He had wasted so much of his time, and this was the result. In a place that Lei Lou had not noticed, the front end of his battleship seemed to be missing a little bit. Lei Lou was still pondering about the cross in his hand, but with a loud bang, Lei Lou landed on a piece of land. At this time, Lei Lou finally saw the situation outside the window. Although he had been shaken to the ground by the battleship's movements, it was still not a big deal. In front of him was a magic array that he had never seen before engraved on the gray-white wall. Lei Lou knew that he had arrived at the place, so he took the cross and jumped off the battleship. Although he did not know what this place was, it did not affect his sizing up the place. At the end of the tunnel was darkness. The magic array beside it ensured that Lei Lou could see the road under his feet clearly. After closing the warship, Lei Lou followed the tunnel in front of him all the way down. Although he was a little afraid, he was feeling excited. The deeper he went, the brighter the god's time in his hand glowed. The surrounding scenery was also becoming more and more dilapidated, as if it was isolated from the outside world. There were some magic materials that Lei Lou did not recognize on the ground, and there were also some skeletons in strange clothes. Scattered on the ground, their magic staffs were particularly thick, which reminded Lei Lou of the ancient mages he had read about in ancient books. Before the empire was founded, some historians had speculated that there was another era, but now there were only bits and pieces of information that recorded the glory of that era. Mages in that era did not rely on any magic conducting tools, they firmly believed that only their own strength was the way for mages to become stronger. Therefore, their level of magic usage was much higher than it was now. Most importantly, according to the classification of the ancient mages, the people with the highest magic attainments could only use level 8 magic, and their highest magic level could reach beyond that. This was also the reason why the current school of magic had fallen apart. The school of magic followed the magic data found in the ruins and believed that the origin of mages should be their own and could not rely on external things. On the other hand, the other schools of mages believed that in order to find the origin, external things were essential. This also led to the decline of the school, and the school of magic had become more and more powerful as the empire continued to battle. It could be said that there were no longer any orthodox mages. The rise of the school of magic was also related to the sorcerers. Too many natives had died during the empire's war, and the sorcerers were favored by Emperor Victor because they were war weapons that did not need to consume people. In addition, with the appearance of the magic cannonballs and warships, the casting speed was also slow, and the traditional mages with little deterrence had no way to survive. The weakness of the school of magic, which lacked a huge reserve of magic power, was also made up by a large amount of magic crystals mined. This also exacerbated the decline of the mage school. Everyone was now a mage, but basically, high-level mages were scarce, so it was not uncommon. Lei Lou's own magic level was only at level 5. When he was in the orphanage, he had studied ancient magic for a long time. Unfortunately, the highest level of ancient magic that had been passed down now was only a level 2 clarity spell. It was a dispensable existence for people nowadays. As they continued to explore, there were more and more corpses around them. The way they died was strange, but there were also more and more strange things happening. These corpses knelt on the ground towards the end of the tunnel, as if they were worshipping their god. Lei Lou looked at the bodies of these corpses that were as devout as a pilgrimage and could not help but feel nervous. What exactly caused the ancient magic empire to weaken? No one knew. Some people guessed that the ancient magicians had opened the Pandora's box to study the forbidden magic, but more people thought that it was God's punishment. They thought that the ancient magicians wanted to use the human body to reach the level of God and anger him. Therefore, God sent down his anger and destroyed this blasphemous empire. The further they went, the more corpses there were, but they still left a path for those who came later. With respect for these magicians, Lei Lou approached the deepest part of the empire step by step. The darkness continued to approach Lei Lou. Only the god's time his hand was illuminating the path for Lei Lou. Unknowingly, the path came to an end. A huge palace appeared before Lei Lou's eyes. In the middle of the palace were 4 pillars that were wrapped with mysterious runes. In the middle of the 4 pillars was a huge mech. The details were unclear, but Lei Lou knew that this was twice as big as the biggest warship he had ever seen. It was even bigger than the Empire's largest battleship, the Titan. The 4 pillars surrounding this mecha did not seem to be surrounding this mecha. Rather, it was better to say that they were locked onto this mecha. A faint blue light came from the top of the pillars and wrapped tightly around the body of the mecha. Lei Lou slowly walked forward. Suddenly, he saw that there seemed to be a person kneeling in front of the mecha. This made Lei Lou suddenly alert. He pulled out the magic knife in his hand and carefully stepped on it. He cast a silent and light body spell on himself, and he crept closer to the person in front of him. "You're finally here, my most loyal disciple." The person in front suddenly stood up and said something that confused Lei Lou. "Disciple, you're finally here. Sob, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lei Lou looked at the old man who was hugging his leg and crying bitterly. He felt a little sad. What was going on? He had originally planned to ask about the ancient magic ruins, but who knew that this old man had been hugging his leg and calling him his disciple? Lei Lou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Old man, get up first. I'm not your disciple." "No, you are." "No, I'm not." "No, you are." The veins on Lei Lou's forehead bulged. He wanted to kick the old man away, but there was nothing he could do. He was like a maggot attached to his body, and he could not be shaken off no matter what he did. The god's time in his hand flew out and stuck to the old man's forehead. It flickered with a unique white light and woke the old man up as if he was breathing rhythmically. Lei Lou was also a little shocked and he saw the old man resonate with the god's time. After all, no matter how he tried before, it was useless. However, once he arrived here, it was as if it had been resurrected. After waiting for a moment, the robe on the old man's body flickered with a faint light. At the same time, his eyes opened, and he looked at Lei Lou with a look of vicissitudes. The old man hesitated for a moment and asked Lei Lou with a tone of disbelief, "You are the owner of the god's time?" "Old man, this was given to me by my teacher. It should be considered mine." The old man sized up Lei Lou again, as if he was looking at a peerless freak. "Impossible. This is clearly the physique of a Dharma god. Could it be that the second son has been reborn?" As he mumbled, his hands quickly formed hand seals. Lei Lou was dazzled by what he saw. This large hall seemed to be alive as it began to distort and transform. Gradually, the surroundings of the large hall began to become bright, and only then did Lei Lou clearly see the mech in the middle. The curved body of the mech and the savage back armor all displayed the unique sense of power of this mech. At the same time, the small parts such as the fingers and eyes were very fine and elegant. Lei Lou had never seen barbarism and elegance so cleverly combined. Even though the body of the mech carried traces of ancient times, it still could not hide its domineering aura. A blue light shone from the mech onto Lei Lou's eyes. Lei Luo felt that it was like a part of his body. The old man did not stop him and only silently watched all of this happen. This was not Lei Luo's illusion. That mecha had really started to move together with Lei Luo. First, his fingers gently trembled along with Lei Luo's hands. Then, the chest of the mecha rose and fell slightly, just like Lei Luo's heartbeat. The mecha in front of him was a living thing. Lei Luo only had this thought in his heart. He did not know what was driving him. He stood up, and as the mecha rumbled, it moved along with the chains on the pillars in the hall. He extended his hand forward, and Lei Luo's palm faced the palm of the mech. Although this mecha was restrained, he still half-knelt and pressed his palm against Lei Luo's. He saw the struggle and pain of this mech. Every part of his mech was roaring, wanting to break free from the restraint. After feeling these emotions, Lei Luo was blinded by the white light of the mech's disappearance. However, when he opened his eyes again, the mech had already disappeared. Only the blade of a long sword was left. Even if Lei Luo held onto the blade of the sword, he would not be able to feel the sharpness of the sword. It was as if this sword had never been sharpened before. With doubt, Lei Luo turned his head to look at the old man. He knew that the old man would definitely give him an answer. He did not know where the old man had found the table. In just a moment, a stone table and 2 stone benches appeared in front of Lei Luo. The two of them sat opposite each other. The old man opened his mouth to break the silence. "My name is Aristotle. You can treat me as the previous pilot of this mech." Aristotle paused, as if wanting to ask Lei Luo a question. However, Lei Luo only took out a cup of water from the space and poured it for himself. This mech is part of the deity-made equipment, the war god, you can call it the space of God. The so-called deity-made equipment can be regarded as the highest symbol of wisdom in our ancient magic empire. Aristotle saw that Lei Luo did not intend to pay attention to him, so he could only continue speaking according to his own words. "Since you have already come here, then you are the candidate chosen by the princess, right?" Lei Luo raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of this matter. Wasn't he informed by Cronin? What princess? It seemed that there were many things that he did not know. How did the ancient magic empire disappear overnight? Was it really punished by God? Or was it caused by the development of forbidden magic? Lei Luo asked the question that he was most concerned about. This was too strange. How could a huge empire disappear overnight without a trace? Moreover, logically speaking, if the ancient magic empire still existed now, then the Senate would have nothing to do with it. ****. Who said that? Why would God punish us? This is the reason why the gate to the demon world opened. Most of the people died in the war against the demon world, including a few well-known supermages. Aristotle breathed heavily and angrily slammed the table. It had been too long since he had been so agitated. He did not expect that the people outside would say such a thing about the ancient magic empire that protected them. Could it be that there was not a single mage who left behind the correct message? Looking a little restless, Aristotle stood up and paced around in front of Lei Luo. He did not know why he was so flustered when he heard this news. It was as if there was some news that he still did not know about. He said to Lei Luo, "Your current magic level is too low. It is not enough to control the space of God. Give this mech a name. Since it has chosen you, do not let it down. Go and learn magic first." Not caring about how to reply, Lei Luo waved his loose robe and disappeared into a large hole, accompanied by the blade and cross. I forgot to tell him that the cross is the key to the blade, but it shouldn't be a problem. Looks like that kid isn't a fool. Aristotle was just about to contact an acquaintance to understand the current situation when a beautiful figure floated in front of him from outside. There was no expression on her beautiful face as she said to Aristotle, "Lord Chief Mage of the Palace, now is not the time for you to chat. The seal on the gate of the demon world has begun to loosen. Aristotle was just about to start the ultra-long-distance teleportation when he heard this cold voice. He turned around and knelt down to say to the beautiful figure, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I should have woken up earlier." His apologetic voice was a little shaky. Along with his sobbing voice, he saw that the princess, who was once a country-toppling beauty, could only rely on magic tools. This was a form of torture for him. "Stop talking, Aristotle. This is our choice, isn't it?" "Princess, I'll go and repair the seal now," Aristotle said to the princess. He then disappeared from where he was, leaving the beautiful lady standing there. She looked at the big hole in the ground and muttered to herself, "I hope you can succeed." After saying that, she disappeared without a trace. Rubbing his butt, Lei Lou stood up and looked at his surroundings. He was a little surprised, but also a little happy. Beside him were magic books that he had never seen before, especially the mysterious runes on them. Lei Lou was instantly immersed in them. He didn't care what happened to the old man on top, and immediately began to organize these books. After all, there were so many books, and this was a huge library. It contained all the magic books from the ancient magic empires, so Lei Lou wasn't too surprised. "Hello, welcome to the Royal Library. May I help you?" A familiar figure appeared in front of him. Wasn't this the sleeping woman from the time of God? At that time, he had even flirted with that woman and was scolded by his teacher. The first time he saw her, he was amazed. The second time he saw her, he felt that he only had her face in his heart. This was exactly the case for Lei Lou. However, he still woke up from the coughing sound of the woman in front of him. "I want to copy all the books here. Is that okay?" The woman in front of him asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" "I said, I want to copy all the books here. Is that okay?" The woman surrounded him and sized him up. It could be seen that the woman's body was made of magic light, and the falling light fell on Lei Lou's body. "Hey, my name is Liz. I'm the librarian of this library. You look pretty talented. Did the old man ask you to come in?" Looking at the female projection named Liz, Lei Lou quickly answered her question. "My name is Lei Lou. As you can see, the old man named Aristotle let me in." The girl named Liz frowned and said, "It will probably take you 10 years to learn all the magic here. Don't you want to try?" Lei Lou knew that it would take 10 years, so he could only shake his head helplessly. He was about to start fighting the Great Wall of Iron Blood, so how could he spend so much time here? Besides, when the Empire fell into chaos a few months later, he still had to complete his plan. "Then there's nothing I can do. Let me help you choose and see what magic can help you." The white dress fluttered in the air. In the blink of an eye, the cute girl disappeared. Lei Lou could only sit on the ground and read a mage's notes that he had casually picked up. The author was Aristotle. In his notebook, he introduced in detail the rank of a mage, as well as the promotion method that currently did not exist. There was a forbidden spell that made Lei Lou speechless. Using his own body as a magic container, by engraving a magic array on his own body, he could be extremely close to the source of magic. The magic that was cast through this method would be greatly enhanced, and the speed of promotion would be even faster. The toughness of his body could even be comparable to that of a knight who specialized in martial arts. However, the taboo point was that anyone who used this method would not end well. According to Aristotle in this book, it was because their magic affinity was not high enough, resulting in the backlash of the fruit. In Aristotle's view, only those who had full magic affinity could use this method, only then could they truly reach the root. The body cast by this method was the Holy Grail, a perfect magic constitution. The others could only be considered as the false Holy Grail at most. Lei Lou knew that with his current constitution, he did not know when he would be able to use that God space. If this forbidden spell was really useful, he could use it in the future if by any chance he comes upon any misfortune. Liz, please bring me the forbidden spell, Holy Grail, and the accompanying magic array, Lei Lou said to Liz, who was deep in thought. At this moment, Liz was sitting on a stack of thick books. This was the most helpful book that she could think of for Lei Lou. There was a perfect training system of the ancient magic empire in this book. You really want to refine the Holy Grail? You should know that the last supermage who refined the Holy Grail, Scarlet, was dismembered by 5 horses in the end. Liz looked at Lei Lou with a shocked expression. This forbidden spell was not something that anyone could cultivate. It had a high requirement for magic affinity. Every mage who practiced the Holy Grail eventually reached the realm of a supreme mage. It could be seen how high the requirements for this forbidden spell were. Stop talking. Time is too tight. Teach me how to do it first. I'll slowly go out to try the rest. Seeing Liz's hesitant expression, Lei Lou immediately took off all his clothes. You lecher. I'm not going to help you. Liz saw how Lei Lou was acting and instantly blushed. She quickly covered her eyes with her hand, leaving only a small gap to peek at Lei Lou's figure. Isn't this like trying to steal a bell? Also, Lei Lou didn't take off his underwear, but he was too excited. Come quickly, I'm in a hurry. You're the librarian of this library. Won't you help me? Hearing this, Liz's face swelled up with anger. She said to him, come then, just don't regret it. She floated to Lei Lou's side and began to teach him how to draw magic arrays. It had to be said that Lei Lou's magic attainments were very high. Liz only mentioned Lei Lou's problem, and Lei Lou could immediately infer from it. Lei Lou adjusted his movements to the standards of ancient magic. As more and more magic arrays appeared on Lei Lou's body, his aura also became distant and undetectable, and it was as if he had left this world. Gradually, the environment around Lei Lou began to change as the magic array was perfected. Lei Lou also began to become nervous. This was also the most crucial step of the forbidden spell, the Holy Grail. Seeing the source, he raised a question. According to this question, it could represent the degree of completion of the Holy Grail. Liz could no longer see it. Her surroundings were filled with a vast white fog. Lei Lou did not go forward to explore. He just stayed where he was and waited for the source to arrive. The runes on his body began to circulate, fusing Lei Lou's body with the surrounding environment. One of his eyes was looking at him from afar with a complicated expression. Travelers who are pursuing the source, what is it? A voice came from an unknown direction. Lei Lou knew that the source was already by his side. He cleared his throat and said to the front, who am I? The eye of the source was somewhat speechless. How would I know who you are? However, he still took a careful look at Lei Lou's body. After a while, he realized something. This was a Dharma god. A Dharma god that should have died a long time ago. While Lei Lou was still wondering why there was no sound, a tall figure rushed out from the white fog and hugged Lei Lou's thigh as he began to wail loudly. Where the hell did you go? I've been here for hundreds of billions of years. I'm almost bored to death. The tall figure was a tall and handsome youth, but his current appearance was a little unbearable to look at. Why did these people like to hug his legs so much? It was truly detestable. Thinking of this, Lei Lou flicked his leg and shooed the young man away. He asked, what's going on? Who are you? Are you crazy? I don't know you. The young man's face was filled with shock. He said in disbelief, you don't know me? Yes, why are you acting this way? Lei Lou was a little confused. What was going on? However, the young man quickly adjusted his clothes and saluted Lei Lou. You can call me the root, or the beginning of everything. He waved at Lei Lou and the mist immediately condensed into a table, 2 cups of tea, and 2 comfortable recliners. With questions about this world, Lei Lou and the root sat down. My question is, what exactly is going on with this Holy Grail? The Root thought with a smile. Is this the solution you came up with? You even came to ask me. However, he still answered, the reason why you came here and can still see me is because of your constitution. Your constitution is very pure, and your affinity for magic is unique, but... The Root continued with a hint of regret, it's a pity that you didn't start preparing for the Holy Grail ceremony when you were born. Now, your body has been polluted by all kinds of emotions. If you still want the Holy Grail, you have to divide your emotions into 3 parts. In other words, Lei Lou will become 3 people in the future, and only after becoming one will it be the perfect Holy Grail. He paused for a while then continued, I know what you're thinking. Indeed, if you cultivate the Holy Grail now, you can indeed use the space of God. But haven't you thought about it? If you really do that, what's the difference between you and the previous people? Things probably won't end well. The Root was explaining to Lei Lou while rocking the recliner. Anyone who tries to pollute the Holy Grail will not have a good ending. Perhaps, after you finally complete the unification of the Empire, you will be betrayed by your own brother. Don't say that you don't believe it. This is the influence of the Holy Grail. Human power cannot change it. No matter what kind of person they are, they will change under the influence of the Holy Grail, even if they are your best friend or brother. After hearing this, Lei Lou fell silent. He needed the space of God, and his plan to conquer the Great Wall of Iron Blood lacked something that could be fixed. Under the long-term management of the Phoenix Alliance, the defense of the Great Wall of Iron Blood had already reached its peak. In addition to the fleets sent by the surrounding cities, no matter how ingenious his plan was, how successful the uprising of the magic conductor would be. It might not be enough to take down the Great Wall of Iron Blood, and in the face of absolute strength, his calculations would only be a bubble. If I separate these emotions, will they still be complete? Am I still complete? Lei Lou asked in a questioning tone. This was very important to him. If he was no longer complete, then no matter how successful his campaign was, it would be meaningless. Of course, you can treat them as your clones. However, they are divided into good and evil. The Root gave Lei Lou a meaningful smile. Your evil is hatred for your parents who abandoned you. Although so many years have passed, you have never let it go. Your kindness is for your brothers and teachers. You love them, but you did not protect them well. Lei Lou's body trembled imperceptibly as he answered, in the beginning, you hugged my legs. How did you know me? A nonchalant voice came from the white fog. Is that so? Maybe I've misjudged you. I do have a very talented friend. Lei Lou bowed to the Root. Please help me separate these feelings. After a while, Lei Lou fell asleep on the recliner. The 2 figures gathered around Lei Lou, looked at each other, and left. Wake up, pervert. Lei Lou could not see Liz's face clearly. Lei Lou did not remember what happened. He only remembered that he went to the Root. Am I asleep? Yes, it's been 10 days. Looking at Liz's face, Lei Lou said seriously, are you kidding me? It's true. Lei Lou was troubled. It was almost time for the attack that he had agreed on. He said to Liz, can you take me back? Liz helplessly answered, I'm just the librarian of this library. I can tell you how to go back, but I can't take you back. Your Holy Grail is ready, but it doesn't seem to be the same as the one I've seen before. Whatever, I'm in a hurry now. Tell me how to get back. Liz opened the big hole at the top and said to Lei Lou, take these books with you. Most of the useful magic knowledge in this library is inside. Activating, lightness spell, and flying toward the big hole, Lei Lou shouted to Liz, wait until I come to find you next time. Liz looked at Lei Lou on the pile of books and muttered to herself, will you be able to come in then? If the space of God wasn't used as the coordinates, others would have thought that you really came. As she spoke, she slowly laid down on the pile of books, crossed her legs, and slowly fell into a deep sleep. In the long years, such things were just an adjustment. However, Lei Lou didn't think too much about it. When they flew from the big hole to the hall, the slightly neurotic old man named Aristotle had long disappeared, leaving behind only these pillars. When they passed through the tunnel, those people were devout as usual and still maintained their kneeling posture. They immediately activated the battleship and flew out of the ruins, but the ruins behind them had already been closed, and no traces could be seen. Lei Lou, who was on the battleship, looked at his communication device, and his head throbbed in pain. Everyone had called him countless times. Ali, Morton, and Tolly were there. He called Ali, and Ali's hurried voice came through. "Hello. Is this the chief? It's about to start. Where are you?" Lei Lou looked at his map and answered Ali. "I need another day here. I'll be there when you start." In fact, Lei Lou had already made the arrangements. They just wanted Lei Lou to come back to boost their morale. They didn't expect Lei Lou to spend so much time where he was with no idea where he was going. On the warship, Lei Lou was still reading the book in his hand. In the book, there was a detailed explanation of the deity-made equipment, the god of war. Under normal circumstances, the deity-made equipment would only increase the combat strength of the soldiers under it. That was when Gerda Lyman was in his hands. Because he was not recognized by the deity-made equipment, he only had external functions. After that, the deity armament, god of war, was retrieved by Aristotle. It was the space of God in Lei Lou's hands, which was the part of the sword, while the cross, time of God, was the hilt of the sword. Ever since the deity armament was separated, the remaining two parts had disappeared without a trace. Even if Lei Lou had the space of God as the fuselage, he was still unable to perform all the functions of the deity armament. But it was enough. Looking at the guidance device, the battle at the Great Wall of Iron Blood had already begun. Lei Lou sped up the speed of the battleship while flipping through the magic in the ancient books. For some reason, he could learn any magic he saw now. It was just that he was limited by the amount of magic power and could not use it. Dressed in the uniform of a commander, Charlotte looked at the battlefield in front of him. His heart was calm. His mission was to ambush the 3rd Legion of the Great Wall of Iron Blood that was about to fly out of the prepared base. This was also an elite legion that could control the entire battlefield. The 1st Legion of the Great Wall of Iron Blood had already collided with the 3 legions of the Magic Conductor on their side. The wreckage of warships and the blood and flesh scattered in the air were everywhere. "Are you ready?" Charlotte turned around and asked his adjutant. "I'm ready." The adjutant replied respectfully to this young man. When he was training his troops, he had completely subdued every person in this legion. With his own skills and unique combat ability, he had completely won them over. After proving his ability, the current First Army could be considered the most elite army under Lei Lou's command. The general's army was set up in the vicinity of this base. If he was not careful, he would at least be able to bite off a piece of flesh from the 3rd Army. Looking at the huge defensive barrier that rose up from the Great Wall of Iron Blood in the distance, the city was in the gap between the two alliances. It was also the bridgehead of the Phoenix Alliance. Its defensive power was immeasurable. Even if a magic shield was activated nearby, with such a huge battle, the surrounding cities would definitely rush over before the defensive barrier was breached. This was also why Charlotte was so anxious. Obviously, the commander inside knew this very well, so he only sent a legion to the front of the battlefield, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. They would cooperate with the reinforcements to counterattack and attack from both sides. They would completely defeat this enemy who dared to attack the Great Wall of Iron Blood. At this time, the ground was completely opened. The various warships of the 3rd Legion were flying out of the ground in an orderly manner. Charlotte waited. After nearly half of the warships flew out, she roared at the communicator. "Attack! Attack! Attack!" The warships hidden in the surroundings immediately fired at the warships that flew out of the underground base first. The dense firepower accurately covered every warship of the Phoenix Alliance. The warships outside were shot down before they could find their enemies. The warships inside were destroyed before they could completely fly out of the base. The entire Third Legion was thrown into chaos. Every captain was roaring at their communicators, asking the warships in front of them to give way. However, at this point, how could Charlotte let them get what they wanted? A few huge magic-guided missiles flew from the warships and landed in the underground base. With a few loud bangs, it was already hell on earth inside. The magic conductors inside had retreated under Cronin's command. There were flames, screams, and broken limbs everywhere. No one could survive in such a hell. This was war. There was no right or wrong. There was only endless blood and pain. Charlotte's eyes flashed with excitement. Her side had succeeded. The magic conductors had already tampered with the fleet's defensive barrier. Otherwise, why would they be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered by Charlotte? The most important thing now was time. Time. As long as they could take down the Great Wall of Iron Blood before the reinforcements arrived, then this war would be their victory. On the battlefield ahead, Katz heard the voices in his ears and nodded. No one had any problems. This battle was about to achieve victory without Lei Luo's presence. Morton stood at the side. He was deep in thought. There were still 2 legions that had not appeared. Where were they? The Magic Guide fleet at the front had borrowed the strategy of Lei Luo's Dragon God armor and shield-type mecha. As long as they defended against the weak areas on the Dragon God armor, they would be able to make up for the damage done to the Dragon God armor. In addition, they did not need thick and heavy armor. They only replaced the normal mecha on the Dragon God armor with shield-type mecha. This did not weaken the advantages of the Dragon God armor. With this, they successfully defeated the First Legion of the Great Wall of Iron Blood. Now, the enemy was retreating. However, there was still a sense of unease lingering in Morton's heart. He felt that this battle was too easy. Now, the Second and Third Legions of the Black Angel Army, do not act rashly, Morton said into the communication device while telling the Magic Guide Legion to remain vigilant. An unknown number fleet has been spotted in the distance. Attention! An unknown number fleet has been spotted in the distance. Attention! Ali's voice through the communication device sounded urgent. An unknown number fleet appeared next to the command center, and Ali had become impatient. On the distant fleet, Carmen stood in the command post and gave various orders to his subordinates. He had long guessed what Lei Luo was thinking. Did he want him to attack in a step-by-step manner? How was that possible? The corner of Carmen's mouth revealed an indescribable smile. When Lei Luo had suffered heavy losses at the Great Wall of Iron Blood, he had taken the opportunity to sneak attack Lei Luo's command post and captured Lei Luo alive. Thinking of this scene, Carmen's blood was already boiling. He wanted to see Lei Luo kneel in front of him to repent for his sins and forgive him for being blind. He also wanted to see Ali on her knees, begging him to let her go. He was thinking of Ali's seductive body, and Carmen was already beginning to think of actually brutally raping her. When he thought of Strachey's scheme against him, Carmen gritted his teeth and crushed the wine glass in his hand. When he completely mastered the Cape of Good Hope and had a firm foothold in the Third Province, he would establish his own alliance. He wanted to let Strachey see his boldness. Attack with the entire army. First, occupy the enemy's command center. Carmen commanded his fleet and thought about his grand plans. It was as if he saw his empire slowly rising on this piece of land. His heart was surging with grit and excitement. Ali looked at the fleet in front of her and at her subordinates. She thought of that strong yet fragile boy. She smiled and turned on the full power of the mech. She mobilized all the combat aura in her body and said to her subordinates in the communication device, "Although I haven't spent much time with you, I already know the names of each and every one of you. Jem, Emily, Trish, up ahead is a bottomless abyss. I will accompany all of you, and it will be bright. Look for me. If you die, I will take care of your families for you. If I die. Ali looked ahead and let out a carefree laugh. Watch over Lei Lou. Go to him and tell him that I love him. There was only a heroic response from everyone in the communicator. Yes. Everyone knew that this might be their last stop. They picked up the magic knives in their hands and looked at the approaching battleships. They were the Dark Angels, who brought fear and death to their enemies. Even if they died, they would still bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh. They rushed into the fleet together. The cannon fire exploded on their bodies. Their battle chi was only blocked for an instant before it was blasted into pieces by the heavy cannons on the battleships. Someone rushed into the interior of the battleships and lifted up a butcher's knife to take away the lives inside. Everyone had a reason to fight. They roared unwillingly. The vast land was only filled with the sound of the battleship exploding like fireworks and the sound of mecha breaking. Ali watched as her comrades died one by one in front of her. She could only continue to wave her knife and tear apart the heavy armor that gushed out from the battleship in front of her. The sound in the communication device became less and less until no one answered him. Blood stuck to her hair, and her fingers had long been chafing. There were countless bloody scars on her legs. Looking at the gray sky, only her voice remained. Where are you? I miss you so much. Morton listened to the noise in his ears and tapped his fingers silently. He knew that if he did not leave now, it would be too late, but he still prayed on the spot. He believed in the man who walked into the tavern with confidence. He would definitely not be absent. He would turn the tide like a hero. Katz, who was narrating, did not move. Only the two of them were left in the huge command center. Everyone else had left in their battleships, but they were the only ones left. The screen in front of them showed the current situation. The 2nd and 3rd Legions were entangled with the 2nd and 4th Legions of the Great Wall of Iron Blood. They did not want to fight the Black Angel army head-on. It seemed that they knew that they were coming to rescue the command center. The Magic Guide Legion in front was intercepted by 3 Lord-class fleets, and they were still in a fierce battle. On the way back, the 1st Legion was originally going to attack the inner parts of the Great Wall of Iron Blood, but now they had no choice but to come to rescue the command center. Katz, when do you think Lei Lou will arrive? Katz looked at the monitor in front of him, the white light shining on his expressionless face. I don't know. He saved my life. Then everything I have is his. It's just a pity that I didn't see the day when he would rule the world, Katz said calmly. The surroundings of the command center were already a sea of blood. Carmen stepped on the broken mecha and looked at the mecha that had stopped moving in front of him. His expression was ferocious. The knights of the Empire beside him surrounded him tightly. He had long learned his lesson. He knew that if there was another assassination attempt, he would definitely not be in such a sorry state. The mecha forces in front of him had caused huge losses to his main fleet. There were even mecha that had rushed onto his battleship. One had to know that these were the main fleets that he had left behind in Holy City of Beauty. They were not trash that he had scraped together from all over the place. But even so, only 60% of his fleet was left. The main reason was that he had never thought that someone would dare to use the mecha forces to attack the fleet. He had been caught unprepared, which was why he had caused such huge damage. One had to know that to dare to use mecha to attack the fleet was undoubtedly like hitting a rock with an egg. Even if he was given a team of Imperial Knights, he would not dare to do much. It was too ridiculous. He ordered his subordinates to slash open the cockpit of the mecha in front of him. He still admired this group of mecha troops. If he could have such a mecha troop, wouldn't he be able to guarantee his safety? But looking at the person in front of him, Carmen's body trembled violently. It was Ali, the woman he had always wanted. Why? Was the gap between him and that Lei Lou too wide? She did not even want to look at him. The woman in front of him could no longer be seen clearly. Thick blood dripped onto her beautiful face. Her once hot figure was also suppressed by the tall cockpit. She could no longer see the beautiful scenery of the past. When Carmen saw that it was Ali, although he was a little reluctant, he still ordered his men to execute Ali. Initially, he thought that he could spare the life of the commander of this mecha unit. However, if it were Ali, there was no need for that. He knew that this woman would definitely not betray Lei Lou, just like when they were in the holy city of beauty. The Imperial Knight's sword was in mid-air, and it was already showing signs of falling. It was as if everything was irreversible. Later, when the white-haired Ali was lying on the sickbed, someone asked her when she would be the happiest. She would definitely tell that person that it was a ray of light in the Battle of Dawn in the future. This ray of light was like a flower blooming from the depths of the universe, harvesting the warships on the battlefield. Time seemed to have stopped. Like snowflakes falling, the warships of the Great Wall of Iron Blood and the 4 Lord-tier warships of Carmen bloomed like beautiful roses in the starry sky in an instant. This was also the release of the highest level of magic after the age of the Magic Empire. It was known as God's Punishment. It was also after this that people remembered the fear of high-level magic. The magic conductor was not the only one. A truly powerful mage had the ability to change the situation of the battle on their own. Lei Lou sat on the god space and panted heavily. On the way, he received a message from Morton. He quickly gave up on the battleship and opened the god space to its maximum power. This was the limit of the magic that Lei Lou could use, and it was also the reason why he could use this body. It was one of the spells that allowed him to cast 2 levels higher. Under Lei Lou's uncanny skill, he could lock onto the spells, Magic Hand, and Fall. Most importantly, it was the combination of the Time Spell, Time Freeze, from the ancient books. The lowest level of this time spell was not below level 9, fortunately. His body, the Holy Grail, and the bonus from the god's time were needed. Otherwise, this magic might not have been able to be released, especially after the Holy Grail ceremony, when he had become a level 6 mage. Otherwise, he really would not have been able to catch up this time. The starry sky was filled with human corpses as well as broken and disfigured battleships. At this moment, no one moved. They did not know if this kind of magic would destroy them all. The figure of a demon god stood in the starry sky. Every corner was a rare work of art. Its huge body represented extreme violence. At this moment, the demon had descended in the world. Lei Lou panted and caressed his love machine, naming it, God's Hand. The hand that pushed the mech became like white jade. Magic power flowed in the blood. After it was transformed into the Holy Grail, the blood seemed to have been replaced by magic power. 2 of the 3 magic spells just now were at level 8. Time Freeze could even reach pseudo level 9, but the time was too short. A large amount of magic power was extracted as if it had drained his blood. He was dizzy. Under the adjustment of the God's Hand, his complexion gradually improved. Morton and Katz, who were standing in front of the monitor, were already stunned. In an instant, the red dot on the screen disappeared at the same time. They were so scared that they thought the machine was broken. It was not until the image sent by the relocated command center that they finally understood what was going on. In an instant, Morton knew that he was back. Seriously, you still made me worry for half a day. Morton was just sitting on the recliner, exhausted, rubbing his eyes. Katz was looking at the white light that was playing back and forth with respect. He knew that this time, he had been saved by Lei Lou again. The 1st Division had already landed near the command center and rescued Ali, who had been suppressed by the mecha. For some reason, she was not killed by the Empire Knights under Carmen. Perhaps Carmen was running for his life. Charlotte looked at Ali's injuries and instructed his subordinates to treat her well. Then, he raised his head to look in the direction of the light and muttered to himself, if it were you, you might really be able to break this damned fate. Carmen rode on the Empire Knight mecha and sprinted across the plains. At that moment, everyone had died, and he was alone. At that moment, he was no longer thinking about the Empire's grand cause. He only wanted to leave that damned place as soon as possible. Could a person really reach such a level? Carmen had yet to understand this question, but there was no chance for him to think about it. The mecha in front of him carried an aura that came from the abyss, and it continuously corroded Carmen's internal organs. He only felt cold. Carmen, did you think that you would still have this day? A demon-like whisper exploded in his ears. He pushed the mecha in panic, but he could only fall to the ground and look at the tall demon behind him. On the day you killed Arthur, you should have thought that there would be a time for me to collect the debt for him. The magic giant blade in Lei Luo's hand condensed on Carmen's head and was about to slash down. No, I didn't kill Arthur. I didn't find Arthur's body. Before he could finish his words, a blade flashed, and the strongest Imperial Knight in the mech was cut in half, and even Carmen inside was cut in half. Even if he did not kill Arthur, betraying him was unforgivable. However, his words still caught people's attention. If Arthur was not dead, then why hadn't he come looking for him? He did not think too much. He knew that if Arthur was still alive, there would definitely be a day where they would meet again. He flew back to the command center with Carmen's corpse. Under the situation where the enemy fleet was wiped out in one wave, even those who had not learned about military affairs would know what to do. The Great Wall of Iron Blood fell after a while. Perhaps they thought that even if they resisted, they wouldn't be able to dodge the light. The battle was nearing its end. From afar, they could see the reinforcements coming. However, when they found out that the Great Wall of Iron Blood had been taken over by 6 Lord-tier fleets, they would immediately retreat. After all, they were only in charge of support, and if they were defeated, it would not be their turn to act. Dragging his exhausted body back to the command center, God's hand transformed into a sword without a handle and returned to Lei Luo's space. Morton and Katz were waiting for him at the door. What's going on? Why are you so serious? Didn't you win the battle? Lei Luo smiled. He did not want them to see his weakness. But the two of them didn't say anything. They just took out mana recovery potions to take care of Lei Luo's every step. The two of them knew what Lei Luo had done in this battle. How could he use such a powerful spell without any cost? Chief, do you want to see Ali? She's heavily injured now, Morton whispered to Lei Luo. Although he wanted to let Lei Luo rest for a while, he would tell him later. It was more serious than saying it now. Take me to see her quickly. Lei Luo pushed the two of them away and quickly walked towards the infirmary. He knew that Ali had a strong character. She must have been seriously injured in the battle. However, after seeing Ali's injuries, he became silent. It was too tragic. There was not a single piece of good skin on Ali's body. She was still unconscious. Through the thick medical cabin, Lei Luo looked at Ali and could not say anything. Although he had thought of using Ali in the beginning, after fighting side by side with her, Lei Luo realized that he liked this straightforward girl. He slowly slid to the ground and hugged his knees. He knew why Cronin said that he was an unhappy person. Ever since he was young, he had never loved anyone seriously. He had no family to rely on. He was destined to have regrets because he lacked love. His heart was missing. He understood what he had been searching for and where his happiness lay. Under the double blow of physical and mental torture, Lei Luo fell asleep very quickly. Morton and Katz, who were outside, were relieved to deal with the internal matters of the Great Wall of Iron Blood. Okay, I understand. Ulysses took off the long-distance communication magic circuit and sighed at the sky. Strachey walked over from afar. He was wearing a black dark dragon robe and could not wait to ascend to the position of the Bachan king. Your chess piece failed, Ulysses said faintly. He did not look at Strachey at all. I know. I did not expect this Lei Luo to be so powerful. I was wrong. Strachey picked the plum blossom from the tree and held it in his hand. Since he's so powerful, let's crush him into powder when he's weak. With that, the plum blossom in his hand had already turned into a pile of powder. After knowing that Strachey had gone far away, Ulysses' heart was not calm. He knew that after this, Lei Luo would enter the vision of all the Empire's higher-ups. It was still unknown whether he could still maintain the relationship of an ally with him. In addition, Strachey would definitely not let Lei Luo off. What could he do? He stood up and looked at the sea of clouds in the distance. Chaotic times were looming in the distance. In an illusory dream, someone called out Lei Luo's name. Lei Luo only felt peaceful. It was as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. Lei Luo, wake up quickly. This feeling did not last for long before someone woke him up. Lei Luo rubbed his eyes and looked at Morton in front of him with sleepy eyes. What happened? I have bad news for you. Morton's expression turned ugly. At the same time, he was reluctant to say anything outright. Beside him, Katz and Charlotte looked reluctant. What is it? Tell me quickly. Lei Luo was a little anxious, but he still kept his calm. Ali may never wake up. You have to be prepared to lose Ali. Even though he was trying his best to control the emotions that were about to burst out of his body, Lei Luo's face could not help but tremble. He could not believe it. He had tried so hard, but how could he not save her? Ali's brain was hit hard. This is an incurable injury. Now, she can only survive on basic food. The doctor said that no magic can cure her brain. As if he had lost his strength, Lei Luo fell to the ground in a daze. Didn't this mean that Ali would have to lie on the bed like a vegetable for the rest of her life? This was a reality that he could not grasp. Even if Carmen was already dead, he had still left an incurable injury on Lei Luo. This was the greatest punishment for him. You guys can leave first. Let me take a good look at her again. Lei Luo only spoke to everyone as he stood up and looked at Ali, who was lying on the bed. Even though she was lying on the bed and did not move, she was still as dazzling as when Lei Luo had first joined them. Even though the East God had already perished, she still stubbornly wanted to revive it. Even if she had to sacrifice her life for it, she would not hesitate. She was not an ordinary girl. Were the heavens not going to give her another chance? Lei Luo felt a little hopeless. He touched Ali's cold hand, and his heart was as cold. He only wished to go back to that moment. Even if he had to reject her, it would be better than watching her lying there coldly. That day, Lei Luo said a lot of things to Ali. He was so tired that he couldn't continue, so he just stayed by Ali's side. A knock on the door awoke Lei Luo, who was sleeping next to Ali. Please come in. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and tried to make himself look less pathetic. Charlotte walked in with a bunch of pale flowers and placed them on Ali's bed. She said softly, actually, there's still a way to cure Ali. There was a hint of hesitation in Charlotte's tone. He did not want Lei Luo to go to that place right now, but there was no other way. Seeing how much pain Lei Luo was in, he knew that it was unavoidable. What did you say? Lei Luo gripped Charlotte's shoulders tightly, as though he was grasping at the last straw. I said, there's a way to cure Ali's brain injury. She spoke very slowly, hoping that Lei Luo would understand what he meant. Hurry up and say it. What's the way? Bringing Lei Luo to sit by the side, Charlotte began to tell her story. This matter should start from the borders of the Empire. Do you know where I'm from? Lei Luo shook his head. Even Morton, who had spent a large sum of money to know more about her, did not know anything. So how would Lei Luo know more than him? In the northern borders of the Empire, there's a region that has been snowing all year round. It's called the Sinful Region. A group of descendants who call themselves sinners live there, and they guard the most important node of the Empire. He paused for a moment. That place is called the Gate of the Devil Realm. My family is inside that node and is fighting against the people inside. Because we are the family that Emperor Victor personally ordered to guard the gate, the Council of Elders does not have the authority to order us. Instead, they have to spend money to support us. Perhaps you will think that this is a good thing, but the people of my family can only stay in that region that is perpetually covered in snow for generations. We also have to fight against the evil and strange creatures of the Devil Realm. That is hell. The one who has always been loyal to us has always been Emperor Victor, so in order to ensure that our family can maintain a high strategic index for generations, we all intermarry within the family. My parents are cousins, and I am the same. When I was 14 years old, the family assigned me a cousin to be my marriage partner. Hearing this, Lei Lou was a little incredulous. Now, the custom of intermarrying within the family had long died out. Although nobles still intermarry, Lei Lou did not expect that such a bad tradition had persisted through the years. When I was 10 years old, my younger brother was cut to death by my father because of his deformity. This is very normal to us because, although intermarriage can maintain the purity of the bloodline and have a high strategic index, the probability of deformity is very high. Lei Lou was a little surprised, but he knew that this story was definitely not over yet. It could only be said that the people in this family were too ruthless, whether it was to the enemy or himself. It was no wonder Emperor Victor was at ease to entrust such a strategic location to the family of Charlotte. The people within the empire knew very little about the border, because the empire's control over these places was very strict. No one was allowed to enter, and once they entered, they basically couldn't get out. But I fell in love with a woman I shouldn't have fallen in love with. That year, she just came to my house to be a maid. Under the circumstances of being young and ignorant, I fell in love with her and couldn't extricate myself. When he said this, Charlotte's tone started to fluctuate, and her originally casual attitude started to become sharp. After I expressed my love to her, she was executed. I killed her with my own hands. He looked at his hands as if he saw the blood of that innocent girl, and his hands couldn't help but tremble. After my cousin found out, she helped me escape from that man-eating hell. She knows how I feel, but if I had stayed there, perhaps she would have become a married woman by now. Charlotte laughed self-deprecatingly. And that thing that can cure Ali is at the intersection between the gate of the devil world and the present world. It's a rare black and white flower. There were once soldiers who were brain-dead who were fed with that flower and discovered its effects. I've never seen it before. I've only seen it in the family's secret legacy. You can go look for it. I'm about to tell you the promise I want. Help me save that decaying family. Charlotte's eyes were filled with hope as she looked at Lei Lou. When she had first laid eyes on Lei Lou, she had already known that if it was him, he might be able to save that clan. As he looked at Charlotte, Lei Lou's gaze became resolute. This was something he owed Ali. Even if he had to die looking for it, he would do it without any doubt. After sending Charlotte away, Lei Lou called Morton and Katz in. I need to go out and find the medicine that is going to cure Ali. I don't know how long it will take. During this period of time, spread the news that I have forcefully used a level 9 spell and that I am dead. Capture the traitor in the team. Morton and Katz looked at each other, not knowing what to say. After all, they did not have much of a say in this matter. This period of time is enough to run the Cape of Good Hope well. I will have Ulysses fully support you, and the deal with Saxton can be completed. Morton quickly asked, what about the magic conductor? Let them be pirates in the Satan's wings. This way, they can shut the Elders' Council's mouth, and, Lei Lou spoke with a sly smile. We can slowly occupy the entire Satan's wings with the help of the Cape of Good Hope. We can also let them think that we have an irreconcilable conflict with the magic conductor, and we can make the pirate army formed by the magic conductor oppose us. That way, they can more or less lower their guard. When I'm not around, we can recruit more pirates and turn them into our army. We can let them accept the concept of our Black Angel. It would be best if we can take down one of the 3 giants of the wings of Satan. Our cooperation with Trump will ensure the operation of our fleet. After listening to Lei Luo's plan, Morton and Katz smiled bitterly and agreed. Then who do you plan to let lead our fleet? Lei Luo was silent and slowly said, let Charlotte do it. Do you trust him so much? Morton asked in disbelief. Although this person was recommended by him, Charlotte was too mysterious. He was someone with an unclear background, and Morton was skeptical about letting him take control and being in power. He didn't think it was such a good idea. I've already talked to him. I can hand her over to him for the time being. Lei Luo stood up, hugged Morton and Katz, and said, I'm sorry. This is my willfulness. I can't just watch Ali lie on the bed for the rest of her life. I'll hand her over to you. Morton gave Lei Luo a punch and said with a smile, you aren't dealing with this alone. We all know that. Just go. Leave this place to us. After patting Lei Luo, Katz also said, my life is yours. You don't have to tell me what to do. I'll help you too. When you come back, you'll be able to see a brand new Black Angel army. On a warship, Lei Luo had changed his appearance. Now, he looked like a middle-aged man who had gone through many vicissitudes. His beard was unkempt, and he was sitting by the window with a cigarette dangling from his hand, listening to the conversations of the people around him. Did you know that something happened to the Great Wall of Iron Blood? A group of people attacked the Great Wall of Iron Blood and then used it and the Book of the Immortal to exchange for the Cape of Good Hope. Now, the city lord of Broken Army City has begun to retreat with his own troops. Another person who listened to his words asked in surprise, were they not hunted down by the people of the Phoenix Alliance? You should know that the Great Wall of Iron Blood is the key point of the game between the 2 alliances. How could they just hand it over to someone like that? Of course, that's just on the surface. Do you know how the leader of that group took down the Great Wall of Iron Blood? How did he take it down? That person pricked up his ears. Everyone around him was absent-minded and wanted to know. It's said that this leader can cast a level 9 spell and destroy 6 Lord-tier fleets in one go. How is that possible? The highest mage can only cast a level 8 spell now. How could he cast a level 9 spell? That's too ridiculous. The speaker pretended to be profound. It's just that you don't know, but the leader died of exhaustion after releasing level 9 spells. Now, the organization is in a state of disunity. It turned out that the magic guide was still used as an army, but it has also separated. It seems that the interests have not been negotiated. The people around were all exclaiming in surprise, sighing at the high level of magic attainments of the leader and sighing. If the leader was still alive, he would have been the ruler of a force by now. Lei Luo smiled and placed his legs on the bed. Holding the newly bought communicator, he dialed Ulysses' magic signal. In order to not let Strachey know, Lei Luo had specially modified his magic circuit, and it would look like Ulysses' subordinates were reporting the situation to him. Hey! How are things on your side? Lei Luo smoked the cigarette in his hand, his fingers sliding on the table. You're not dead after all. I thought I could take over your fleet, Ulysses responded with a smile as he swiped the pen in his hand. This was the soundproof magic that Lei Luo had taught him. Moreover, this magic was modified by Lei Luo according to the magic system of the ancient magic empire. It was impossible for modern mages to crack it. It was just like 2 language systems, and there was no possibility of communication. You're thinking too much. What's the Elder Council saying now? It's still the same as before. On the surface, they say they want to send people to attack you, but no one is willing to send troops. They're still constantly arguing. Lei Luo let out a sigh of relief. If the Elder Council really went all out, his Black Angel army might really die young. However, this was also in line with Lei Luo's expectations. Just as the empire was about to fall into chaos, no one was willing to contribute to the empire anymore. Moreover, this was destined to be a thankless task. Are you really going to the northern border? Ulysses was a little puzzled. In his opinion, after taking the Cape of Good Hope, Lei Lou should be staying behind to manage the Black Angel army. There's no choice left for me. The medicine that Ali needs is in the northern border. I have to go, Lei Lou replied in a deep voice. This was unavoidable. If he had arrived earlier, such a thing wouldn't have happened. All right, I know I can't persuade you. I have some information about the northern border and the technological blueprint that the Empire is developing vigorously. I can only help you this way. Right now, I seem to be free, but in reality, I'm under house arrest by Strachey. I hope you can come and rescue me as soon as possible. Ulysses seemed to be very relaxed, but in reality, Strachey had been pressuring him all this time. Strachey had been trying to interfere with his decision, and he was growing tired about it. Putting down the communicator, he took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand and put it out in the ashtray. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly at the northern border. Lei Lou was pretty hopeful about the outcome. On a city at the gate of the demon world, a tall figure stood at the highest point of the city. This city was twice the size of the tallest city known to mankind, and the blood on it had already solidified into a bloody scab. It added a hint of baleful aura to this ancient wall. Is the main body on the way here? The figure muttered to himself. If one looked carefully, the face of the person in front of him looked like Lei Lou's middle-aged face. If Lei Lou stood in front of him, he would definitely think that this was his father, because it was too similar. It's finally going to be interesting. He turned around and walked into the snowstorm in the city, but there was not a single bit of snow on his loose white military uniform. Please disembark in an orderly manner. I hope we can meet again on your next sea-crossing flight. A sweet voice came from the magic loudspeaker. Lei Lou followed the cue and got off the transport ship. He had learned his lesson this time and would rather wait for a while than board a cheap flight. The previous experience had made him feel helpless, so he rested all the way. It took him 3 days to reach the northern border. According to the map given by Ulysses, this northern border was equivalent to a province of the empire. However, due to its remote location and cold weather, it was vast and sparsely populated. There was only one flight every week, moreover, only one airline was willing to open such an unpopular flight. As soon as he got off the spaceship, Lei Lou felt how cold the weather was. He quickly went to the side to find a windbreaker to keep himself warm. The location of the node was not fixed. It was controlled by the 3 great clans of the northern border. After all, the people inside had to live, so the people inside mostly used the rare materials near the gate of the demon world to trade with the clans in exchange for the resources they needed. The 3 great clans were the Takeda family, which was in charge of the arms trade, the Nakajima family, which was in charge of education, and the Sakakami family, which was in charge of the sacrifices. These 3 great clans jointly controlled the military, food, magic trade, and public relations of the northern border. The supreme ruler of the northern borderline called himself a general. He was appointed by the 3 great clans, or he was elected by the 3 great clans. Therefore, the ruling system of the northern borderline was also known as 1 general, 3 clans, 6 manors, and 12 Taoists. It was said that the current general was a woman of exceptional talent. She had occupied this position because she was not from a clan. In Lei Lou's opinion, this was very impressive. Under the situation where the clans controlled everything, there was still someone who could make the 3 great clans bow their heads in submission. This was simply unbelievable. At the highest ceremony of the northern border, the grand banquet, the general would lead the dance in the procession of the sacrificial ceremony. Her beautiful figure was also known as the flower of the northern border by the world. Lei Lou's current target was a contact provided by Ulysses. This person had the key information to go to the node, but he needed to fulfill his wish. Speaking of which, it was strange. This person had also mentioned it in front of Ulysses, but Ulysses was mysterious and did not tell Lei Lou any information. He even said that he would know when he arrived. As he paced on the street, he sized up the people here. Most of the people walking on the street were short men. Most of them were wearing heavy mattresses. It was rare to see women running around. The women who came out were dressed in complicated and gorgeous clothes. It was all very strange to Lei Lou. Moreover, most of the men there carried sabers, and very few of them carried the standard equipment of a mage, a magic wand. Lei Lou walked into a tavern. He had studied the language of the place carefully before he came, but he could tell at a glance that he was a foreigner. Lei Lou was not entirely sure what to expect. Sitting at the wine table, he ordered a glass of wine and a few side dishes from the beautiful waitress. Most of the people there had long hair buns, which made Lei Lou feel a little uncomfortable. This place was like another country. It was like living a completely different life from the empire. A shifty-eyed man walked in. When he saw Lei Lou, he immediately came up and whispered, "Sir, do we need to try our special service here?" Lei Lou was a little curious. This man spoke the empire's common language to him. It was not a dialect. This was very intriguing. What special service? The man looked left and right as he moved closer to Lei Lou's ear and said, "The kind you think." Pushing a medium-sized magic crystal in front of him, Lei Lou asked, "Recommend me." The man immediately explained his special service to Lei Lou with a beaming face. Before he could say a few words, Lei Lou was pulled into the shop. It turned out to be a massage shop. Lei Lou was disappointed that he had waited for nothing. However, the man didn't seem to notice Lei Lou's disappointment. He just kept introducing his set meal. Lying down on the soft fur of the northern bear, a boisterous woman from the northern borderline gently massaged his feet, which made Lei Lou's blood boil. However, as Lei Lou listened to the woman's nagging, he enjoyed the service of the shop. "If you have anything to say, you can come out and say it now. There's no need to hide." Behind the curtain, a woman's soft laughter was heard, accompanied by a silvery bell-like voice. "I can only say, as expected of the Dark Angel Army's behind-the-scenes boss, right? You're really brave. When Ulysses told me about it, he praised you greatly. Please forgive me for not being able to come out personally to welcome you." When Lei Lou entered, he noticed that the strange incense in this room made Lei Lou's body feel unconsciously relaxed. There was also that man who was also strange. From the moment they got off the spaceship, he had followed them here. This was also one of the reasons why Lei Lou felt strange. "If you have any requests, just say it quickly. Everyone's time is very precious." Lei Lou dismissed the woman who was pressing her feet and tapped her fingers on the chair. As expected, this was the contact person that Ulysses had mentioned. "Sir is really straightforward. Then I won't beat around the bush. We hope that Sir will participate in the world's #1 martial arts conference in the northern border, and we will attack the current General Zuli on the day the martial arts conference ends." The woman did not continue. She was waiting for Lei Lou's answer. Frowning, Lei Lou asked in return, "Does this have anything to do with me going to the node?" "Of course. The node you want to go to will be opened at the grand banquet after the martial arts conference, and one of the conditions is that you have to end up on the top 10 list at the martial arts conference." After thinking about it, Lei Lou still did not understand. "I'm a mage, so how can I participate in the martial arts conference? And who are you? Why did you assassinate General Zuli?" "Actually, Mr. Lei Lou doesn't need to know who we are. You can treat us as rebels against General Zuli's tyranny," the woman said casually. "As for the martial arts conference, are mages or martial artists important? It's just like the stars in the sky. There's no difference in my opinion." Although he was very dissatisfied with the woman's words, according to what she said, if he really wanted to enter the node, then he had to go to the martial arts conference this time. Then can I know your name, mysterious comrade of the resistance? Lei Lou smiled as he stood up and looked at the woman behind the curtain. He wanted to know the woman's true intentions and not the perfunctory reason like this. You can call me Fu Yun. All right, Miss Fu Yun. I hope that you will keep your promise. Otherwise, don't blame me for standing on the general's side. To Lei Lou, be it the general or the resistance, whoever could help him enter the node, he would help them. Regardless of their position, it had nothing to do with reason. After Lei Lou walked out of the house, the woman named Fu Yun sighed. I don't know if my father's decision is right or wrong. If we cooperate with Ulysses, how are we different from the general? Then, the room fell silent, leaving only the incense to burn quietly. As he walked along the streets of the northern border, Lei Lou felt a sense of relief. In the past few days, he had either been studying or fighting. He had long forgotten this worldly pleasure. However, even though the streets of the northern border were not as common as the magic lanterns of the empire, every household that used lanterns had a different style. The pedestrians on the streets walked hurriedly, and soldiers in armor patrolled the streets. This area was specially designed for outsiders to live in. It was called the River Road, and under the notice of the shogunate, it was used to control the entry and exit of outsiders. In reality, they only thought that their rule would not be overthrown by outsiders. Moreover, the local magicians there were all under the jurisdiction of the shogunate. They were usually provided by the shogunate, and they received extraordinary treatment in the northern border. This was also the reason why there were no magicians there. As he strolled along the river path, Lei Lou planned to get the clearance certificate to leave this place. Miss Fu Yun had already completed the relevant procedures and was just waiting for him to collect it. On this point, Lei Lou was still full of admiration for Fu Yun. After all, he was a foreigner who was unfamiliar with this place. She could easily restrain him with any method, but she was still so dedicated to helping him. It must be known that it was as difficult for an ordinary foreigner to walk out of this place as it was in the sky. He put his hands into his pockets to ease the cold. He bought some street snacks and walked toward the administrative office. Lei Lou was already thinking about the martial arts conference. It was possible to use God's time alone. However, Lei Lou did not want to be so high profile. After all, a magician would not want to participate in a martial arts conference like this. If everyone was holding a knife, it would not be very awkward if he was the only one holding a tool to release magic. Moreover, the space of God only had one blade. It could not be used without key components. This meant that Lei Lou had to take something. Otherwise, he could only fight bare-handed. With the blessing of the Holy Grail, Lei Lou was confident that he could enter the top 10 or even get first place, but this also meant that he had to meet that general. He did not want the other party to guess his identity. It was said that there would be someone with a sword hero level mission to participate in this martial arts conference. Lei Lou also wanted to know the combat strength of the sword hero with the highest combat strength in the northern border. There was also a goldfish fishing shop nearby. Lei Lou was moved. He walked up to fish up a few goldfish to play with. It was not yet curfew time, so Lei Lou was not in a hurry at all. After finding the administrative agency that managed the River Road, a group of people sat in the largest hall and chatted idly. They did not notice Lei Lou's arrival at all. Lei Lou frowned as he walked up to the group of people and said, "Hello, I'm an investigator from the Empire Federation. James, may I know where my proof of entry is?" The person with the highest official position among the group of people walked up to Lei Lou and sized him up. "Sorry. We didn't receive your application here. Come back in a few days." This surprised Lei Lou, but there was still no response. How could they know that his application hadn't really arrived if they didn't even look for it? There must be something wrong. "All right then, I'll come back in a few days." A hint of contempt flashed in that person's eyes, but his expression was still as respectful as before. "Okay, I hope that the next time you come, you can get the pass you want. Lei Lou walked along the streets. In fact, he had already set up a wiretap magic array in the hall, and most people would not be able to find it. Why do you want to hide his pass, Lord Zhuoliang? One of the people asked. The general is preparing to start a rebellion against the empire after a period of time. If this investigator finds out anything and sends the news back, won't it affect the general's plans? Why don't we just stop him from going over? Siswari's voice sounded smug, with a hint of pride in sharing the general's worries. This time, Lei Lou knew why he couldn't go over. It would be more accurate to say that he knew their plan. Would a general like the supreme ruler of the northern border not know the current situation of the empire? How could it be possible? It was most likely to be to quickly seize his territory after the empire fell into chaos, and he had already begun preparations. Since he knew what was going on, he only had two choices. One was to steal his pass before the martial arts conference, and the second was to find someone to smuggle him into the Jingdo government. Moreover, Lei Lou felt that this martial arts conference would not be that simple. Walking into a shadow, Lei Lou perfectly evaded his own body. If he was discovered after obtaining the pass, he would definitely be wanted. This was not good news for Lei Lou. One could not gain anything without venturing into a tiger's den. If he could obtain the pass like this, then it would be worth it no matter how much time he wasted. Late at night, after the last person walked out of the administrative organization, Lei Lou carefully broke through the low-level detection magic array and the low-level defense magic array. There was no other way. This place was too barren. Some powerful mages did not want to come to such a barbaric place, so the highest mages there were only at level 3. For Lei Lou, it was simply too easy. When Lei Lou walked into the hall, the sound of soldiers shouting came from outside. Although he did not know how he was exposed, Lei Lou still hurriedly activated the low-level magic search. Finding his name, James, from the thick document, a brand new entry and exit certificate flew into Lei Lou's hands. Before Lei Lou could be happy, a sword light flew out from the corner and directly brushed against Lei Lou's face. Before his brain could react, his body had already begun to move. Ever since the completion of the Holy Grail, the greatest benefit given to Lei Lou was that his body was covered with myriad transformation magic arrays. This magic array did not have a specific level. The only effect was transformation. It could transform the magic patterns into all the magic arrays of the host guild. Moreover, it could set up intermediate defensive spells such as Stone Skin, intermediate prophetic spells such as Beast Intuition, and intermediate spells such as Light Body, on his thighs. In this way, Lei Lou would almost be invincible in a battle. The Holy Grail was also worthy of its name as a forbidden spell. This myriad transformation spell could only be used on magic circuits. How could a normal person's body have magic circuits? Only in this way could one simultaneously activate millions of low-level spells. Tens of thousands of middle-level spells were not a problem, but they were limited by the total amount of magic in one's body. He landed on the ground like the wind and narrowly avoided the sword light. A tall man wearing a bamboo hat walked out from the corner. His face could not be seen. Only his sharp chin was exposed. He was wearing thin and plain clothes, and the sword in his hand was not unsheathed. It only trembled in the man's arms. It seems that we are all on the same path. Why don't you leave like this, brother? How about I take what I want and leave? Lei Lou's heart was somewhat hesitant. He couldn't understand this man's skills, and his instincts told him that this man was extremely dangerous. Don't worry, I'm also here to take the things in your hands. If you don't think about it properly, the guards will charge in. Seeing the commotion outside, Lei Lou knew that he was right. If he didn't leave now, he might not have the chance to leave. He didn't come here openly. If he was discovered, his plan would be ruined. The space of God on his wrist turned, and Lei Lou disappeared from where he was. This was a new function that he had discovered. The deity equipment could freely change its shape, and its internal functions would not change. For example, the spatial spell that he had cast far away was a standard level 8 spell. However, using the God space, the level 6 Lei Lou could easily cast it. He panted heavily in the alley. After using a high-level spell, he would always feel like he was in shock. This also made him feel that his total magic power was far from enough. Taking out a high-purity magic crystal to absorb, Lei Lou began to guess the man's identity. He knew that after this night, the checkpoint would definitely be cordoned off. It would not be easy for him to get through. In the management office in the distance, the man looked at the disappearing Lei Lou, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Interesting. He picked up a certificate that did not have a name but had a seal stamped on it and stuffed it into his arms. The man quickly stepped out from the wall, leaving only a few round balls on the ground. A few loud bangs rang out. Lei Lou looked at the place that he had just run out of, and it was now a sea of fire. He knew that the man was trying to prevent the people of the organization from finding out that something was missing. This was also what Lei Lou wanted to do. However, since the man had already done it, he did not need to continue. After cancelling the chain explosion magic array underground, Lei Lou passed through the crowd of guards and slowly walked to the place where he needed to rest. It seemed like he still had to sneak over. If he was discovered by the man from last time, he definitely wouldn't be able to use this identity anymore. If it was another person's face and body, then the possibility of his identity being exposed would be even greater. First of all, there weren't many foreigners here who would suddenly change to another person, and they would be discovered once they checked. Secondly, if he wanted to use the identity of a local, it would be even more impossible. In the northern border, the flow of people was extremely small, unless it was a natural or man-made disaster. This was also what the general had done in order to control the people under him. If Lei Lou dared to use his identity as a local, the reason would be different. It would be strange if he was not captured on the spot. Lying on the bed and playing with the cross in his hand, Lei Lou still could not grasp the essence of God's time. If only a grade 9 magician could learn time magic, and if Lei Lou could learn it now, then that would truly be against common sense. Using the hand of God to release it would be a different matter. Help me find the smuggling fleet. I want to smuggle over. Early in the morning, Lei Lou didn't waste any words. He directly found Fu Yun and asked her to arrange it. It couldn't be that big a place. If you found a local and said that you wanted to smuggle over, you wouldn't be reported and arrested on the spot. Oh, so the matter of the administrative department is related to you. Fu Yun did not reply. She had guessed that Lei Lou was destined to run into a wall. Now, it was undoubtedly as difficult as ascending to the heavens for outsiders to enter the Jingdo government, which was the center of the northern border. The higher-ups did not want to be targeted by the Council of Elders on the eve of chaos. One had to know that the first bird to emerge was the gun. Now, it was up to who would emerge first. Fu Yun did not say much and threw a token to Lei Lou. Take this token and wait at Anshang Pier tonight. Someone will take you there. Holding the rough-made token, Lei Lou stood up and looked at the graceful figure in the curtain. He smiled and said, I hope one day I can see Miss Fu Yun's true face. After saying this, he walked out of this secret stronghold. Slowly settling his lunch, Lei Lou began to think. Fu Yun only gave him the address of the Jingdo government for the sword and asked Lei Lou to find him. His current goal was undoubtedly the martial arts conference. He had too many spells and too many miscellaneous ones, so he could combine them. The Holy Grail could carry 1 high-level spell, 10 intermediate spells, and 100 beginner spells. Any more than that and Lei Lou would reach the limits of his magic power. The high-level spell Lei Lou chose was Gravity Spell, Control. As the name implied, the specialty of this spell was that it could adjust gravity within a radius of 10 meters. For swordsmen who relied on martial strength, the high gravity could directly push them to the ground. The intermediate spell was more casual. Impact, lightness spell, and stone skin spell were more or less enough. The rest was up to him to adapt to the situation. Walking on the dock, Lei Lou followed a young man with a pockmarked face onto a transport ship. The ship was filled with stinky seafood. Although Lei Lou knew that this was to hide the truth, he still could not help but vomit, and he quickly used magic to shield his sense of smell, and only then did he feel better. On the surface, the young man in front was leading the way, but he was also silently observing Lei Lou. When he saw Lei Lou using magic, he also stopped being negligent and carefully waited on Lei Lou to a place to rest. When they boarded the ship, Lei Lou used mind reading to know what they were planning. If Lei Lou were an ordinary foreigner, he would have gotten rid of him before the ship sailed and robbed him of his money. If he was not easy to deal with, he would have given up. They had always been like this with foreigners who wanted to smuggle. This was because most of the foreigners who wanted to smuggle were wanted criminals of the empire. The government would arrest them, so they could only continue to smuggle. Only in the northern border would they have a chance to survive, so they had a lot of money on them, allowing them to enjoy themselves for a few days. However, after seeing that Lei Lou was a magician, they did not dare to have such wicked thoughts. After all, even the lowest level 1 magician was not someone they could compete with. Lei Lou did not want to get into a conflict with them, so he deliberately let such a trick slip. Of course, this was also because the fish there were too smelly. When they walked to the resting room on the transport ship, the young man with a pockmarked face with sweat all over his head asked, "Sir, if there's anything wrong with our hospitality, please spare us." After saying that, he ran away. Lei Lou pouted his lips. If it wasn't for their evil intentions, Lei Lou wouldn't have bothered with them. He pushed open the heavy door. He saw a familiar figure sitting on the bed, and before Lei Lou could react, the person greeted him first. "Hi. Hello, mysterious magician. Do you like this video? Let me know in the comments below. And remember to like, subscribe and click the notification bell to stay updated. See you soon." Lei Lou was not surprised to see the man in front of him. Before he walked out of the administrative office, he had left a supervision spell on the spot to see what this mysterious man wanted to do. "I didn't expect you to be on this ship." After saying that, Lei Lou sat down on the opposite bed. He did not want to know who this man was, but he was clearly very strong. There was no doubt about that. Before he came to the northern border, Lei Lou knew that most of the people in the northern border did not or could not practice magic. There was no magic circuit in their bodies, and they could not resonate with the magic power in the space. Therefore, most of these people in the northern border were warriors or ronin. They trained their physical functions to the extreme. Even high-level magicians could not do anything to the people in the northern border who were called grandmasters, or sword heroes, at close range. It was not unreasonable for the people of the empire to regard the northern border as a place of exile. In their eyes, not being able to use magic was a punishment from God, so this place was also known as the domain of sin. The man in front of them definitely had the strength of a grandmaster, and this type of person was closely monitored by the general. Lei Lou did not know how he got out of the Jingdo government, but if he returned now, it would definitely be a troublesome matter. Lei Lou's identity was too sensitive. If he was discovered, it wouldn't end well, so he might as well stay away from trouble. "Don't be so excited. Isn't it just a cut? And you're fine," the man said with a grin, fiddling with the knife in his hand. It was as if he wanted to cut Lei Lou again. "Don't think about it. I just want less trouble. I'm James." Seeing how passionate the man was, Lei Lou couldn't refuse him anymore. He wanted to know where the man came from, but he still had to ask around slowly. "I'm Ichiro Kitaho. I'm glad to be able to travel with such a powerful magician like you. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from the ship. Lei Lou and Ichiro Kitaho fell silent at the same time. They could hear the voice coming from above. The splints on the transport ships were too thin. Moreover, both of them were experts, so their hearing was much better than that of ordinary people. Sir, we were on the ships that transport seafood to the Jingdo government. There are only a few of us. What is there to inspect? The voice of the crew member who had just brought Lei Lou in came. I don't care what kind of ship you came with. The general's orders are to search every ship and to not allow anyone to interfere with our work. The person upstairs spoke in a cold and stern tone. No matter how many good words that person said, he only brought his subordinates to begin the search. Lei Lou had already activated his LSB perspective magic to check the scene outside. The man who spoke was wearing the armor of the Northern Border Guard. There was a long knife at his waist as he pushed the crew members away. He brought his subordinates to start searching the people. Looks like we're about to be discovered. If you don't want me to give you up, it's best if you bring me with you to hide. Ichiro Kitaho's casual tone was still the same, but there was a hint of viciousness in his words. Indeed, Lei Lou wanted them to discover Ichiro Kitaho, but upon seeing the expression on this person's face, he kept quiet instead. With a wave of his hand, their figures began to disappear. This was the concealment spell that Lei Lou had improved. Although it was a low-level spell, its effect was still very significant. Sure enough, after they had hidden, the guard brought the crew in after a while. Although he hated the smell of dead fish outside, his loyalty to his duty allowed him to overcome the suffocating smell and walked to the resting room that Lei Lou had hidden. The guards brought the crew members to the bed where they were resting. Lei Lou and Ichiro Kitaho leaned against the roof and held their breaths. Lei Lou and Ichiro Kitaho used a low-level spell, paste, to stick against the roof of the room. The crew members probably had no idea how they disappeared. They were sweating profusely as they watched. The guard only looked left and right. Suddenly, he saw the creases on the bed. He frowned and asked. Has anyone lived here before? The sailor stuttered. Sir, this is a place where we often rest. It's also just a group of men. It's normal for us not to clean it up. The guard did not expect the sailor to say anything. Anyway, he was just doing his job impartially. It was about time for him to take a look. Hearing their voices fade into the distance, Lei Lou and Ichiro Kitaho jumped down at the same time and returned to their beds. Seeing them walk out of the room at the same time, Lei Lou and Ichiro Kitaho let out a breath at the same time. If they were discovered, there would inevitably be a big battle. One had to know that there were definitely powerful people in the Tokyo prefecture. The result of being rashly wanted would not be any better. Ichiro Kitaho's situation was probably similar, Lei Lou thought, but Ichiro Kitaho spoke, many thanks. Although I don't know where you came from as a magician, it's best to stay far away from the capital. Otherwise, it's very likely that you'll fall. How do you know? And which faction are you from? Lei Lou wanted to know what this person knew and why he couldn't go to the capital. All of this was very strange. This is just my personal suggestion. Whether you listen to it or not is up to you. After saying this, he didn't care about Lei Lou's next answer and just closed his eyes. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of his mouth, Lei Lou could only helplessly begin to rest. Walking onto the shore, the distant setting sun shone on Lei Lou's face. After getting off the boat immediately left. It was estimated that they wouldn't receive any more business from the Jingdo government for a very long time. Slowly walking onto the streets of the capital, Lei Lou showed his pass and entered. Presumably, the river path still had not investigated what had been lost, and they did not have the courage to report it. Ichiro Kitaho had gotten off the boat when he had just reached the shore, and it was unknown where he had gone. However, Lei Lou had already cast a surveillance spell on him. His position and words were within Lei Luo's grasp, and if there were no people with higher magic attainments than Lei Luo, it would be impossible for them to discover Lei Luo's magic array. The benefits of being in the northern border were evident. The high-level mages here were basically all worshippers of the general's residence. It was presumably impossible for Ichiro to know such a person. Looking at the surroundings, which were completely different from the river path, the architecture here was already very similar to the style of the empire. The women wore the unique clothing and kimonos of the northern border. Their black hair was tied up high, and the men wore black formal clothes, however, their hair wasn't very long. After passing through the well-known scenic spots of the Jingdo government, Lei Luo shook off the people following him. As soon as Lei Luo entered the Jingdo government, these people caught up. Walking to the entrance of a dilapidated blacksmith's shop, Lei Luo quickly heard an angry roar from inside. "Get lost, you unfilial son!" An old man with white hair and a strong appearance chased after a young man dressed in sloppy clothes. "Unfilial son, I dare you to have such thoughts." The old man angrily hit the young man. When he saw Lei Luo from the corner of his eye, his body also stopped. "Old fart, is it that difficult to give General Takeda a divine weapon? When that time comes, everyone will suffer." The young man's mouth kept muttering, but he did not retaliate, allowing the old man's palm to land on his body. The old man saw that a guest had come, so he stopped and said to Lei Luo, "Since a guest has come, I'll let you off this time. If I find out that you have such thoughts the next time, I'll beat you to death. Come in, guest." The old man spoke to Lei Luo and walked into the smithy. Lei Luo nodded and followed. The young man watched as Lei Luo walked in, muttering to himself as he walked towards the center of the capital. He walked into the smithy. Although it was dilapidated on the outside, there were all sorts of weapons hanging inside that looked particularly good. As the old man led Lei Luo along, he observed Lei Luo's reaction along the way, looking especially proud. "These are all my masterpieces," the old man said proudly to Lei Luo. He seemed to be very confident in these weapons. "I haven't asked your name yet. Just call me Gutingzhai." Gutingzhai brought Lei Luo to the second floor. He poured a cup of tea for Lei Luo and sat with Lei Luo by the window. Beside them was the smelting table where the old man worked. "Miss Fu Yun recommended me. I want a sword that can add magic." Hearing Lei Luo's words, Gutingzhai was stunned at first. Then, he asked with some joy, "May I know your name, sir? And what level are you?" "You can call me James. If you're a mage, you should be at level 5. Lei Luo set his mage level to a level that was neither high nor low. He did not trust people he met for the first time. This was also a lesson that he had accumulated. It would not let the old man look down on him, but it was enough to make him fear being around him. "Oh, that's good." The old man walked into the inner room and came out with a sharp long sword. "Since Miss Fu Yun introduced my works to you, I can't be negligent. But the people of the northern border don't use magic, so I don't know how much magic these swords can withstand." The old man handed the sword to Lei Luo and then sat down, drinking the tea in his hand. Lei Luo felt the sword in his hand. He could tell that it was a rare quality sword for warriors. However, Lei Luo frowned. This sword could only withstand a level 2 spell at most. This was obviously not in line with Lei Luo's expectations. He asked the old man, "Are there any other swords?" "This sword can only withstand as level 2 spell at most." A hint of surprise flashed across the old man's eyes, but he still said to Lei Luo, "This is one of my best works." "If that's the case." The old man walked into the inner room, and a voice came from inside. Lei Luo activated his perspective spell and saw the old man open a secret door. He walked to the front of a heavy sword case and touched the sword case as if he was touching a beautiful woman. He walked to Lei Luo and said to him, "Take a look." Seeing the old man's expression, Lei Luo opened the sword case. There was no light like he had imagined. It was just an ancient longsword with almost irreparable cracks on it. He picked up the longsword and looked at it carefully. The old man looked at the sword with a heartache. This is a real divine weapon forged by my ancestor before the empire was established. Unfortunately, it was taken away a long time ago. After it came back, it became like this. The sword spirit inside is also missing. Lei Lou looked at this divine weapon. The material was unknown, but it could withstand Lei Luo's level 5 magic. In the hearts of the people of the northern border, such a divine weapon had its own soul and would find its own master. Moreover, it needed a sword forger to feed the sword with his body. Only then would it be possible to forge it. This was also something that the old man had taught Lei Lou. Although Lei Lou really wanted to know the power of this sword before it was damaged, it was still able to withstand level 5 magic after being damaged like this. It was hard to imagine, just how powerful was he to be able to destroy such a divine weapon. After my son found out that our family had such a divine weapon, he wanted to offer it to General Takeda in exchange for a title. However, I never agreed because my wish was to restore this divine sword. This has been our family's long-cherished wish for thousands of years. I also wish that this divine sword could once again display its splendor. However, during this long period of time, we have found almost all the materials to restore this sword. However, we still lack the main material of this sword, the extraterrestrial meteorite iron. And this extraterrestrial meteorite iron was used by the Banzhang family to forge the tomes of Arcane for sacrificial purposes. Now that it is used in the sacrificial ceremony, why would they agree to us using such a precious treasure to forge the sword? Hearing the old man's words, Lei Lou knew what he wanted to do. He wanted him to steal the tomes of Arcane to repair the sword, and sure enough, the old man's next sentence was, "I can let you use this sword, but you have to bring back the tomes of Arcane to repair the sword for me. Before the finals, I promise I can bring out a complete sword for you." Although he really wanted to agree to this old man's request, the martial arts conference was going to be held the next day. This martial arts conference will last for 5 days. This meant that Lei Lou had to get the tomes of Arcane that exact same night and also to repair the sword for the old man. For the next 4 days, he could only go to the arena barehanded. However, there was nothing he could do. Lei Lou also wanted to know the original power of this divine sword. He could only put down the sword, stand up, and bow to Gutingjai. He walked outside and breathed in the cold air of the northern border. The sound of armored soldiers lining up could be heard in the distance. Lei Lou also changed his appearance to that of a northerner from the river path that he had seen before. He swaggered past the armored soldiers. The son of Gutingjai was among them. Lei Lou knew what was going on. He saw Lei Lou and Gutingjai walking together and wanted to use this to force Gutingjai to take out the divine sword. However, since Lei Lou was no longer in the blacksmith shop, he couldn't be bothered with this filial son. Actually, Lei Lou was quite displeased with Gutingjai scheming against him. Fu Yun must also know Gutingjai's secret, but he didn't mention the relationship between the two of them. They were just taking what they needed. Lei Lou planned to find a place to settle their lunch and then go to Sakakami's house to look for the tomes of Arcane at night. It was likely that such an important thing was hidden very well. He was not in a hurry to look for it. He just needed to register for the martial arts competition in the afternoon. Lei Lou knew that this matter was definitely not as natural as he thought. However, he did not have any good ideas at the moment. He would just have to take things one step at a time. When he walked to the outside of a restaurant, he discovered that a person had been thrown out. That man had 2 long knives by his waist. He looked very impressive, but his appearance was unflattering. He had a fierce look, and his face was almost unrecognizable because of his thick beard. He wore a long gown in the style of a ronin, revealing a bit of his muscles. He was yelling, "Didn't you just drink a little wine from your house?" Lei Lou walked in front of that person. He had long reverted to James' appearance, so it was unlikely that they would speculate about his true identity. "Brother, did you really just drink some wine from the restaurant?" Lei Lou was a little curious. The main reason was that the man in front of him looked pretty good. Was this restaurant that unreasonable? Just a little bit. "Brother, my name is Miyamoto Musashi." Miyamoto Musashi jumped up from the ground and reached out his hand to Lei Lou, blinking his eyes. "Customer, don't listen to his nonsense. He has almost finished the wine in our hotel and hasn't paid yet. He's acting like a scoundrel in the restaurant." A pleasant voice came from the side. Lei Lou followed the voice and looked over. The person who spoke was a beautiful woman dressed in plain clothes. Her eyes were slightly wavy and her brows were beautiful. Her bright red kimono accentuated her slim figure and her tone was fierce, but looking at her appearance, it felt like she was from a small family. "I haven't asked your name yet." Miyamoto Musashi called out to Lei Lou, but his eyes were looking at this woman with some guilt. "My name is James. I still don't know how to address this person." The woman patted her chest and said to Lei Lou, "Just call me Linghua." She then turned to Miyamoto Musashi with a fierce expression, "Since you're a grandmaster this time, I'll pay for you. Next time, you won't be so lucky." After that, the woman turned around and was about to leave, ignoring the two dumbstruck people standing beside her. Lei Lou hurriedly called out to Linghua. This was a good opportunity to learn more about the martial arts tournament. At the very least, he needed to know if there were any mages participating in this martial arts tournament so that he could be prepared. "Miss Linghua, please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Linghua only frowned and said to Lei Lou, "This is the worst pickup technique I've ever seen." Miyamoto Musashi, who was beside her, also hurriedly said, "That's right, Linghua. I also have something to ask you." Upon hearing the words of the two of them, Linghua only sighed and said to the two of them, "Follow me." She thought that Miyamoto Musashi was probably there to drink again, but the man next to him was not easy to deal with. Judging by his footsteps, he was obviously an expert. Walking with Linghua, Lei Lou also knew the identities of the two of them. Miyamoto Musashi was a self-created grandmaster of the two-day one-day school, while Linghua was a serious grandmaster of the Lu Xing Nuyin school. The two of them were old acquaintances. They walked into a house. Everyone inside was waving their swords, and a middle-aged man walked over. "Miss, you're back." Linghua waved her hand and said to the middle-aged man, "Prepare some food and wine. There are guests coming today." At this time, Linghua was still holding her breath. She had planned to go to that restaurant to get some wine, but she didn't expect that Miyamoto Musashi would drink almost all of it. The three of them walked over to one of the eaves and sat down. Miyamoto Takizo found his usual seat and sat down, stroking the fine wine Linghua had placed in the cabinet. Linghua's anger rose upon seeing this. However, seeing that Lei Lou was still by her side, she suppressed her anger, thinking that she would definitely teach Miyamoto Takizo a lesson later. The three of them gathered around a small wine table, watching the cherry blossoms in the courtyard as they chatted. "Are the two of you going to participate in this martial arts conference as well?" Lei Lou asked the question he wanted to know the most. "Of course. Are you going to participate as well?" Linghua asked with an incredulous tone. After all, it was too strange for a foreigner to come to the northern borders to participate in the martial arts conference. "I want to find a plant near the gate of the devil world to heal a friend's brain injury." Lei Lou wanted to find two people to inquire about the situation of the gate of the devil realm. It would be best if he could find information about that plant. The gate of the devil realm? The two people looked at each other. Miyamoto Musashi had a hint of drunkenness on his face. Linghua said hesitantly, "You can ask Miyamoto Musashi. He has been to the gate of the devil realm." Hearing this, Lei Lou looked at Miyamoto Musashi. He didn't expect to receive an incredible piece of news. Miyamoto Musashi was silent for a moment before he nodded at Lei Lou and said, I have indeed been there. His face no longer had the playful expression from before. He said with a nostalgic tone, that was 100 years ago. After finding it difficult to find an opponent in the northern border, I wanted to find an expert to continue training my martial arts and touch the limits of martial arts. At that time, someone told me that there was something I wanted to find in the node, and I didn't think too much about it. Now that I think about it, it seems like that person's intention was probably to let me go to the gate of the devil world. I entered the node as I wished. After all, the general's office didn't want an uncontrollable grandmaster to be under their eyes. I passed through the node and greeted the family stationed there before passing through the gate of the devil world and arriving at the real devil world. There, I met an enemy that I couldn't defeat. He defeated me completely. I couldn't find any possibility of defeating him. When I was about to be killed by him, a woman saved me. She claimed to be the saintess of the demon world. It was quite interesting to see me. She wanted to understand the outside world and wanted to save me. She told me that the person she was fighting with was a commander of the demon world. Their body structure was completely different from ours. They could accept more magic modifications and could even fuse with magic beasts to transform people. When I thought that I was going to accompany this saintess for the rest of my life, she was executed by the demon lord because she was protecting me. It sounds ridiculous, but that is the truth. Before she died, she used a forbidden spell to open the passage to the gate of the demon world. During this period of time, I discovered that I had returned to the node of the gate of the demon world. Only the magic power she left in my body remained. I continuously used this magic power to transform my body. I want to return to the demon world and understand the truth of all this. After saying that, he picked up the wine on the table and took a fierce sip. Lei Lou and Manhwa stopped talking at the same time. This was also the first time Manhwa knew about this matter. How Miyamoto Musashi came back had always been what everyone wanted to know, but after hearing the story, people weren't always entirely convinced. I understand. Then let's have a good fight in the arena. Seeing Miyamoto Musashi's depressed mood, Lei Lou patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. You can definitely return to the demon world. She might still be waiting for you. Manhwa looked at the two people in front of her. For the first time, she felt that these two people looked so pleasing to the eye. Warriors were very simple. The three of them drank together and joked around. The cherry blossoms in the courtyard had already fallen to the ground. They looked particularly enchanting. After walking to the registration area of the martial arts conference and paying the registration fee, Lei Lou thought about Musashi Miyamoto's words as he walked back to the restaurant. The next step was to make a trip to Sakakami's home. In Musashi Miyamoto's words, there was only one country in the devil world. The people there had extremely strong physiques. Moreover, magic was severely restricted there. There was even a large-scale anti-magic area in the Devil Kingdom's capital city. The people there loved to fight. In terms of martial strength, the most powerful person was the king of the demon country, the demon lord. Musashi Miyamoto had only stayed in the capital city for a period of time, so he didn't know much about the specifics. The flowers that Lei Lou wanted to know appeared in many places. Musashi Miyamoto didn't know what kind of flowers Lei Lou wanted either, so this matter was put on hold. He would only find out when Lei Lou went to the side of the gate of the demon world. He walked to the vicinity of Sakakami's house. It was very quiet there. After all, they were nobles responsible for the sacrifices, so they didn't need too many people to guard it. There were only 2 armored soldiers at the door, which took up a large area. From afar, there were many fake mountains and fake water. It looked like a fairyland on earth. After a short turn, Lei Lou returned to his room in the restaurant. The magic communication device he left behind was in contact with Morton alone. Now, Lei Lou's plan was going very smoothly, especially with the help of Charlotte. The establishment of the fleet also followed. Satan's wings was also a force that could not be underestimated. It was slowly encroaching on the territory of the original great pirates. Morton and Katz had also been very busy during this period of time, catching the spies sent by the other alliances. However, they were not in a hurry to remove these nails. They planned to wait for Lei Lou to return and deal a big blow to these people. This third province was the gathering place of the Empire's military power. It could be said to be the Empire's insect breeding ground. The forces inside were complicated as there were countless dukes and kings behind it. They planned to consolidate all the forces in their hands before starting to expand. Lei Lou agreed with this very much. However, they still allowed them to establish a new mecha force. When Ali woke up, she would be able to adapt to it. The instructors of the East God's old troops that were left behind before the last battle could accomplish this goal. Soon, night fell. Lei Lou waited until the curfew began. Then, he jumped down from the window and headed straight for Sakakami's house. Although he did not know how strong Sakakami's house was in terms of defense, mages had many different abilities. It would be easy for a mage like Lei Lou, because even if he stood in front of a grandmaster of the same level, he might not be able to detect Lei Lou. After climbing over the wall and activating invisibility and breath-holding, Lei Lou could see the entire place at a glance. He quickly headed towards the attic in the center. Right now, Lei Lou had already changed his face and body shape. Even if he was discovered, he would not be able to find him. The building here was a little tall, and there were sounds of people having fun inside. Lei Lou knew that he was very close to the center, so he slowed down and slowly approached the center. The closer he got to the center of the fog, the more uneasy Lei Lou felt. In the blink of an eye, he saw a tall altar standing in the center of the fog. Lei Lou did not hesitate and walked up the stairs to the altar. In the blink of an eye, a woman dressed in a witch's uniform knelt in the middle of the altar. Her snow-white neck stretched out like a swan. "Hello, mysterious person." The woman seemed to be surprised by Lei Lou's arrival. She just stood up and looked at Lei Lou with a smile. "Did you know that I would come?" Lei Lou was a little confused. The fact that he had removed the magic around him was too unbelievable. "My name is Shinji Sakurakami." Rather than saying that I only know that someone will come and take the tomes of Arcane, I don't know who it is. Lei Lou only wanted to take the tomes of Arcane. Although the woman in front of him looked extremely beautiful, Lei Lou was a little afraid of her. "There's no need to be so defensive. The tomes of Arcane are indeed with me, but if the tomes of Arcane leave me, I won't be able to open it and complete the ritual." He didn't expect the tomes of Arcane and the ritual to have such a relationship. If he couldn't complete the ritual, wouldn't he be unable to go to the gate of the Devil Realm? He didn't know about this, so it seemed like he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. "I know you need the tomes of Arcane, but I have a way to complete the ritual. But if you take the tomes of Arcane, you have to take me away from here." The woman was smiling, and even her brows and eyes looked easy. However, she stared at Lei Lou's conflicted expression. "Why should I take you away from here? What do you want to do?" "I just want to leave this place. As for the tomes of Arcane, they're just supplementary items." The woman took out an extraordinary-looking steel book and said to Lei Lou, "I don't have any ulterior motives. Don't worry. I've never left the Sakakami family in my entire life. I just want to go out and take a look. As for your arrival, it's the combination of the tomes of Arcane and one of the altar's functions, which is the ability to predict. The reason why the Sakurazaka clan has been so stable for so many years is that the rulers of each generation don't want the ability to predict to be mastered by others. However, the witches of each generation can only stay near the altar. Otherwise, the rulers of the Sakurazaka clan will erase it. This tradition has been maintained for thousands of years. This is also our mission." Shinji Sakurakami answered the question in Lei Lou's heart with a hint of loneliness. "Aren't you afraid that the general will find out about Sakuraku's family?" "It doesn't matter. The ceremony is about to begin. The general has been busy with the martial arts competition during this period of time. As long as I return before the ceremony, it will be fine. Since he had already said so much, Lei Lou couldn't say anything. He brought her to his side and observed her carefully. Then, he knew what she was going to do. He cast his own magic on her and quickly brought her away. It was as if no one had come to this altar. It gave off an aura that made it look like no one was allowed to enter. In the attic not far away, an old man dressed in white sighed and said, "Is this your choice?" He said to the air beside him, "The lady has already gone out. Don't let anyone near the altar." The air seemed to fluctuate as a low voice sounded. "Yes." The old man only said in a weathered tone, "The fate of 1,000 years has come to an end." After that, there was no one left, and only the words that were still echoing in the empty hall. Lei Lou looked at the young girl beside him and revealed a troubled expression. Just as she had said, she was like a person who had never seen the world. After taking 2 steps, she made Lei Lou stop and wait for her. Even though there was no one around, the girl was still enjoying the night scene. Lei Lou slowed down as well. The opening ceremony of the martial arts competition was going to be held the next day. Although Lei Lou was very confident in his strength, he still wanted to talk to her. A team of guards was still patrolling the surroundings. Lei Lou brought true silk sakuraku to hide from the guards and returned to the restaurant. The sky was already bright, and Lei Lou did not need to sleep. He helped this troublemaker change her clothes, face, and figure before heading to the martial arts competition. He could only bring her to the blacksmith shop that day. He brought Shinji Sakurakami to the edge of the venue and saw Miyamoto Musashi and Manhwa from afar. Miyamoto Musashi had 2 knives on his back. With his appearance, the people around him avoided him. Manhwa stood beside him with a sword hanging from her waist. She looked extremely flirtatious. Lei Lou greeted them and stood beside them. After drinking yesterday, the 2 of them treated Lei Lou as a friend. "This is?" Miyamoto Musashi asked Shinji Sakurakami, who was beside Lei Lou. He hadn't seen this person yesterday, which made Miyamoto Musashi's heart itch a little. "A local friend. She's here to watch the martial arts tournament." Lei Lou and his companion didn't know how to explain themselves either. Fortunately, they said so Manhwa and Miyamoto Musashi could slowly guess the specifics. Next to them, Shinji Sakurakami was still looking around. When she heard someone calling her, she greeted the 2 of them with a smile. Soon, she started chatting with Manhwa. After all, they were 2 girls, and it was better to be together than by Lei Lou's side. Shinji Sakurakami also looked very good. This was because she had asked Lei Lou to fix up her appearance. She chatted with Manhwa about some of the delicacies and scenery in the northern border. They mingled together, and a burst of laughter rang out, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. However, due to Grandmaster Manhwa's prestige, no one dared to go forward. The people here might not necessarily want to get into the top 10. Some might only want to make a name for themselves, some wanted to recruit people for their sex, and most people wanted to be accepted as hangers-on by the big families. The opening ceremony of the martial arts conference soon began. The heads of the 3 big families sat on the high platform. The Takeda family head was a tall middle-aged man. He looked particularly dignified. The armor on his body was extremely thick and heavy. He looked extremely belligerent. The scar on his face also showed the extent of his martial arts experience. The head of the Nakajima family was a thin old man in yellow clothes with a long beard. He looked at the audience with a smile. This big shot who was in charge of the education of the northern border was respected by the people of the northern border. It was not only because of the name of the aristocratic family. His disciples were all over the northern border. The more powerful ones had a lot of weight in the military and political circles of the northern border. This was also one of the terrifying powers of the Nakajima family. The Sakasaka family's master was a little different. He was an old man with lowered eyebrows. The white clothes on his body made him look like an immortal. However, at first glance, he looked ordinary. This was also the impression of everyone. However, the Sakasaka family was in charge of the sacrificial ceremony. In addition, the Sakasaka family was considered to be deeply rooted in the northern borderline. The time of their inheritance far surpassed that of the Takeda and Nakajima families. Looking at the three of them, Lei Lou did not see the real ruler of the northern borderline, General Zuli, who stood out from the 100 years of chaos in the northern borderline. A few hundred years ago, the northern borderline was under the jurisdiction of the royal family entrusted by Emperor Victor. However, under the jurisdiction of the royal family, the people's livelihood in the northern borderline was declining. The war continued. A general rose up and overthrew the royal family. After that, a few generals led their own armies to go on expeditions. Among them, the ancestor of General Zuli was originally under one of the generals. On the eve of unification, he assassinated that general. He suppressed the power of that general with lightning-fast methods before the current northern border government was born. Lei Lou had read about the disappearance of the royal family in the books on the northern border when the news of Emperor Victor's death came. This was also because he was afraid of the majesty of Emperor Victor. To be able to endure and scheme in such a huge mess and finally obtain the fruits of success and defeat all the opposing forces, such an ambitious person would definitely become Lei Lou's greatest enemy when the empire was on the verge of collapse. But now, Lei Lou did not know who his successor was, but he did not have the mood to be afraid of this person. After the three family heads took their seats on the stage, no one came to the main seat. The general will come on the last day to award the champion of the martial arts conference and confer the position of general. I hope that everyone can perform well in the martial arts conference. The Takeda family head spoke to the people below the stage with a serious tone. The other two family heads spoke next. The Sakurazaka family head glanced at Lei Lou, but Lei Lou was still chatting with Miyamoto Musashi, and he didn't notice the hidden look in his eyes. He was just a little scared, wondering if there were any changes on Morton's side. As there were too many people participating, there were 1,000 arenas on the stage. Within 5 minutes, the opponent would be heavily injured or knocked off the stage. The outcome would be determined by exhaustion or injury. This was also a common competition method in the empire. There were magic monitors operated by dozens of low-level mages on the stage to prevent the judges from favoritism and cheating. The first day was the audition stage. Of the hundreds of thousands of participants, only 1,000 would be able to qualify for the next day's competition. Lei Lou took his participation certificate and found his own ring. The number on it was obscured by magic. Only after the competition started would he know which ring he was on. This was also to prevent the judges from giving any favors to particular participants. In fact, Lei Lou had already seen the number on the certificate. It was ring 538. As long as he stood at the end, he would be fine. Only the ringmaster would have the chance to enter the next day's competition. Every match would have a half-hour break for those who successfully defended or fought in the ring. This was also a chance for the contestants to prevent others from taking turns to fight. Lei Lou had yet to step onto the ring when Miyamoto Musashi's voice came from the ring not far away. "Ha! You guys better come at me together, weaklings." Miyamoto Musashi stabbed his two knives into the ground and looked at the people below. Lei Lou still wanted to go up a little later. His ranking in the ring wasn't that high. Fortunately, he wanted to see Miyamoto Musashi's strength. The referee beside him could not help but smile bitterly when he saw this scene. This was a well-known grandmaster. Who would have thought that it would not be an easy thing to beat this former champion alone? After communicating with the head referee, the referee said to the people beside the ring, "All of you come up together." This was also the intention of the family heads. After all, this Miyamoto Musashi was untouchable. The family heads had sincerely tried to recruit him, but he did not care about anyone and did not give them face. This was also a chance for the martial artists under him. No one had a chance to fight against Musashi Miyamoto alone. It was better to fight together. Perhaps it could teach him a lesson, and the remaining people would have a chance to enter tomorrow's competition. It would also allow them to display their strength. The people below the stage looked at each other and jumped onto the stage one after another. The originally large stage was crowded together with more than 100 people. However, not a single person dared to enter within 3 feet of Miyamoto Musashi. His aura struck the people in front of him and almost pushed the people behind him down. Everyone knew that if they didn't go up now, they wouldn't have the chance in the future. They gritted their teeth and charged towards Musashi Miyamoto. Seeing over 100 people rushing towards him, Miyamoto Musashi unhurriedly pulled out the saber in his hand and immersed himself in his own world as he began to wave it around. The first person who rushed in front of him seemed as if he had bumped into himself. Without any reaction, he was knocked off the stage by the back of the saber. The second, the third. In Lei Luo's eyes, Miyamoto Musashi's movements were natural. There wasn't a single flaw that could harm him in the direction where the blade pointed. As long as Miyamoto Musashi stood on the stage, he would be invincible. Before Lei Luo could see it, a sharp blade slashed at Miyamoto Musashi's neck from an extremely tricky angle from behind. At this moment, Miyamoto Musashi stood at the edge of the stage to prevent others from attacking his back. However, this seemed to violate the laws of physics. He floated in the air and used his trump card against Miyamoto Musashi. Lei Luo could feel the aura of magic from this person's body. In an instant, that person's knife was already on Miyamoto Musashi's neck. However, no one expected that a knife would be placed between Miyamoto Musashi's neck and that person's sword. Miyamoto Musashi grinned at him and sent him flying with a single strike. It looked extremely unbelievable. That knife seemed to have appeared out of thin air. However, Lei Luo could see it clearly. That knife rotated once on Miyamoto Musashi's left hand before he carried it behind his back. That person has a magic conductor on him. Lei Luo turned around and looked at Shinji Sakamoto. The people there did not have a way to use magic power, but they could use magic conductors. That was why Lei Luo had determined that the person had used a low-level magic conductor that could allow him to float in the air for a short period of time. No one in the Empire would use it because it was too useless. The heavy armor of the Empire could float in the air. Some rich people had high-level magic conductors that could not only float in the air but also protect the user. That was why Lei Luo wanted to ask Shinji Sakamoto. Yes. In the northern border, only rich aristocratic families have the money to buy magic conductors. Warriors like Miyamoto Musashi who don't have money can only slowly cultivate. However, there are very few people who use high-level magic conductors. Don't worry. High-level magic conductors are considered controlled items in the northern border, and they have a large-scale destructive power. Hearing Masanori Sakamoto's words, Lei Luo was relieved. If someone used a high-level magic conductor to attack him, would he still fight? Then, they watched Miyamoto Musashi's match. Although some people tried to sneak attack Miyamoto Musashi with the same trick, they were all easily evaded. Linghua's side was also safe and sound. Some people even took out an intermediate magic conductor, counter, which was also thrown out by Linghua's crafty sword technique. Her sword was more like a person. It glided down with a poetic air and danced on the stage. Any weapon that collided with this sword would be repelled by a strange force or slide over the sword. It looked extremely pleasing to the eye. There were only a dozen people left on Lei Luo's side of the stage. One of them was a young man dressed in luxurious clothes who stood on the stage and looked at Lei Luo with a provocative gaze. The rest of the people below the stage were timid and did not dare to go up and challenge this young man. Lei Luo only raised his eyebrows and jumped onto the stage. "Where's your sword?" That young man looked extremely dissatisfied. In his opinion, this outsider completely looked down on his sword skills. He did not even bring his sword and dared to come up and fight with him. I don't even need a sword to deal with you. Only Lei Lou knew his situation. No sword could survive in his hands, so he might as well not use a sword at all. If that's the case, then let me see what you're capable of. He held the hilt of his sword and made an expression as if he was asking for a fight. Lei Lou did not say much and just stood on the ring. He did not want the general to know his mage level yet. One had to know that if an unfamiliar mage came to the northern border, he would definitely be investigated by them. Perhaps his incident on the river path would be seen through. Lei Lou did not want to be exposed right now. He just stood on the stage like this. It was impossible for anyone in this place to be able to see the additional effect that the saintly being gave him. My name is Zhongbei Wu. Remember who eliminated you, you arrogant foreigner. He charged towards Lei Lou. With 3 steps, the tip of his sword had already reached Lei Lou's chest. This was a sword technique that every martial artist in the northern border would practice. It was a joint attack. Every step had its own pattern. This was a sword technique with strict laws. It was so fast that the people around him could not see his movements as he drew his sword. It was clear that this young man was very familiar with this technique. However, in Lei Lou's eyes, it was a sword that was so slow that his fingers were twitching. The saintly being had given him an unparalleled reaction speed. In the northern border, what kind of damage could a non-grandmaster deal to Lei Lou? Zhongbei Wu only felt that his sword was so fast that he couldn't see it anymore. In the blink of an eye, he couldn't feel his sword anymore. Raising his head, Lei Lou held his sword and slowly stroked it. He even said, "Good sword." Following that, Lei Lou only imitated Zhongbei Wu's sword technique and similarly executed a joint attack. Zhongbei Wu did not have Lei Lou's reaction speed. Before everyone could recover, Zhongbei Wu was already moaning in pain below the stage. Miyamoto Musashi had just finished his match when he saw Lei Lou's sword technique. It had to be said that this sword technique was very clumsy, but Lei Lou's sword-wielding speed was incomparable. While Miyamoto Musashi was still thinking about whether he could receive this sword, the people under Lei Lou's ring began to abstain. Lei Lou casually threw the sword to Zhongbei Wu's side. He asked with a flushed face, "Master, what is this move called?" Seeing Zhongbei Wu's serious gaze, Lei Lou couldn't say that he had originally wanted to imitate his sword style, but in the end, he made it so that it didn't look like it. "This sword is called that whatever sword," Lei Lou answered him seriously, as if he really had such a move. Next to him, Masanori Sakamoto looked at Lei Lou's serious look and stifled his laughter. He followed Lei Lou to Linghua's side. Lei Lou didn't want to explain anything, so he could only say that this girl's humor was really low. Miyamoto Musashi walked over and patted him on the shoulder. He said sternly, "Have you considered learning swordsmanship from me?" Looking at Miyamoto Musashi's passionate gaze, Lei Lou thought that he had that kind of orientation. He almost slapped his big hands down. "Forget it. I'm not the type to learn swordsmanship." Lei Lou was quite aware of this. If he really had the talent in this area, he could train for a while. However, if it wasn't for the addition of the saintly being, just relying on his swordsmanship alone, he might even be able to easily defeat an ordinary martial arts school apprentice. Why bother? He was destined to not stay in the northern border for a long time. Learning swordsmanship relied on continuous practice. It was fine to scare the Middle North Enlightenment. On the way to dinner, it was said that the competition would last for a day, but in reality, it was faster than expected. There was no other way. Those who were truly powerful, or those who had the magic conductor, were not enough to be their match. Even if they had all kinds of thoughts, under absolute strength, they would only be cannon fodder. To be honest, no one would pity those who were accidentally killed. In the northern border, human lives were the least valuable. In this place, the strong preyed on the weak. The reason why the three great families were able to rule the northern border was because of their powerful military power and influence. Lei Lou naturally didn't feel anything. He had used the hand of God to kill almost 100,000 of Carmen's soldiers. There was no other way. If they didn't manage to attack them first, Lei Lou's group would suffer. Lei Lou wasn't that saintly. Beside him, Masanori Sakamoto was pulling on Linghua's hand and chattering non-stop. From time to time, he would even ask Lei Lou and Miyamoto Musashi to stop and wait for them to buy something. After a simple meal with them, he brought Masanori Sakamoto along on the way to the blacksmith shop. Lei Lou was silent, mainly because he did not know what to say. He could not ask her to tell him the secrets of the Sakamoto family. What do you think of the northern border now? Masanori Sakamoto spoke first. I think it's pretty good. It's quite simple, Lei Lou said perfunctorily. You're lying. Don't tell me you don't know the current situation in the empire. Of course I know. Lei Lou turned around and looked at Masanori Sakamoto. She pouted and looked at Lei Lou. Then let me tell you something. The general has already stockpiled dozens of level 8 magic missiles. There's even a level 7 magician in the general's residence. Before Masanori Sakamoto opened her mouth to speak, Lei Lou had already blocked the people around him. This witch did not seem to have any self-awareness, and since she dared to talk about such confidential matters on the streets, it could only make things harder for Lei Lou. So, what does this have to do with me? Lei Lou only calmly told her everything. He was just a passerby on this land, and after he left, he was in charge of the flood. Masanori Sakamoto pursed her lips. She knew that this matter had nothing to do with Lei Lou, but she still did not want this land to disappear. The northern border has long been infiltrated by the various feudal lords. This martial arts conference is just the beginning. Ignoring the sentimental woman behind him, Lei Lou turned around and spoke as he walked. Since Ulysses had someone to support him here, how could the other feudal lords not have one? He did not know if the three aristocratic families were under the control of a single dukedom, or if they were running their own affairs. Also, did the general really not know anything about the situation in the northern border? How was that possible? Perhaps he had already started to plan. He did not want to interfere, but it did not mean that the Sakamoto family, especially the troublesome woman behind him, thought that way. What you think is your business. I just want to go to the node. I have no interest in the situation in the northern border or the Sakamoto family. After removing the shield spell, Masanori Sakamoto did not say anything. She just followed behind him with her head lowered and her eyes red, like an embarrassed little wife. Soon, they walked into the blacksmith's shop. The Gutingjai was tempering a sword by the fire. Lei Lou and the others found a seat and sat down to wait for the old blacksmith. It seemed that the Takeda family did not find anything the previous day. After he was done, he saw Lei Lou bringing a woman over. He asked in confusion, Mr. James, who is this? Lei Lou glanced at Masanori Sakamoto and said, she has the tomes of Arcane with her. The old man seemed to be relieved. All right, let this young lady go with me. All right. He didn't say much. This was the condition she had offered at that time. If she wanted to go back on her word and let Lei Lou join the chaos in the northern border, Lei Lou would definitely stop her. At most, he would take the tomes of Arcane and throw her back to Sakuraku's house. She probably wouldn't say anything either. If she lost the tomes of Arcane, it would be snatched by James. What did it have to do with him anyway? Watching Mashiro Sakurazaka and Kefujisai walk upstairs, Lei Lou made a mental note and cast a surveillance spell on Mashiro Sakurazaka. Miss, take out the tomes of Arcane. Okay. Miss, you are. Shoo, don't say anything. Just melt the tomes of Arcane into it. What about you? It's just as you think. Lei Lou frowned as he listened. The two of them were obviously hiding something from him, but he couldn't directly ask Gutenjai. If he did, the two of them would lose all credibility. After waiting for a while, Masanori Sakamoto came down alone. He didn't say anything, but he looked a little weak. Lei Lou thought that it was a side effect of taking out the tomes of Arcane. He brought Masanori Sakamoto back to the restaurant to rest. While sitting in his room, Lei Lou was still reading the Ancient Magic Empire's magic book. An irregular sound came from outside. Lei Lou got up and walked to the window to activate the shield spell. Sir James is really amazing. I heard that the Takeda family and the Nakajima family have already decided to recruit you. Fu Yun's voice rang in his ears. This was the secret signal that Lei Lou had promised to make with her, along with the special magic signal that she had given him. Without a special decryption method, it would be impossible to decipher the content of their conversation. Stop talking nonsense. If you have something to say it quickly. Lei Lou was unnaturally angered by Masanori Sakamoto's attitude, and his words were no longer as natural as before. He only wanted to go to the node, but he could not help but help Ulysses open up the situation in the northern border. Actually, Lei Lou was already in the situation in the northern border. He only wanted to go to the node as soon as possible to pick herbs to save Ali, so he did not have the intention to care too much. Alright, the next piece of news is something that we had to go through a lot of trouble to find out. Do you understand? Speak quickly. The general's backer is Papafilin. The Takeda family might have connections with the Gate of the Devil World. The others have more or less joined the Dukes. Our assassination of the general is only to open up the situation in the northern border. I hope you can help us investigate clearly. In addition, their views are different, which is why there is such a big difference. The general's opinion is to establish a peaceful relationship with Papafilin, while the Takeda family is a firm advocate of war. They want to fight their way out of the northern border and establish their own colony. The people at the Gate of the Devil World also think so you should be careful when dealing with the two. What about you guys? The voice on the other end was silent for a moment before saying, we only hope that the northern border can survive the war in the empire. After chatting for a while, Lei Lou ended the call with Fu Yun. The other aristocratic families were still participating in the subsequent chaos in the empire. It was very normal. It was impossible for Lei Lou to be the only one who had expected such a big thing, or it could be said that these powers had been preparing for a long time. He was still too young. If it had happened 10 years earlier, Lei Lou could easily have conquered everyone in this era. It was not impossible for him to establish his own country, but the time given to him was too little. On the way to the martial arts competition, Lei Lou looked at Mashiro Sakuraku and frowned. She looked listless and did not know what was wrong with her. However, she only watched from the side. There were not as many people as yesterday. There were only 100 arenas left. This time, they were going to fight 5 rounds in batches. This was to prevent some unpresentable warriors from taking advantage of the competition. Only Lei Lou looked so calm. The others looked especially nervous, deeply afraid that they would draw some experts. He stood below the arenas and chatted with Miyamoto Musashi and Linghua. You have to be careful of Shirong from the treasure house. This person is still very powerful. I fought with him for a very long time last time. And then? Miyamoto Musashi chuckled. In the end, I still reluctantly defeated him. Seeing that we were so close, he might strike a little harder. Seeing this sly smile, Lei Lou almost did not go up to the stage to fight Miyamoto Musashi first. Looking at his number, Lei Lou walked to the bottom of the stage. The first match was Lei Luo's match. Masanori Sakurai stood below the stage to cheer for Lei Lou. Standing on the stage, the referee admired Lei Lou quite a lot. The main reason was that he looked unfathomable and did not belong to an aristocratic family. If he could build a relationship with him, he would not need to be a small referee anymore. A young man in armor walked to Lei Luo's side and extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. James. I'm Takeda Feng from the Takeda family." "Hello." Lei Luo only nodded at the young man and did not extend his hand. When Takeda Feng saw that Lei Luo had no intention of shaking hands with him, a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. On the surface, he was still smiling as he walked to his seat. "Why don't you make a bet with me, Mr. James? What bet do you want to make?" Although he knew that the Takeda family wanted to rope him in, he still did not expect that this person would have other intentions. "If I win, Mr. James will stay and be my hanger-on. If I lose, I will give this sword to you." Takeda looked down and a servant held up a sword for Lei Luo to see. "This is one of the Takeda family's collections. It's a famous sword forged by swordmaster and gang, Tongzi Cut. Of course, if Mr. James has any thoughts of joining the Takeda family, this sword will still be given to you with both hands." The head of the Takeda family had remembered Lei Luo from the previous day. With this investigation, he knew that he had been to the blacksmith shop in Kadengshai and lacked a suitable sword. Hence, he thought of using a peerless weapon to win over Lei Luo. "If young Master Takeda Feng is so confident in his own strength, then I will accept your bet." Takeda Feng took off the green windbreaker he was wearing and took out his own knife. It was a 4-foot-long large knife with a cold glint on its blade. "I'll take your advice." Takeda Feng leaped up and brought the large knife with him as he launched a powerful slash at the top of Lei Luo's head. Lei Luo just stood there and waited, as if he didn't see the danger above his head. Masanori Sakamoto broke out in a cold sweat. As the broadsword was getting closer and closer to his head, Lei Luo finally reacted. He reached his hand to the top of his head, as if he wanted to catch the broadsword with his bare hands. However, it was this action that made Takeda feel as if his broadsword had met with great resistance. It landed on Lei Luo's hand lightly, as if he was sending the broadsword to the top of Lei Luo's head. This was the result of Lei Luo using the gravity manipulation spell on his saintly being. This spell was still very useful, especially against moves that relied on gravity to cause damage. Takeda Feng's sweat had already soaked the clothes inside. He originally thought that Lei Luo's strength was only close to that of a grandmaster. Even if his strength was slightly inferior, it wouldn't be that much. However, with such an imposing manner, even if Lei Luo said that he wasn't a grandmaster, Takeda wouldn't believe it. Gritting his teeth, something in Takeda's chest started to accumulate power towards Lei Luo. Lei Luo's intuition started to feel a little dangerous. He only wanted to grab his saber and throw Takeda off the stage. However, Takeda's chest emitted a white ray of light straight towards Lei Luo's chest. This was Takeda's trump card that he had prepared beforehand. He had planned to use it in the top 10 matches. It would not be a problem for him to kill a grandmaster when he was caught off guard. Under Lei Luo's deliberate dodging, the ray of light landed below the stage. In an instant, a huge pit appeared below the stage. Lei Luo then saw the device on Takeda's chest. It was an intermediate magic conductor called electromagnetic destruction. This device was originally installed on heavy armor, but the original device was too big. The load of a heavy armor could not carry such a big magic conductor. It seemed that this was the result of miniaturization. After all, although the original power would decrease after miniaturization, the cost of building it was not just a little bit higher. While lamenting that the people of the northern border family were foolish and rich, he looked at the magic conductor on Takeda Feng's chest that was accumulating power. The rapid shooting just now had consumed a lot of the magic conductor's lifespan. He did not think that Takeda Feng would be so willing to part with it. Takeda Feng did not think that Lei Luo was actually a grandmaster. Moreover, he was able to dodge his shot at such a close distance, which made him want to subdue Lei Luo even more. If such a grandmaster with potential could be under his command, then in the next family head election, how could his good-for-nothing brother be his opponent? If it were not for the fact that he could not expose his identity as a mage, he would not have needed to dodge that shot just now. However, Lei Lou did not want him to be noticed right now. He grabbed Takeda Feng's hand and stopped him from charging up his power. He knocked him unconscious on the ground. Lei Lou sighed. He could only accept that famous sword with a smile. He walked down the stage and watched the Takeda family's servant carry Takeda Feng down. Lei Lou took away the boy cut that was placed there and returned to Masanori Sakamoto's side. "You're in trouble." "Ah." Lei Lou looked at Masanori Sakamoto, who was whispering mysteriously into his ear. "Takeda Feng is extremely vengeful. He holds grudges against people from the Takeda family. A minister only said a few bad things about the Takeda family's head at home and disappeared the next day. Be careful." Masanori Sakamoto revealed a fox-like expression and gave Lei Lou an evil smile. Lei Lou rolled his eyes at her. "I'll hand you over then. You're useless now anyway." Masanori Sakamoto was instantly unhappy when she saw Lei Lou threatening her like this. She turned her head to the side. Lei Lou looked at her and smiled nonchalantly. He looked at the competition on the stage. He still had 4 more matches to fight. If there were matches that had the same win, he would have to add on. It would be good for him to understand the strength of his opponent now. If any brazen person suddenly jumped out and killed him, it would not be worth it. While waiting for the second match, the audience below the stage began to cheer towards the stage. Lei Lou, who had been paying attention to the other stages, turned his attention to the other stage. A man who was like a giant tower had just torn the person on the stage into 2 halves. Fresh blood sprayed onto Lei Lou's face, and everyone cheered for him. This man's fighting style was very crude. Basically, he used his body to withstand his opponent's attacks, forcing his opponent into a corner of the stage, and using his hands to crush his opponent into pieces. The people who saw this for the first time would undoubtedly feel disgusted and even fear this person. However, the audience below the stage seemed to have been fed up with the complicated swordsmanship, and they admired this kind of barbaric physical technique to the extreme. The brawny man grinned at Lei Lou. Together with the blood on his face, which looked particularly ferocious, Lei Lou frowned and asked Masanori Sakamoto, "Do you know him? Why is he smiling at you? You're thinking too much." Masanori Sakamoto rolled her eyes at Lei Lou and looked solemnly at the man on the stage. There was a power in his body that she did not know about. This power that disgusted her also made her feel nauseous. Miyamoto Musashi walked to Lei Lou's side and said, "I feel a familiar scent on this person, but I don't know what it is. Your next opponent is a grandmaster from the wisdom path of the mirror heart. Be careful. Someone has made a bet on your match. The odds are quite high." After saying that, he walked back to his own arena and began to prepare for his match. Lei Lou looked at the arena and was lost in thought. This was the first time that he had fought against a grandmaster. If he did not include the few matches that he had sparred with Miyamoto Musashi. Next match, the mysterious warrior James against the youngest grandmaster of the wisdom path of the mirror heart. The legend of Nariko Ichiro. The referee in the arena began to become very energetic. After all, the following matches were very interesting, especially this Nariko Ichiro's reputation in the northern border was very great. Within 10 years, almost all the young people in the northern border had become his role model. At the age of 10, he was taken in by a grandmaster of the wisdom path of the mirror heart. At the age of 16, he received the title of the wisdom path of the mirror heart, the legend of Nariko Ichiro. At the age of 23, he became a grandmaster of the wisdom path of the mirror heart. He could be said to be a living legend. When his reputation had reached its peak, he had left the northern border. In order to pursue a higher path, he had challenged the experts of the empire. With his identity as a martial artist, he had fought against a level 5 mage. According to the rumors in the northern border, he was also known as the Mage Killer. "Hello, Mage Killer." Lei Lou greeted Beitu Ichiro, who had walked onto the stage. This person was quite faded with him. When he was in the administrative department and when he was smuggling, he had met him. At first, Lei Lou thought that he had discovered his identity. However, after Lei Lou investigated, he found that this was really just a coincidence. He didn't care too much about it. When he was in the Empire, he had never heard of this mage killer. Every mage had a very high status in the Empire. Lei Lou didn't think that all of his legends were true, but there was no doubt that he was still a very powerful opponent. Ichiro Kitaho pulled open his hood, put his hand on his sword, and said with a bitter smile, "We're really fated, Mr. James. But I won't show mercy. This is for my goal, and it's something I have to do," he muttered. Ichiro Kitaho knew that Lei Lou was a mage, but he didn't think that Lei Lou's mage level was high. Ichiro Kitaho had seen Lei Lou's matches before. Every time, Lei Lou didn't show any signs of using magic, especially against Takeda. Based on his knowledge in the Empire, a grade 3 mage was enough to destroy Takeda's magic conductor through magic. Even if it wasn't enough, it could still delay the launch of the magic conductor. But Lei Lou used a method that no mage would use and dodged it directly. So he was sure that Lei Lou's mage level wouldn't be higher than grade 2. After calming himself down, Ichiro Kitaho heard the referee's call. "Begin." He drew out his katana and slowly walked towards Lei Lou. It was as if he was dancing, elegant. In Lei Lou's eyes, he could see the difference in his aura. Lei Lou also took the boy cut he won and drew his katana as he walked towards Ichiro Kitaho. Both of them appeared to be neither too fast nor too slow. However, a true grandmaster would only see the clash of auras. Ichiro Kitaho's sword was very slow, but it gave Lei Lou the feeling that he wouldn't be able to dodge it. So, he naturally raised his sword to meet it, but the blade followed Lei Lou's sword and turned at an unbelievable angle. It directly slid onto Lei Lou's chest. "Looks like the victor has been decided, Mr. James." Ichiro Kitaho's face revealed a smile after he had succeeded, but the corners of Lei Lou's mouth also curled up. In an instant, Lei Lou's knife had already slid to Kitaho's throat, almost piercing Kitaho's neck. Kitaho no longer felt like he had everything under control. He only took a step forward and withdrew the knife that was about to pierce Lei Lou. He knew that before he pierced Lei Lou, he would definitely die first. His expression became serious. A storm of blades started to blow around Lei Lou. Lei Lou's movements looked very relaxed. Every move was aimed at Ichiro Kitaho's vital parts at a strange angle, causing Ichiro Kitaho to have no choice but to retract every killing move. This was the effect of Lei Lou's gravity manipulation spell. All objects with weight within this range were under Lei Lou's control. Under the almost subtle manipulation of mana, Ichiro Kitaho's blade was always slower than Lei Lou's moves where he could not feel it. Under the torrential rain of attacks, Lei Lou's mana flow and familiarity with gravity magic were steadily increasing. This was one of the ways that Lei Lou improved. It was a more precise manipulation of mana, allowing him to cast every spell almost perfectly. Every strand of mana was used where it should be. Ichiro Kitaho quickly felt this strange. Before Lei Lou's next attack, he stepped on the ring and retreated. The tiles had long been shattered and scattered in all directions during their battle. "Is this your magic? Why don't I feel anything?" The cheering audience was in an uproar. No one knew that James was a magician, but when Ichiro Kitaho said it, it made people believe it without a doubt. "This is not magic, Mr. Kitaho. There are no magic waves around me." Lei Lou smiled and looked at Ichiro Kitaho. He still did not want his identity to be exposed, but what Lei Lou said was true. There would be no magic waves around him. This was the magic power in his body. On the stage, only the sound of Kitaho's breathing could be heard. In the wisdom stream of Mirror Heart, only he could predict the opponent's attack and play with the opponent. However, the current situation was that he was being played by Lei Lou. This was something that Kitaho could not accept. He would rather be defeated by Lei Luo's magic than allow himself to be defeated by Lei Lou in such a way. He calmed himself down and let go of the knife in his hand. He took out a test tube containing a purple potion from his pocket. This was given to him by the Nakajima family head. He had planned to use it in the finals, but it seemed that he could not wait until that time. After drinking the potion in one gulp, Kitaho's body began to show unnatural blue veins. His blood vessels were also expanding. Lei Lou only watched this scene and did not interrupt him. He wanted to see what other tricks this Ichiro had up his sleeve, but the aura on his body made Lei Lou feel uncomfortable. Moreover, there was an aura of magic condensation on his body that should never have appeared. You should be proud of being able to make me use the magic potion. Ichiro suppressed his painful moans and curled up his body, suppressing his voice. He threw down the knife at his waist and charged straight at Lei Lou. Lei Lou raised the knife horizontally and pointed it at Ichiro's chest. A claw condensed from magic appeared on Ichiro's hand. In Lei Luo's eyes, this was a very crude way to use magic. It was a method that no mage would use. It was this method that made Lei Lou feel a sense of danger. The knife in his hand trembled involuntarily. This was an expression of excitement. The claw was aimed at Lei Luo's head. It was as if it wanted to explode on his head. Lei Lou forced his body forward to block the claw. The tremendous force made Lei Luo's hands tremble. He added 3 additional spells to his body: Power Boost, Muscle Control, Hardening. The 3 intermediate spells reduced Lei Luo's mana by 10%. However, under such circumstances, Lei Lou continued to block Kita's attacks. After a few rounds, as he endured the violent attacks, he looked at Kitaho's blood-red eyes. Lei Lou knew that Kitaho had already lost the ability to control this power, so he did not want to show him any mercy. With one slash, he was sent flying. With the support of gravity control, the blade in Lei Luo's hand became as light as a feather, splitting open his opponent's blood vessels. Otherwise, he would still be sent off the stage by Hojo's attacks. This kind of power made Lei Lou feel troubled. He did not know whose work this was. He sighed and stopped watching Hojo fall off the stage. The audience below the stage was already numb. In their eyes, Hojo, who should have been invincible, had lost just like that. This was something they could not accept. However, their respect for the strong still made them suppress the thought of provoking Lei Lou. Although they did not see Lei Lou kill anyone, they knew that this was just the strong showing mercy to the weak. After sheathing his blade, he said to the dumbfounded Masanori Sakamoto, "Let's go." Only then did Masanori Sakamoto come back to his senses. He followed Lei Lou and asked curiously, "What level are you?" Masanori Sakamoto had long known that Lei Lou was a magician, but now that he looked at him, it seemed like Lei Luo's magic level was very high. Guess. He stopped talking to Masanori Sakamoto and focused on studying the flaws in the battle just now. The following matches were very boring. There were some who started off with harsh words, some who directly forfeited, and one who wanted to become a disciple. In fact, after fighting one person, today's match was almost over. They just had to wait until tomorrow's match, which would be the 100-10. After Ichiro Kitaho was carried away, the referee's seat gave him another chance to enter another group. He also got the chance to enter the next day's match. This time, he looked exhausted but still defeated the winner of the other group. He didn't know if there was an inside story, but Lei Lou didn't care because the 3 family heads invited him to the high platform to chat. What an exciting competition. It's been a long time since I've seen such a blood-boiling competition. The seemingly weak Nakajima family head squinted his eyes at Lei Lou and said, "I don't deserve it." The Takeda family head said to Lei Lou, "If you haven't thought about joining the northern border, there are many outsiders like you among our hangers-on. The treatment is very good. I'm not interested in considering it for the time being. If you want, you must consider the Takeda family head's opinion first. Okay. The Takeda family head laughed loudly and took a big gulp of the wine in his hand. The Sakakami family head, who was beside him, did not seem to care about it. His eyes were wandering. Master Nakajima's eyes drifted unconsciously as he asked in a seemingly casual manner, "May I know what level of mage Mr. James is?" "A mere level 5 mage is nothing," Lei Lou replied respectfully. "Then you really are a young hero. I didn't expect Mr. Lei Lou to have such a high talent in magic. This makes me want to rope him in even more." The Nakajima family head also smiled, but his fingers kept knocking on the table, as if he was thinking about something. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the three family heads, Lei Lou quickly returned to the stage. The Takeda family head spoke first. "Do you think he's someone sent by the Elders Guild?" The Nakajima family head pursed his lips and said, "It doesn't seem like it. The Elders Guild won't appear at the martial arts conference, but in the backyard of the general's residence." The Takeda family head asked the Nakajima family head in an inquisitive tone, "Then should we make a move against him? Or report it to the general? Let's wait and see. The current situation is still unclear. I hope that the Sakakami family can make a wise decision. Otherwise, they won't want us to disregard the past." The Nakajima family head's tone was very indifferent, but the meaning of his threat to the Sakakami family was very obvious. "I just don't want the northern borderline to fall into the flames of war again." The Sakurazaka family sighed. This was not the first time the Nakajima family had questioned them. This is no longer a question of whether we are willing or not. The gate of the Devil Realm is about to be completely opened. Plus, the Empire is about to fall into chaos. We have guarded the gate for the Empire for so long, isn't it enough to offset our sins? Does the general mean that we should still be enslaved by the Empire? She's just a brat who doesn't know anything. If she doesn't cooperate with the Devil Realm, once the gate of the Devil Realm opens, everyone in the northern border won't be able to escape. The master of the Nakajima family's tone became fierce. His palm landed heavily on the table. It seemed that the master of Sakakami family didn't agree and wanted to start a war right then and there. "I still need some time to think about it. Let me figure it out." The master of the Nakajima family only let out a breath of turbid air before he stood up and walked down the stage. "Hey, James. Are you really not a magician?" Miyamoto Musashi held the wine on the table and asked in a slightly tipsy tone. "I think so." As they ate the food in the restaurant and clinked glasses, Miyamoto began to talk incoherently with Lei Lou. Linghua wasn't with them, while Shinji Sakurakami returned to her room to rest. One glass after another, Miyamoto Musashi's mood became better and better. There were more and more wine bottles on the table, and the night gradually became darker and darker. It wasn't until the restaurant closed that Miyamoto Musashi started to sleep soundly on the table. Looking at this unconscious person, Lei Lou could only take out Miyamoto Musashi's wallet with tears in his eyes. He helped him settle his debts, including the debt he owed previously. This person was really boring. Even if he had money, settling debts was not really one of his strongest suits. After throwing Miyamoto Musashi into a room, he walked straight to his own room. However, Lei Lou felt that his magic array had been triggered at the door. Pushing the door open, a graceful woman with a white veil on her face sat near the window, looking at the scenery outside. She was wearing a long red dress, and she looked extremely beautiful. The strokes on her face were like those of a fairy walking down from a painting. Lei Lou did not hesitate either. He walked to the seat beside her, took the tea he bought, and slowly brewed it as if there was no one beside him. "Hello, Pseudo, Grade 9 Mage Lei Lou. Nice to meet you." The woman seemed to be waiting for Lei Lou to speak first, but she did not expect him to not care about her at all. "Hello, General Zili. I wonder what you're doing here tonight." Lei Luo had long guessed that General Zili would send someone to his place, but he did not expect that she would go herself. In fact, the thought had not crossed Lei Luo's mind. If not, he would take it that he had guessed wrongly. Although Lei Luo had never seen General Zili before, the appearance of the flower of the northern borders was too obvious. Other than General Zili, Lei Luo couldn't think of anyone whose appearance could compare to the woman sealed within the deity armament. I didn't expect the military advisor to know about this little woman. I'm truly terrified. General Zili stood up and bowed. They were all waiting for the other party to speak first. After all, they still didn't know what the other party's situation was like. No one wanted to be at a disadvantage. I don't think I can compare to military advisor Lei Luo. General, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Lei Luo brought the hot tea in his hand to General Zili, wanting to see if this general was afraid that he would rise up and kill her. However, General Zili only smiled as he took the tea and said to Lei Luo, "Thank you for military advisor Lei Luo's tea. Whatever you say." Picking up the tea that he had brewed, Lei Luo sat on his seat and took a sip. 9 days ago, advisor Lei Luo died after releasing a spell that far exceeded the current level of a magician. 4 days later, an unknown magician named James appeared on the northern border. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Hearing General Zili's words, Lei Luo's heart did not waver at all. He knew that this matter was far from as simple as she said. There must be some conclusive evidence to prove that he was Lei Luo. Sure enough, Zili looked at Lei Luo's face with a hint of ridicule. "I have contacted the Empire's Marquis, Papafilin. They did not send an investigator to the northern border at all, so your identity is fake." There was no expression on Lei Luo's face, but a disappointed expression appeared on his face. "If you have something to say it quickly." Lei Luo put down the tea in his hand with an impatient expression. He knew that this person in front of him was still trying to rope him in. Although he didn't know the reason, Lei Luo could still feel the urgency in her words. "I know that Mr. Lei Luo intends to help Fu Yun, but do you know that Fu Yun is a member of the royal family and that the people that Ulysses supports are from the royal family?" Hearing this, Lei Luo's heart was still a little moved. He still did not expect Fu Yun to be a member of the royal family that had disappeared for many years. Did the royal family still have the power to fight against the general? That was really a terrifying thing. "I know that Mr. Lei Luo and Ulysses have a good relationship, but now is not the time for internal strife in the northern border. Who knows when the gate of the demon world will open? And when that time comes, the northern border will be plunged into endless flames of war. I know that the Takeda family and the Nakajima family have long been in contact with the demon world, but the goal of the demon world is to open the node and invade the magic empire. How could there be a complete egg when the nest is overthrown? The northern border will still be the vanguard for the invasion of the demon world. Papafilin and I have agreed that as long as we don't let the Takeda family and the Nakajima family open the gate of the demon world ahead of time, as long as Papafilin is free, we will help the northern border repel the demon world's attack. And we have promised to give the northern border the right to independence. Isn't this the best choice?" Zili spilled everything about her deal with Papafilin as if he was pouring beans and as if he was talking about his own pain. However, Lei Luo knew that she definitely had some crucial information that she had yet to say. "I hope that Mr. Lei Luo can tell the Sakakami family that if I help Takeda and the others open the gate of the Devil Realm, I will first cleanse the Sakakami family even if I have to die." Zili gritted her teeth and told Lei Luo that this was a very big decision. If the Sakakami family knew about this, they might not even be able to wait for the ceremony and start a war. However, the Sakakami family was the key to Takeda's plan, so Zili made this decision. "I hope that Mr. Lei Luo can help me. When the northern border is stabilized, I will station troops for the Black Angel Army and control the northern border's export and import channels. At that time, Mr. Lei Luo will be the left prime minister of the northern border, and he won't have to do anything." This was already a very big condition for Zili. In Lei Luo's ears, he felt that it was ridiculous. What did it mean to station troops in the northern border? It was equivalent to putting a thorn in the general's heart, and it could not be removed even if he wanted to. In addition to the trade rights in the northern border, it could increase his wealth by hundreds of millions every year. Although Lei Luo still wanted to agree, there were still some things that Lei Luo did not know. He first needed to determine whether Zili was telling the truth or simply bluffing to gain an advantage. "General Zili, please leave. I am not Lei Luo, and I cannot accept such a condition. Please forgive me for not being able to do anything." Zili's eyes clearly showed some disappointment, but she understood that Lei Luo had rejected her condition. Looking at the still warm tea on the table, the beauty sitting at the side had disappeared. Lei Luo looked at the chair that was still warm, but he did not say a word. At the same time, Morton and Katz walked in the drizzle with Ali holding an umbrella. They walked towards a black marble tombstone. After suppressing the internal rebellion, they successfully occupied the Cape of Good Hope and successfully made the place their own. Trump also fulfilled his promise to hold the trade there in his hands. The Doomsday Dusk Alliance did not make a move against Trump. Without the leader's words, they did not dare to make a move against an act that was close to rebellion. After the riots in the past few days, Morton used the power of the Book of the Immortal to wipe out the opposition forces in the city. However, in order to fake the death of Lei Luo, they decided to hold a grand funeral. Charlotte and Tully were behind Morton. All the members of the Black Angel Army stood behind them and bowed to Lei Luo's tombstone. This was their eternal spiritual guide and an army that existed for Lei Luo's will. Lei Luo had become an existence that was close to faith for them. Charlotte leaned over and whispered into Morton's ear, "The preparations are almost done. We can launch an attack on Kane's forces at any time." During this period of time, the situation in the Cape of Good Hope had stabilized. Therefore, under Charlotte's suggestion, they began to prepare to attack Kane, the largest pirate force in the Satan's Wings. This was also the first battle after Lei Luo's departure, and it could obviously boost morale. At the same time, it could also turn the situation in the Satan's Wings into what Lei Luo had hoped. It could completely establish the opposition between the Black Angel Army and the Magic Conductor Army. Under constant reorganization and compression, the Black Angel Army already had 6 full Lord-class fleets, and Kane also had 6. However, the Magic Conductor Army already had 4 full Lord-class fleets as the first wave of attacks. It must be known that if the Magic Conductors were to form an army, their combat strength would be half that of an ordinary army. Under the uniform command and the support of extremely high computational ability, one Magic Conductor could take on 2. After the first wave of attacks, the Magic Conductor Army pretended to be looting supplies, but in reality, it was also to get supplies. However, under such a blow, the Black Angel Army took down Kane with lightning speed. No one knew about this plan. Only the higher-ups of the Black Angel Army knew that after the funeral, they would start the first battle. This was also a plan that no one could have thought of. At this moment, the Magic Conductor Army had already begun. After they finished fighting, Lei Luo's funeral would also be over. At that time, everyone would board the battleship that had already been warmed up. Thinking of this, Morton walked to the podium and said to the people below, "We have lost the supreme leader, Lei Luo, but he still guides us. This is his ideal, to build an alliance without discrimination, unequal wealth, and poverty. Everyone is your best friend and also your closest comrade. Next, let us mourn for Lei Luo for 3 minutes." Morton lowered his head with a sorrowful expression on his face. Everyone followed Morton and lowered their heads. Whether it was those who had just joined the Dark Angel Army or the veterans who had followed Lei Luo from the start, they all felt sorrowful. A mage with a promising future and a well-deserved genius had lost his life for them. This was something that no one had expected. He could have given up on them and made a comeback with those who survived, but he had saved them at the cost of his life. The sad atmosphere was transmitted to everyone. During this time, everyone understood the concept of the Black Angel Army. They saw the great ideals of this young man and were willing to sacrifice their lives for his ideals. Seeing that the time was right, Morton said to the people below with red eyes, "Everyone, we shouldn't feel sad. The stars in the sky are watching us. Let him witness our battle. Now, everyone board the battleship. Our blood will make the enemy tremble. Our roars will make the enemy feel fear. Our weapons will bring death to the enemy. Warriors, tell me your fighting spirit." With the last sentence, Morton used a hoarse voice to shout at the people below. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Everyone shouted with a crazy fanaticism in response to Morton's words. "All of you board the battleship." Everyone rushed to their own battleship and walked to their own positions. No one asked who their opponent was. This was their battle, and they were bound to tear their opponent into pieces. Tolly knew that this army was already beyond contempt. He vaguely knew that Lei Lou was actually not dead. This was his guess, but he did not say it out loud. The situation was set, and what happened next would depend on how the situation changed. Kane's base was now covered in flames. The fleet in the distance had used a gathering formation to catch them off guard, destroying a Lord-class fleet that had yet to take off. The patrolling troops were shot down in a single exchange. Under the precise calculation of the firepower, these pirate troops were as fragile as paper. When everyone boarded the warships, the news that the magic shooters had charged in came from the ground forces. One fleet even landed directly above their base to receive their supplies. Kane's leader, Jerry, roared at the communicator. "Who the hell is it? F***CK, shoot them down for me. The leader seems to be a group of magic shooters. Now that our fleets have just taken off, their combat power is too strong. Shoot them down for me. I don't care what method you use, shoot out all the level 7 magic guided missiles that I've robbed." Jerry yelled at the communicator and sat on the stool. He knew that whether he won or lost this battle, he had suffered a great loss. The beeping sound came from the command desk in front of him. Jerry picked up the phone impatiently. "What else is there?" "They've retreated. The missiles are loaded. Do they still want to shoot them out?" "Fire my ass. Retreat for me." In Jerry's heart, he had already suffered heavy losses. If they continued to fight, both sides would definitely suffer heavy losses. It would be better to let them go. He wiped his sweat. As a pirate, he had actually been robbed by others. One had to know that he occupied a passage leading to Satan's wings. Who would dare to attack him? While Jerry was still thinking about who planned this battle, a red light began to flash on the command platform. Jerry opened the voice message sent from the command platform. "Leader, we were ambushed. We just got off the warship and were attacked again. There are a lot of fleets, and they look like the Black Angel Army from the Cape of Good Hope. Run quickly." After listening to the voice message, Jerry slammed his hand on the command platform and said to his subordinates, "B*****. We didn't see them coming. They even came knocking on our door. Take everyone and leave." However, as the heavy armor above his head smashed the top of the battleship open, Jerry knew that he had no chance. Walking to the door of Masanori Sakamoto's room, Lei Lou organized his words and thought about how to say it to Masanori Sakamoto. The current situation was not what he had in control. He had been pushed into the chaos by various forces. What could Lei Lou do to change the current situation? "It's Mr. James, right? Please come in." With some surprise, Lei Lou pushed open Masanori Sakamoto's door. She was sitting on the bed, thinking about something. "You know about it, right?" While Lei Lou was talking to Sufficient, he had used magic to let Masanori Sakamoto know about their conversation. "Are you saying that you're Lei Lou or that the general threatened the Sakamoto family?" Masanori Sakamoto blinked as she looked at Lei Lou as if she was trying to prove something. "Both. Lei Lou sat beside Masanori Sakamoto and lay down. He was at a loss as to who he should help or which faction was worthy of his help. Just follow your heart. The Sakamoto family's matter will not be resolved so easily. We will only know in the end. They all have their own ideas and goals. They're all the same to me. Masanori Sakamaka looked at Lei Lou with a hint of worry. Yeah, perhaps only in the end will we know which side is worth it. Thinking about the current situation, he only wanted to enter the node to find the medicine that would save Ali. However, he was now sinking deeper and deeper into this situation. I'll go back first. If you want to inform the Sakamoto family, do it as soon as possible. We don't have much time left. Lei Lou stood up and walked back to his room. He did not see Masanori Sakamoto's lonely expression. There were only 10 arenas left at the martial arts competition venue. The day's competition was to draw lots among the 100 people, number 1 against number 100, number 2 against number 99, and so on. Masanori Sakamoto did not follow them that day. She said that she would be refining the tomes of Arcane with Kuduzai. When it was Lei Lou's turn to draw lots, the people in front of him looked happy and sad. On the big screen, the names of the people who had drawn lots appeared. Today, they only needed to fight 5 matches to decide the names of the people who would enter the top 10. Tomorrow, there would be a free-for-all between 10 people to decide the rankings. The day after tomorrow, it would be the competition to decide the champion. When there were only 25 people left, one person was destined to be left empty. The person who was left empty would have a free-for-all battle with the remaining 12 people. The 10 people who could last the longest would enter the top 10. This was also a time to show one's personal level. It was also for the sake of watching the competition. At the same time, it could also eliminate the weakest among them and let the lucky ones stop there. Lei Lou looked at his number. It was 83. He wanted to fight with number 17. He relaxed when he saw the big screen. It was an unknown person. Miyamoto Musashi and Linghua were also among the 100 people. However, Linghua's matches were not so smooth. Every time she met an opponent that was slightly stronger than her, she still managed to defeat 100 people without any danger. In these 2 matches, Lei Lou used his fastest speed to finish off his opponent so that no one else could see his strength. Lei Lou was aware that General Zili would definitely be watching his matches, so he had to hide for as long as he could. As long as his identity as a mage was not seen through, he could still stall for some time. When he entered the node, he would not have to worry about the situation here. Miyamoto Musashi had drawn a blank, which surprised Lei Lou a little. It was as if someone had deliberately let him take a blank. When he walked to the arena and saw his opponent, Lei Lou felt strange. It was a golden-haired foreigner in a coat. Among the 25 people, only James and the man in front of him were foreigners. The other foreigners were all eliminated. Whether they were there to join in the fun or to be the hangers-on of the other family heads, this showed that the man in front of him was stronger than the average person. Not being able to use magic power in the northern border did not mean that there were no ways to deal with magic. For example, the most common method was to bring a small anti-magic stone. This special product from the gate of the demon world could effectively block the release of magic by mages. The premise was that within a certain range, Lei Lou also bought a small piece to try. The principle was actually very simple. This kind of stone could absorb the magic power that dispersed in the air. It would cause mages who originally relied on the magic power in the air to release magic to be unaccustomed to it. If a mage used the magic power in his body, as long as he fell before the other party, he would be able to successfully subdue the enemy. Hello, Mr. James. I'm Jirosis. I'm very happy to see my fellow countrymen from the Empire, but I had no choice but to kill you because of the orders of the Nakajima family head. The man in front of him did not speak. He only smiled, looking very pitiful. He used the simplest, voice transmission, spell to let Lei Lou hear it. Then I wish you all the best. Lei Lou also smiled at this person. No matter which side he was on, he was a worthy opponent. Begin. Lei Lou quickly drew his sword after the referee's voice sounded. He shot towards Jorosis like an arrow leaving the bow. Not all mages had a sacred body like Lei Lou. Most mages were good at long-range attacks. Lei Lou raised his sword and aimed it at Jorosis' face, while Jorosis extended his hand to block it. This shocked Lei Lou. When Lei Lou's sword touched Jorosis' fist, the sound of metal clashing against metal was heard. This was unbelievable. Lei Lou took a closer look. There was something that looked like armor on Jorosis' body. It was this thing that stopped the blade of Lei Lou's sword. This is one of my research, the possession of a magic puppet. Aren't you surprised? There was pride and relief on Jorosis' face. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with his research. Not bad. If it's just like this, it's still not enough. The blade seemed to turn on its own and slid down his fist. Jorosis could only turn his head, but the tip of the blade still left a bloody mark on his face. He quickly stretched out his fist, forcing Lei Lou's next attack back. He covered the wound on his face and asked Lei Lou, "Are you really a mage?" Lei Lou shrugged and replied to Jorosis, "Who knows?" Hearing that Lei Lou did not answer his question, Jorosis could only smile bitterly and say, "I really underestimated you. In that case, I'll let you see the results of my life's work." After saying that, his armor fell off his thin body like clothes. The originally transparent lines began to become clear and appeared in front of Jorosis, forming the appearance of a giant in armor. This is a real magic puppet. It is a masterpiece that combines the advantages of all magic puppets. Such a beautiful structure. It's not in vain that I stole it from the Magic Research Institute of the Empire's Elder Council and lived on the edge of death in the northern border for so many years. The armor in front of him stepped on the cracked bricks in the ground and rushed towards Lei Lou. The huge axe in his hand had already reached the top of his head. What made Lei Lou truly fearful was that Jorosis, who only had the strength of a grade 4 mage, was able to support this thing that was equivalent to a grade 5 magic puppet. Didn't this mean that the Elder Council still had a secret weapon like this? Do you know how difficult it is to cast a spell beyond the level of a mage? A level 2 spell is enough to drain the mana of 10 to 100 level 1 mages. The higher the level of a spell, the higher the quality and quantity of the mana required. Why could Lei Lou use a high-level spell? That was because after the purification of the holy body, the quality of the mana was unbelievably high. All the blood in the body was infused with mana, causing Lei Lou's blood to be able to exchange with the mana. This allowed Lei Lou to use magic beyond his level, but now, someone was using magic beyond his level in front of him. How could he not be surprised? Using the flight spell, he temporarily flew up to dodge the attack of the magic puppet. In Lei Lou's eyes, the magic puppet was Jorosis, which also prevented Lei Lou from directly attacking Jorosis, the spellcaster. The puppet's axe fell to the ground, creating a large crater. Seeing the magic power flowing through the magic puppet, Lei Lou thought of a way to deal with the magic puppet. He took out a small stone and stuffed it into the gaps of the magic puppet, then he began to circle around the magic puppet to dodge its attack. Jorosis was confused. It was not a wise decision to fight with him for a long time. With a certain amount of magic crystals, Jorosis could maintain the magic puppet's normal operation for 2 days. Although Lei Lou was fast, he was still a human. He would feel tired if he did not eat or drink for 2 days. His magic puppet would not be tired. Unless Lei Lou could break the armor of the magic puppet, how could that be possible? One had to know that the armor of a level 5 magic puppet required at least level 6 magic to break. If Lei Lou was a level 6 mage, why would he beat around the bush with him? Hadn't he failed long ago? He couldn't understand what Lei Lou was trying to do, so he decided to deal with him like this. Having made up his mind, Jirosis chased after Lei Luo and attacked him on the ring. Lei Luo circled around different parts of the magic puppet and began to strike, but to the magic puppet, it was like scratching an itch. It had no effect at all. The more Jirosis looked, the more confused he became. When the armor on the puppet began to fall off, the speed that was originally on par with Lei Luo began to slow down. Jirosis used his mana to observe the interior of the magic puppet. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The mana circuit of the armor seemed to have been plowed by someone, becoming extremely messy. As the armor fell off one by one, the originally huge body became smaller and smaller. Until the weakened Jirosis fell to the ground, he still could not understand how Lei Luo had done it. He could only say to the judge, "I admit defeat." In a depressed manner, he turned to look at Lei Luo and asked, "What method did you use to break my magic puppet?" Lei Luo rummaged through his armor, took out a small stone, and said to Jirosis, "This is it." Looking at Jirosis' puzzled gaze, Lei Luo continued to explain, "This is the anti-magic stone that people in the northern border often use to fight against mages. This little thing can absorb the magic power in the air, and it can also absorb the magic power in the magic power circuit. It will flow along the magic power circuit. To the magic power circuit of a magic puppet, it is like an impurity. It will constantly wear down the original complete magic power circuit. In addition, I constantly adjust its position, which makes it so destructive. If it is destroyed normally, it will take about 3 hours." Jirosis smiled bitterly and said to Lei Luo, "Yet you still say that you're not a magician." Lei Luo raised his eyebrows and said, "If you think so." He walked to the bottom of the ring and glanced at the position of the Nakajima family head on the high platform. His eyes were filled with provocation. Behind the screen, the Nakajima family head looked at Lei Luo's eyes on the screen and threw the teacup in his hand out. "Trash, really trash. We spend so much money on him every year, but we still can't deal with this James." The Takeda family head comforted him. "We never thought of eliminating him in this match. Didn't we prepare for the next match? We spent so much effort to make Miyamoto Takizo empty-handed. Wasn't it all for the next match?" The Nakajima family head's originally heaving chest calmed down after hearing this. He asked his servant to change a cup of tea and sat in his seat to continue watching. The Sakurakami family head still had the same expressionless face, but there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. He greeted Miyamoto Musashi and Linghua and waited for the other matches to end. Miyamoto Musashi patted his chest and said to Linghua, "Linghua, when the time comes, you will stand behind me. I guarantee that you will pass." But Linghua said with a worried face, "What about James? His situation isn't too good. It seems like the Nakajima family and Takeda family are targeting him. This time, there are 7 people from these 2 families. And that's Shirong from the treasure house. Maybe the 2 families will pay him to help." Miyamoto Musashi looked at Lei Luo and said with a snort, "Who cares? I'll use all my money. I'm planning to have a good meal before I leave. It shouldn't be a problem. At most, I'll eliminate the people from the other 2 families and then randomly kill one of them," Lei Luo said optimistically to Linghua. Miyamoto Musashi patted Lei Luo and spoke with a gloating expression on his face. "Let's take it one step at a time. At most, I'll help you block Shirong from the treasure house and Linghua will help you block one more person. That way, you'll only need to hit 6 people. It'll be much easier to think like that." Lei Luo just rolled his eyes at him and didn't say anything else. Soon, the chaotic battle began. As expected, the 7 people surrounded each other. Shirong, who was dressed in yellow and holding a golden staff, gestured at Miyamoto Musashi with his shiny bald head. Linghua could only comfort Lei Luo and say, "I'll come and help you after I've dealt with that person." After saying that, she gestured to the most powerful person among the 7. These 7 people were undoubtedly grandmasters from various sections. For various reasons, the two aristocratic families had made their moves, and Bei Tiaoilang was one of them. The two people next to him, the huge man who liked to tear people apart alive, watched this scene with interest. The cloth-clothed swordsman who was chewing on grass roots and wearing a straw hat watched this scene with disdain. The 6 men charged towards Lei Lou in different directions. Hojo Ichiro's eyes were filled with hatred. After using the magic potion, his body had deteriorated. However, for the sake of his master, he had no choice but to fight against Lei Lou again. The 6 men's blades slashed towards different parts of Lei Luo's body at the same time. It seemed that Lei Lou had nowhere to dodge. Under the siege of 6 people, Lei Lou did not hide his identity anymore. Moreover, most people already thought that he was a magician, so there was no need to continue pretending. Gravity manipulation doubled, and the surrounding gravity was suddenly 10 times stronger than normal. The 6 people's movements stopped near Lei Luo's body at the same time, and the magic circle in Lei Luo's hand lit up. The 6 of them only felt their bodies sinking, and the swords in their hands also became heavy. It was difficult for them to even stay where they were. A torrent of magic power with a majestic impact was directed at the Grandmaster who was about to slash Lei Luo's neck. The Grandmaster's body fell off the stage like a rag along with the impact of the magic power, and it seemed that he was going to die. The audience below the stage began to cry out in shock, and then fear. It must be known that such a powerful mage was only forced out by someone now. Before, his strength was only a part of it, but now, he looked like a giant beast that had opened its eyes to feed on humans. It was terrifying. Immediately after, a huge figure passed through the gravitational field that Lei Lou had cast. While Lei Lou was still constructing his second spell, a huge fist covered Lei Luo's head. Lei Luo's intuition spell kept warning him. His head swelled, almost affected by the warning sound. Under such a strong pressure, the passive magic that Lei Lou had set up for himself had reduced the gravity in the surroundings by several times. The people around them were lifted into the air under the infinitely low gravity, and the power of that fist was also reduced. The huge figure was surprised. "Hey! Are you really that strong?" Only then did Lei Lou see the face of that person clearly. It was the violent giant. His black skin complemented his developed muscles, and his arms that were filled with a sense of power swelled up unnaturally. Under his powerful pressure, Lei Luo's magic power was quickly mobilized to fight against his fist. The air was filled with a strange pressure. The remaining 5 people were struggling to hold on, and their faces revealed expressions of pain. The magic power in Lei Luo's body gathered towards the gravity control magic array on his lower abdomen. The surrounding gravity was constantly weakening, but the giant's strength also seemed to have no upper limit as it continued to fight against Lei Luo's magic. However, the people next to him quickly could not withstand the residual power of such a confrontation. Their bodies were like in a blender, as they were constantly twisting. Accompanied by a vicious roar from their mouths, they died one after another like evil spirits. Ichiro Kitaho was the same. However, he looked at Lei Lou with a relieved expression, and it was as if he wanted to say something. However, before he could say anything, he was squeezed into a pile of bloody dregs whose faces could not be seen clearly. The referee was also frightened by this kind of battle. No one dared to stop them from fighting. The 5 people were the best example. The Nakajima family head on the high platform looked more and more solemn. He thought that he had underestimated Lei Luo's strength. He had even deliberately let Miyamoto Takizo take his turn, in order to add another Grandmaster to deal with Lei Lou. However, the current situation had already gone beyond his control. He originally did not want this lord to deal with Lei Lou, to expose this lord, but now it seemed that he could not hide it anymore. Although the Nakajima clan master hoped that Lei Lou could die like this, Lei Lou could not do as he wished. The confrontation on the platform continued to spread, causing the ground to collapse. The ground under the feet of the two people continued to crack, and the blood of the dead fell on the faces of the two people. The veins on Lei Luo's face bulged, and the flow of blood made him look even more ferocious. The giant man's condition was not any better than Lei Luo's. His fist had already been cut by the surrounding magic turbulence, and his face was beyond recognition. Soon, the result was out, because Lei Luo had already successfully constructed the second spell, Electromagnetic Pulse. In the process of continuous confrontation, this spell, which had been inherited from the ancient magic empire, was originally a level 5 spell with a wide range of effects. However, as Lei Luo continued to control it, its power began to be directed at the huge man in front of him. The huge man still did not realize that Lei Luo's spell had been constructed. He only licked the blood that splattered on his face, and an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. His mind had already thought of how to taste this seemingly delicious man in front of him. He wanted to see him cry under his body while his hands moved around his body, looking like he was loving him. As the magic circle of Lei Luo was constructed, a powerful blue light devoured the giant man, tearing apart his originally hard body and charging him to the audience seats below the stage. In that instant, dozens of people died under the heavy pressure of Lei Luo's magic and the giant man. The crowd screamed and ran away. They did not expect to be threatened by death in such a battle. Everyone felt the pursuit of death. The giant man who was crushed under the rubble roared and struggled free from the pressure of the rocks. The rubble that was casually thrown out took away a few innocent people from the northern border. Covered in blood, he looked like a demon that had climbed up from hell. The huge hole in his chest that had been burned by the electromagnetic pulse had not yet healed. Blood was slowly dripping down, but he still rushed towards Lei Luo with blood-red eyes. Lei Luo also began to use his sacred body with all his might and began to build a more powerful spell. At this moment, a man in heavy armor jumped between the two of them, followed by thousands of heavy armor troops. At the periphery, a huge magic cannon launcher was already aimed at this place. Stop! The competition has already ended. If you don't stop, you will be treated as a traitor. The voice from the heavy armor made Lei Luo and the huge man stop at the same time. Actually, when Lei Luo and the others were fighting, the match had already ended. However, no one had shouted for them to stop. According to the general's orders, the referee of this match has made a grave mistake. He should be beheaded to apologize. When the heavy armor soldier read out this paragraph, the referee beside him felt incredulous. Did he have the ability to stop them? Even the lord on the stage did not say a word. How could he have dared to end it just like that? No, I'm not wrong. It was Lord Nakajima who did not allow me to stop the competition. I want to see Lord General. The referee rolled and crawled in front of the heavy-armored soldier, but before he could reach the heavy-armored soldier, the heavy-armored soldiers behind him had already dragged him down. There was no other way. There was such a big mistake in the competition this time. Someone had to take responsibility for it. It was impossible for the giant man or Lei Luo to be in charge. First of all, it was a problem whether they could win or not. In addition, the giant man had the leader of the Nakajima family behind him, and Leroy could cast a pseudo-level 9 spell. It did not matter who was right or wrong. Not far away, General Zili looked at the scene on the screen with regret. She was just disappointed when she saw that Lei Luo did not kill the giant man. If Lei Luo could kill that person from the demon world, he might be able to foil the Nakajima family's plan. However, he did not lose out this time. He could use this incident to take back some crucial things from the Nakajima family. Masanori Sakazaka stood beside Gotenjai in the blacksmith shop and quietly watched the fire burning in the furnace. Her beautiful face was no longer as innocent as before. Gotenjai looked at Masanori Sakamoto with a hint of reluctance and said, "Miss, you have been away from this sword for a long time. You don't have to use this method to perfect this sword." Masanori Sakamoto did not answer him. Instead, she was lost in her thoughts as she looked at the sword. She told Gutingjai a story. Thousands of years ago, the northern border was not as prosperous as it was now. However, it was in a place like this that a person who loved this land stayed behind to live, marry, and have children. However, no one expected that the gate of the demon world, which was supposed to be liberated thousands of years later, would have an almost irreparable loophole. In that era, when the empire had not yet been established, all sides were in chaos, and no one would come to stop the widening gap. Magical beasts surged out of the gap, and the warriors of the demon world devoured the world like locusts. The man felt heartbroken. Under the influence of the gate of the demon world, such a beautiful place had become a piece of bare land. He took out his dusty sword and fought for the people on this land. He kept on killing his way into the inner part of the gate of the demon world. The sword in his hand was dyed red, and his magic power was exhausted. Just like that, he finally reached the side of the gate of the demon world and used the last spell. Heaven and Earth Isolation, Node. Under the influence of this spell, the gate of the devil realm was banished to a node in its own space, and the man died of exhaustion. His sword returned to the place he loved, and the sword spirit that had lost the body of the sword returned to his master's house. This was the original Sakamoto family. It was also the earliest northern border. After that, the land was snowed all year round. Not long after, His Majesty the Emperor drove the sinners to the northern border and let people enter the node to fight against the devil realm. And I am that sword spirit. This is why I must participate in the sacrifice, because only I can open the node. Her face was illuminated by the fire in the stove. Just like that man, she also had to protect this land for his wish. Gutingjai looked at the sword on the stove and asked in puzzlement, then why must James come? His body has the same aura as Master's. This is a necessary condition to use the Arcadia cloud. Sakamoto looked at Kid Sakakami with a determined gaze. Kid Sakakami did not want to see her eyes. He was afraid that he would not be able to do it. Sakakami's red-hot sword carved magic arrays on his body, just like what Lei Lou had done at the time. However, the magic arrays she drew were reversed. The method she used was completely different from Lei Lou's. The hot blood slowly climbed up Sakakami's rusty iron sword like a snake. The originally stubborn iron rust disintegrated as if it had encountered strong acid. The sharp sword that was not too sharp showed its sharp side again at this moment. Sakakami picked up the long sword and poured her blood on the sword. Along with Sakakami's strokes, a simple reverse cross magic array slowly appeared at the end of the sword. After doing all this, Masanori Sakamoto fell to the ground with the sword as if he had lost all his strength. Seeing that Masanori Sakamoto was about to go up and support her, Gutingjai couldn't help but say, "Is it really worth it? After so many years, you are no longer the sword spirit from before. You are a complete person. That person doesn't even know of your existence. This is just your wishful thinking." The corners of Masanori Sakamoto's mouth trembled slightly as he said with a pale face, "Even if he doesn't know of me, he is my master. Even if so many years have passed, even if he can't save this piece of land, I still have to fulfill his wish and defend this piece of land for the last time." Kudzu Saitama knew that he couldn't convince the woman in front of him. He sighed and asked, "Then what do you plan to tell James? Will he agree to your plan?" Masanori Sakamoto was also a little helpless. She stood up shakily and sat down to rest, no longer answering Kudzu Saitama's questions. This was because she knew that once Lei Lou found out about her plan, he would definitely not agree to it. Blood flowed on Masanori Sakamoto's skin, but it disappeared after a while. Then, the magic circle that was emitting white light hid. He walked downstairs tiredly and berated Kaduji, who was hesitating on the steps. "How much longer do you want to wait? The chance to fulfill your family's long-cherished wish is right in front of you. If you don't perfect the sky from the clouds this time, you won't have another chance." Koduji took off the gloves on his hand and placed them on his chest. His eyes were no longer confused. He looked at Masanori Sakamoto with a determined gaze and said firmly, "Tomorrow, I promise that you will see a brand new sky cloud. I promise that you will be able to fuse your sword perfectly. This is the last thing I can do for you." He saw the look in Kid Sakuraku's eyes and felt relieved. She knew that she could not delay any longer. Before the ceremony, on the last day of the martial arts competition, the Takeda family head and the Nakajima family head would definitely make things difficult for the general. At that time, even if the Sakamoto family did not want to participate, the Nakajima family head would pull them onto the battleship. If they really helped them open the gate to the demon world in advance, the northern border would once again be plunged into misery. This was definitely something he did not want to see, so the key was still on James. If he was willing to take the sword to the gate to the demon world, the node would not be opened so easily. At that time, the situation on the northern border would stabilize. No matter if it was the general or the royal family, they would not allow the demon world to enter the northern border because no one wanted to be a pawn for a dangerous country. Only the head of the Nakajima family would want to join the demon world. This was a very simple reason. The people behind them all hoped that the dispute in the empire would be resolved within the empire. If a third party wanted to interfere, they would not hesitate to join forces to deal with the third party. The general and the royal family should be able to understand this logic. Masanori Sakamoto flipped his wrist. Although his expression was nonchalant, his heart was incomparably worried about the current situation. He could only take things one step at a time. Thinking of this, Sakuraku slowly walked towards the inn. On the other side, Lei Lou was also recalling the moves of the big guy on the stage. It was obvious that Lei Lou had not seen those moves before. They were also different from the martial arts that the people of the northern border practiced in the books. In addition, Miyamoto Musashi had warned Lei Lou before he left, telling him not to underestimate that big guy. He had a familiar scent on his body. Then, this person's identity was self-evident. The people of the demon world were very troublesome, especially in anticipation of the next day. There would definitely be a battle between him and that person. It was better to take things slowly and see how that person would attack. While Lei Lou was still thinking about that burly man on the road, the head of the Nakajima family looked at the burly man on the main seat and carefully asked, "Lord Moros, are you confident in dealing with that James?" Moros only looked at the head of the Nakajima family and said in an indifferent tone, "That person's strength is about the same as mine." Without using his trump card, it's really hard to say who will win and who will lose. Touching the weapon in his hand, the Takeda family head spoke to Moros with a murderous intent. "Do you want to beat him half to death tonight? It'll be easier tomorrow." The Nakajima family head frowned slightly at the Takeda family head's words and said with a mocking tone, "Then who are you going to let go? Or do you want to bring the fleet to the city to beat him?" When the Takeda family head, who was already in a bad mood, heard this, he stood up and roared at the Nakajima family head. "Then what do you plan to do? If we can't win first place, how can we show our strength to the general? How can we get close to the node and open up a portion of the node? Also, you should know that if our people don't win first place, many aristocratic families won't come close to us. If the general doesn't have enough pressure, he will soon free up his hands to deal with our two families. If these matters are not resolved, then the entire game will be lost." The Nakajima family head's expression did not change. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with the Takeda family head, he still did not scold him. Instead, Moros, who was sitting on a tall chair, said to the two people, "Stop arguing. I still have a potion that the Holy Sun gave me. Perhaps it can save this situation." Moros rummaged through the flesh and blood. It looked disgusting, but the master of the Nakajima family and the master of the Takeda family were used to it. This was a method for the people of the demon world to control their bodies. Because the demon world's magic power was mostly chaotic and the composition was complicated, they used the demon world's magic power to be collectively known as the magic element. The function of the magic element was to change the physique of the warriors and mages of the demon world and their methods of use. The side effect was to make the people of the demon world more like magical beasts than humans. The chaotic and brutal magic element continued to penetrate into the bone marrow of the people of the demon world as they cultivated. After a while, Moros held an extremely ugly blue body in his hand. That body was emitting an unpleasant smell while it was screaming sharply, causing the faces of the Nakajima family head and Takeda family head to instantly turn pale. They fell to the ground and covered their ears, trying their best to avoid hearing that sharp voice. This was taken out from the brain of the magical beast, KDOM. It can transform humans into magical beasts. Let the people on the stage use this thing first to exhaust James. That way, I'll be very confident. Moros paused, then he continued, if it really doesn't work, then we can only threaten the Sakakami family on the last day of the martial arts conference, then kill the general, and completely take control of the northern border. The Nakajima family head listened to Moros silently and didn't express his opinion. The Takeda family head seemed to agree, but he couldn't stand up, so he had to ask Moros to put it away. On the way to the martial arts conference, Miyamoto Musashi and Manhwa came to find him early this time. After what happened yesterday, Miyamoto Musashi and Manhwa wanted Lei Lou to live with them. However, Lei Lou knew that he still wanted them to attack him. Unfortunately, they were still very cautious and did not act rashly. Masanori Sakamoto returned very late last night and only met Lei Lou once. He looked very weak and his face was pale. Lei Lou thought that it was about preparing for the ceremony and did not think too much about it. It was the last day of sword forging and also the penultimate day of the martial arts conference. The streets were filled with patrolling people. Although the general would not go on stage, she would watch from the side. This was also the time for ordinary people to jump through the dragon gate. If the general took a fancy to them, their future would be bright. However, in yesterday's accident, there were so many people from the two great families. Would the general still dare to choose among these people? Lei Lou and Miyamoto Musashi were chatting. The main topic was about the devil world. In this aspect, no one could compare to this son-in-law of the devil world's master. 6 people had been eliminated the previous day. Only 7 people were left. Lei Lou, Miyamoto Musashi, Manhwa, Moros, the youth, as well as a treasure house and a hanger-on of the Nakajima family. In other words, under Lei Lou's deliberate arrangements, he might have to fight to the death with 3 to 4 people. Only 3 people would be able to enter the match the next day, so today's match would be an unlimited number of matches. Everyone could choose their own opponents. Within the stipulated time, those who won more matches and those who lost fewer matches would be ranked before entering tomorrow's match. It wasn't difficult to see the Nakajima family's intentions. They wanted to defeat Lei Lou by taking turns to fight, and finally let Moros give the final blow. With such a scheme, Lei Lou didn't know how he had offended the Nakajima family. The way that Moros looked at him wasn't quite right. The 3 family heads on the high platform had already taken their seats. In a short building not far away, rows of heavy armor were patrolling the area. General Zili was watching the scene on the screen with great interest. He was thinking about Lei Lou's side and how the aristocratic family would definitely suffer heavy losses. At that time, he would be able to come out and take control of the situation. Thinking of this, General Zili could not help but continue watching the screen. Lei Lou, you better not disappoint me. Otherwise, it won't be me who will come, but Papa Philin, General Zili muttered to himself. When the judge on the stage saw that everyone had arrived, he took a deep breath and said to the audience below, "Welcome to the 4th day of the martial arts competition. The strongest person from the northern border will be decided soon. I wish you all good luck." After saying this, he hurriedly jumped off the stage. The people here were also very particular about where they stood. The members of the aristocratic families stood together, while Lei Luo, Miyamoto Musashi, and Linghua stood on one side. The young man dressed in the clothes of a wanderer stood on the other side. After the previous day's lesson, there were fewer people on the stage, but the people still enthusiastically called out for the contestants they supported. The most popular ones were Miyamoto Musashi and the Treasure House. This was enough to show the depth of their influence in the northern border. Lei Luo stood at the side in boredom. No one wanted to go on stage and make a move first. This was equivalent to giving others an opportunity to take advantage of. For those who were bound to win the championship, this was the greatest loss. Very quickly, a person from the aristocratic family walked out. It was the Grandmaster who had faced Linghua the previous day. His strength was not bad. He pointed at Lei Luo and said, "Mr. James, thank you for your guidance." He was very hesitant in his heart. He knew that he was definitely not a match for Lei Luo. However, he had no choice but to obey the orders of the Nakajima family head. When he thought of his mother, wife, and children being in the hands of the Nakajima family head, his heart began to harden. Even if he died, he hoped that the Nakajima family head would treat them well. Thinking of this, looking at Lei Luo who had just taken the stage, he made a move that no one expected. He took out a test tube containing an unknown solid and forcefully crushed it. He poured the liquid that leaked out of the test tube into his mouth. Lei Luo did not try to stop him. Lei Luo wanted to see what other tricks the Nakajima family head had up his sleeves. Soon, that person's roar had already sent chills down everyone's spines. His body also began to undergo changes. His originally smooth skin began to become rough, and it was filled with the cuticle layer that only wild beasts had. His hair began to grow unnaturally, covering his gradually bulging body. His undeveloped muscles became full. 2 meters. 3 meters. 4 meters. Soon, the person in front of him could no longer be called a person, or a monster. It was more appropriate. His bloodshot eyes stared straight at Lei Luo, as if Lei Luo was a portion of delicious food. Saliva flowed down the bull-sized mouth, and his body ran around the arena. It seemed that he was very afraid of Lei Luo, so he did not directly attack Lei Luo. Lei Luo did not act rashly. In his opinion, this should be one of the deals between the Lord of the Middle Island and the demon world. In order to complete such an alliance, he had to pay a great price. A sharp claw was aimed at Lei Luo's neck, but a hand had already slowly grabbed the monster's wrist and pulled it forward fiercely. Gravity manipulation, and a simple, buff, spell allowed Lei Luo to have the strength and speed to fight against the monster. For the sake of the following match, Lei Luo still had to pretend that he was injured. He smashed the monster heavily on the ground, and gravity was attached to the monster's body, restricting him from breaking free. After adjusting the intensity of the spell, he gave him some water. The gravity was not as heavy as it was at the beginning, and the monster quickly reacted. His other hand stabbed towards the hand that Lei Luo was holding onto. Lei Luo released his hand at the right time, making everything seem reasonable. Only Takizo Miyamoto could see the difference between the gravity before and after. However, he did not say anything, only a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Very soon, the monster's attacks came wave after wave. The monsters could attack from all directions. Lei Luo seemed to be tired of running. Traces of blood seeped out of his body and dyed his cotton-padded clothes red. He had to pay attention to his movement technique. He could not use too much water. Otherwise, he would be suspicious. Suddenly, the monster let out a sharp cry, causing Lei Luo's mind to be dizzy. All kinds of crazy thoughts echoed in his mind. Although the people below the stage were standing far away from the stage, they were still affected by the sound. They became disgusted and bored. After the shield spell was cast, Lei Luo felt a little better. However, in the instant that he felt better, the monster's claw had already reached Lei Luo's forehead. The knife in his hand followed Lei Luo's fingertip and drew a clear light. At an unexpected location, the monster's hand was cut off. Next was the left leg, right leg, and lower body. Very quickly, the monster's body became fragmented and could not be seen anymore. The sudden end made everyone dumbfounded. It had to be said that Lei Luo's performance had exceeded Moro's expectations. Next round, the treasure house will fight. We must seriously injure him. Moro stared at Lei Luo without turning his eyes away. He did not notice the gaze of the treasure house, which was filled with contempt and disdain. However, with the sound of the monster's dying breath and the activation of the ring's repair magic, the monster was also dragged off the stage. The treasure house slowly walked onto the stage. The monk's staff in his hand and the long saber at his waist made people feel strange. However, when he took off his bamboo hat, his handsome face made the audience below the stage scream again. It had to be said that the treasure house was indeed a first-class master with both strength and looks. Compared to Miyamoto Musashi's rough appearance, the difference was obvious. Lei Luo glanced at Miyamoto Musashi below the stage. He seemed to have sensed Lei Luo's thoughts and gave him a middle finger. "Mr. James, if I hadn't met you in this arena, I would have been willing to slowly spar with you. However, I had no choice but to offend you." The treasure house gave Lei Luo a formal bow. Lei Luo still held everything in his hands. He knew that if he used a sword, it would be impossible for him to defeat such a grandmaster who was on par with Miyamoto Musashi. It would be better for him to face the myriad of changes without changing. Begin. As the referee announced the start, Lei Luo and the treasury rushed towards each other. It was clear that in a battle between experts, they wanted to seize the first opportunity. The treasury's staff fell from the top of his head. Lei Luo's hand also reached for the staff. This was a sign that Lei Luo was going to use gravity manipulation. However, the treasury's hand touched the long knife at his waist. Lei Luo's alarm rang in his heart. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Thus, he used a charge spell to pull his body apart. The knife in the treasure yard's hands had already cut Lei Luo's neck. Lei Luo's spell was blocked by a magic shield in front of the treasure yard. In the first exchange, Lei Luo was completely defeated. He did not even see the movements of the treasure yard in drawing the knife. It was fast. His movements were very fast. It could be said that he had exceeded the limits of a human. He was even faster than the monster. Lei Luo activated his sacred body, and the wound on his neck naturally disappeared. Lelo also calmed down. The treasury brandished his sword. The magic shield disappeared as Lei Luo retreated. His eyes were as sharp as swords. Yesterday, the treasury knew what kind of magic Lei Luo would use. They even predicted Lei Luo's magic effects, so it was impossible for Lei Luo to defeat him with the magic he had used before. At this time, Lei Luo also knew what the magic shield on the body of the treasury was. This was the Empire's magic conductor, Empire Guard, which was installed on the heavy-armored Empire Knight. It could withstand magic spells below level 6 at least 20 times. This magic conductor, which could be called a bug, had almost no channels for sale to the outside world. The price on the black market was even more sky-high. It could be seen how much effort the aristocratic families had put in to deal with the factors outside of Lei Luo's plan. In their eyes, neither Miyamoto Musashi nor Manhwa could be considered a threat. Only a mage like Lei Luo was a variable outside of the plan. Moreover, their judgment was that Lei Luo was a level 5 mage, so it was worth it for them to pay a high price. After removing the bloodstains on his hands, Lei Luo knew that his previous spells must have been thoroughly researched, so he might as well use the ancient spell that he had just learned. With his hands clasped together, the aura on Lei Luo's body began to change. This was the effect of the ancient spell, alchemy. This spell did not have a specific level of magic. Only the amount of magic output determined the level of magic power. What Lei Lou was interested in was the restraining effect of this spell on weapons. He could tell that this treasure house was a master of using weapons, so if he could restrain his use of weapons. For Lei Lou, the advantage was huge. What was the advantage a mage had over a warrior? There was no doubt that a mage had a variety of methods and spells that a warrior could not match. This was also the reason why mages continued to flourish. Lei Lou knew this without a doubt. After replacing the gravity control spell that dominated the sacred physique with alchemy, Lei Lou had dealt a blow to the treasury. At this moment, the long saber in the treasury's hand was trembling uncontrollably. The staff was about to fly towards Lei Lou, and it was useless to even open the magic shield. Thinking of this, the treasury didn't think too much and ran towards Lei Lou, wanting to interrupt his magic before he completed his spell. Actually, Lei Lou's spell had already been completed. He just changed the style in his hand, and the bottom of the treasury's feet sank. This was the effect of Lei Lou turning the materials of the arena into a swamp. As the body of the treasure house continued to fall, the saber in his hand had already flown to Lei Lou's side and floated quietly like Lei Lou's guard. With the help of the Zen staff, the treasure house still managed to break free. Standing not far away from Lei Lou, he looked coldly at Lei Lou. The long saber in his hand had already been snatched away by Lei Lou. He could no longer use the swordsmanship that he was so proud of. Thinking of the importance of this competition, a magic conductor appeared in his hand. Then, a burst of magic light spewed out, forming a magic long sword. This was another magic conductor that the Nakajima family head had given him. It was originally used to deal with Miyamoto Musashi, but the current situation did not allow him to continue hiding. They did not expect Lei Lou to know so many types of magic and to be so proficient in it. This changed their impression of mages being proficient in only one type of magic. The magic light sword in his hand turned, and a ray of magic light slashed towards Lei Lou. This was the ultimate skill of the treasure house, the Kasaya slash. Combined with the magic power, it seemed to recreate the feeling of an ancient magic swordsman. Lei Lou was not careless. What was left in the air was a fake body made of magic alchemy. He had indeed started to refine something new under the fake body. The fake body was swept into two halves by magic power. Both the treasury and Moros at the bottom heaved a sigh of relief. Lei Lou had given them too much of a scare. When they saw that Lei Lou was killed, they immediately relaxed. However, when the treasury saw that Lei Lou's body was falling straight down but his long knife was still floating in the air, alarm bells rang in their hearts. His body was entangled by many chains. When he was locked, he realized that it was already too late. The chains rubbed against the body of the treasury. The magic conductor on the body of the treasury had already been pulled to where Lei Lou was. At this time, everyone realized that it was Lei Lou's magic. The treasury knew that their defeat was already set. They no longer struggled and said with a bitter smile, "I admit defeat." Lei Lou quickly moved his long saber to the side of the treasury. It was only because he had refined it into a chain that he was able to subdue him so easily. One had to know that the long saber was a weapon of the treasury. The magic shield would not be able to defend against it. Otherwise, if the treasury wanted to take back their weapon, they would have to be blocked by the magic shield. In addition, because of Lei Lou's fake body, the treasury let down their guard. Thus, Lei Lou's victory was inevitable at that point. Holding the magic conductor in his hand, Lei Lou was very satisfied. In the following matches, the treasury would definitely still use the magic conductor. In order for Miyamoto Musashi and Manhwa to advance smoothly, Lei Lou did not think of returning it to the treasury. This was also his spoils of war. Everyone below the stage knew that Lei Lou was afraid that no one would be able to defeat him, so no one came to challenge him. Lei Lou laughed as he jumped off the stage and said to Miyamoto Musashi with a smile, "Next, we'll challenge the treasury. I've already taken away his magic conductor and his long saber. You can't possibly lose this, right? Miyamoto Musashi pursed his lips and walked towards the arena. He pointed at the youth under the shadow of the tree and said, "Come and fight with me. Baichen one-blade style, go up to Temple Ling Tai Shen." The youth didn't want to be outdone and walked onto the arena. The two of them ignored the referee's voice and directly started fighting. The sound of sabers clashing made the audience on the stage cheer. Compared to the battle between Lei Lou and the treasury, the people of the northern borderline liked to watch such a passionate battle. Lei Lou didn't continue to watch their battle and sat on the spot with his eyes closed to regulate his breathing. The 2 consecutive battles were not without a price. More than half of the magic power in his body had been consumed. If Moros knew about his condition, he might still continue to challenge him. However, his last magic spell made them helpless. They did not know how much magic power was in Lei Lou's body, which gave Lei Lou a chance to recover. In a building not far away, the general asked the shadow in the corner, "What kind of magic did James use? Why haven't we seen it before?" A respectful voice came from the shadow. "This might be the latest magic was developed outside. His specialty is changing matter and manipulating matter. It looks really exquisite." The voice in the shadow paused and asked, "I haven't seen his magic level until now. I only know that it might be between level 5 and 6. What is he doing here?" General Zili's eyes were distant, as if he was thinking. He replied softly, "Who knows? Maybe he is the key to breaking the situation." Fu Yun sat in the private room of the tea house and bowed to the middle-aged man sitting opposite him. "Father, the people sent by Ulysses have already entered the top 3. Tomorrow is the time to carry out the plan." The middle-aged man clapped his hands and laughed loudly. "Good, good, good. This way, we can fulfill the wishes of our royal family for many years. But, this will be another disaster for the people of the northern border." The middle-aged man looked at Fu Yun with a fierce gaze and said, "This is what they all owe us. We are the masters of this land. They are just our servants. There is no need to pay attention to them. Let's continue with the plan. Whether it's the Dukes or the Devil World, no one can stop us from taking back our things," Fu Yun replied respectfully and lowered his head to welcome the middle-aged man out of the private room. After waiting for the middle-aged man to leave, Fu Yun's eyes were filled with confusion for the first time. He muttered, "Is all of this right?" At the same time, the master of the Nakajima family also roared at the master of the Nakajima family. "If you don't agree with our plan, do you think the general will let you go? Or do you think the demon world will let you go? Even if you don't think for the sake of the Sakajima family, think for yourself." As he roared, the table was overturned by the master of the Nakajima family in front of the master of the Sakajima family. However, the master of the Sakajima family's gaze remained unchanged as he calmly sipped his tea. Until the end, who knows who the winner is? The Sakajima family will only stand on the northern border side. He knew that the Nakajima family head was starting to get anxious. Due to Lei Lou's performance, he was not completely confident that he could open the gate to the demon world ahead of time. The Nakajima family head left in a huff. The Takeda family head, on the other hand, did not move from his seat. No one knew what he was thinking, but he was still watching the match below the stage. The Takeda family controlled at least half of the capital's military power, as well as the Imperial Guards. He was also looking for his own way out. "What do you think we should do to get out of this mess?" Takeda family head's indifferent voice rang out. He didn't understand which side the Sakakami family was on, so he asked curiously. "Who knows? The Sakakami family is on the side of the people of the northern border." The Sakakami family head spoke slowly. The two of them didn't say anything more and just watched the match below the stage. Miyamoto Musashi still relied on his own combat experience to suppress Satsuma-sama. Later on in the match, Manhwa challenged the treasure yard. The long saber of the treasure house was destroyed by Lei Lou. With a long saber that he was not used to, he was able to match Manhwa. Moros, on the other hand, firmly suppressed Linghua and Shinji Lingtai. He even severely injured the two of them. If Lei Luo had not gone up to the stage to rescue them, the two of them might have died in the arena. Moros did not probe Lei Luo anymore. Perhaps he knew that there was still a certain gap between him and Lei Luo, so he did not continue fighting. The treasury did not go on stage again. They quickly admitted defeat to Moros, leaving only Lei Luo, Moros, and Miyamoto Musashi to participate in the competition the next day. After bringing Linghua back to her dojo to heal, Miyamoto Musashi and Lei Luo returned to the restaurant to drink. He still wanted to rope in Miyamoto Musashi. After all, the two of them had to enter the gate of the Devil Realm. My real name is Lei Luo. I am a lord of a territory outside. After activating the shield spell, Lei Luo started chatting with Miyamoto Musashi. Oh, then you're amazing, Miyamoto Musashi answered indifferently. He did not know about Lei Luo's battle achievements. Only a handful of people in the northern border knew about Lei Luo, so he did not know the meaning of the name. When I find the medicine to heal my friend, how about you leave this place with me? Lei Luo didn't know what Miyamoto Musashi was thinking, but after spending time with him, Lei Luo still admired this man with a true personality. I want to find the trace of the saintess of the devil world in the devil world. Even if I die in the devil world, it's my wish. If I don't die, I can consider it. Miyamoto Musashi's carefree voice, along with the sound of strong liquor flowing into his mouth, made Lei Luo fall silent. He knew that if Miyamoto Musashi really entered the gate of the devil realm, it would be a disaster. He could only wish him success in his heart. When he returned to his room, Shinji Sakakami was already sitting in his room waiting for him. Moreover, the smell of Shinji Sakakami's body made Lei Luo yearn for it. He did not know why, but it had never appeared before. Something must have changed on Sakamami's body. You're back. Masanori Sakamami spoke in a light voice. Lei Luo walked to Masanori Sakamami's side and replied, Yes, I'm back. I have something to ask of you. Tell me. If it's something I can do, I'll definitely agree to it. Looking at Lei Luo's face, Masanori Sakamoto said seriously, After you get the sky cluster cloud, can you try to repair the seal of the gate of the devil realm inside the node? Yes, if I can do it. Lei Luo understood that if the gate of the devil realm was opened, the situation in the empire would become even more chaotic. This was something Lei Luo did not want to see. In the next few months, only the gate of the devil realm will be opened. As long as this node is repaired before then, the opening of the gate of the devil realm will be delayed. I don't know the details. I'll leave Tian Songyun to you. You just need to remember that the situation in the northern border is not something you can control alone. Whether it's the devil realm or the general, their goals are all different. You can't find anyone among them who can really help you. Just follow your heart. Masanori Sakamoto spoke softly to Lei Luo with a persuasive tone. Her gaze was gentle, and she looked as though tears were about to fall down her cheeks. The time I spent with you guys was very short and very happy. I'm leaving. I'm leaving the northern border and going to a very far place. You don't have to look for me. Perhaps we can meet again one day. Masanori Sakamoto then left Lei Luo's room. During this period of time together, Lei Luo also liked this girl who was not pretentious and was very gentle to everyone. However, he could not stop her. He only looked at the scenery outside the window with a tipsy expression. The inappropriate communication voice in his mind rang. Hello. Mr. Lei Luo, tomorrow is the time to carry out the plan. We hope that when you face the general, you can use magic to hold the general hostage and hand him over to us. Lei Luo was silent for a moment before speaking. Why? Because this is the wish of all of us in the royal family, to regain control of the northern border. Then what about the people of the northern border? Will they all die under the fire of your war? Fu Yun's voice did not come for a long time, until the people on the other side calmed down. This is not something you need to think about. We will let you enter the node. This is just a transaction, and you are not a person of the northern border. Fu Yun hung up the phone, and Lei Luo only looked at the night scene of the northern border indifferently. It seemed that all of this could not be salvaged. Adjusting the magic communication circuit, Lei Luo wanted to know what Ulysses was thinking. Hello, Lei Luo. It's such a beautiful day. It seems that your side is almost done. Ulysses' frivolous voice sounded. What kind of promise did you get from the royal family? Ulysses obviously did not think of the question that Lei Luo wanted to ask. He asked in a relaxed tone, what's wrong? Did they make you unhappy? Lei Luo replied, no, I just want to know. They promised to rescue me from Strachey and give me military support after the northern border was unified. Do you believe their words so much? Our cooperation began when Strachey assisted me. At that time, I gave them a large number of magic conductors with my password, which could control the self-detonation of those magic conductors at any time. What if I said that they might not save you? Then I'll detonate those magic conductors. There's no loss for me anyway. Strachey knows my connection with the royal family of the northern borderline, but he disdains using them. I know you're suffering now, but you're still too impatient. Ulysses stopped here, and he answered in a hoarse voice, do you know what it feels like to have your every move monitored? I'm surrounded by Strachey's people, and all I can do is watch you stir up trouble outside. I'm not sure if they will help you, but I'll try. Lei Luo and Ulysses chatted briefly. After confirming the situation on the northern border, they hung up. The next day was the last day. Thinking of this, Lei Luo went back to bed to rest. In the huge smelting pool, the scorching flames illuminated the faces of Masanori Sakamoto and Kudu Saitama. Sakamoto looked at the sky from the clouds in the smelting pool. He did not know what he was thinking, but Kudu Saito wanted to say something but stopped himself. He knew that he could not stop Masanori Sakamoto's next move. The smelting pool that was powered by magic power had turned the sky from the clouds into a semi-solidified state. The magic array on the sword became more and more bright red. Masanori Sakamoto felt that her connection with the sky from the clouds was getting closer and closer. The magic array on her body started to light up like the sky from cloud. First, her face, neck, and arms. The magic array started to turn blood red along her body. Her consciousness started to become absent-minded, just like the time when she went back to the sky from the cloud. She could not help but move toward the smelting pool. She leaped toward the sky from the cloud. All the flames condensed into a huge fire dragon and roared at Masanori Sakamoto. It was as if she was doing something that made people and gods angry. However, Masanori Sakamoto's determined gaze aroused the sleeping sky from the clouds. An extremely sharp sword light instantly cut the fire dragon into two halves. Then, she rushed out of the blacksmith shop and smashed the hard roof before flying into the sky. At this moment, a storm was brewing outside the house. The mighty light of thunder and lightning shone on the land of the northern border. It was so majestic that it was inviolable and could not be looked down upon. It trampled all the living beings in this world under its feet. Everyone who saw the lightning in the sky was awakened by the fear of nature. How could humans look straight at the power of lightning? However, the cold sword light told everyone that there would always be someone who would challenge nature and bring hope to mankind. The sword light that pierced the sky shattered the lightning and cut through the dark clouds, opening up a pitch-black starry sky. General Zili looked at this scene with a solemn expression. This was a sign of the birth of a divine artifact. However, why now? What was the connection between this and the martial arts conference the next day? Whose will was this? What kind of change would it bring to the northern border? Thinking of this, the sky was already clear. Just a glance was enough to clear away the haze in people's hearts. In the blacksmith shop, Masanori Sakamoto's body had already begun to blur. It was as if she was about to disappear from this world. The people, things that she had seen in her life appeared in front of her eyes. On the day she was born with the tomes of Arcane in the Sakamoto family, everyone loved her. However, her body could not leave the tomes of Arcane. After the Sakamoto family relied on the power of the tomes of Arcane to become the only priest in the northern border, she never went out again. She did not know why she was born, but she hoped that her family could live well and did her best to help them. However, there was no limit to human greed. One day, Shinji Sakurazaka predicted the destruction of the Sakurazaka family. She tried her best to avoid this ending, but the royal family could not allow the Sakurazaka family to continue expanding. That night, only Masanori Sakuraku and the only young man from the Sakuraku family escaped. For the first time, she knew that fate could not be defied. However, she still made a decision. Not only for the sake of the Sakuraku family, but also for the people of the northern borderline who were suffering under the rule of the royal family. She helped General Zili overthrow the rule of the royal family. She was the first and the last witch of the northern borderline. She did not forget the reason why that man fought with his blood and did not forget her mission. Now, she could proudly tell that man that she had protected this land, even if it meant her death. Although she was reluctant, she was the only one who could do this. She hoped that Lei Lou could understand her intentions. Her body merged into the sky from the clouds, and not a trace of blood seeped out. Masanori Sakamoto disappeared under the moonless starry sky, just like her past, dissipating in the wind. Lei Lou slept on the bed. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his heartbeat quickened. He was now in a strange dream. He could not see a single person in the white fog. However, the feeling in his heart told him that he had lost something very important. This feeling made Lei Lou very uncomfortable. "You're here." An unidentifiable aura appeared in this space, accompanied by a pleasant male voice. "Who are you? You don't need to know who I am." Lei Lou began to chat with the owner of this voice. He knew that the owner of this space had no intention of harming him. Otherwise, he would have died long ago after staying there for so long. "You can call me Banzo. I am that sword which was first owned by Tian Songyun." Frowning, Lei Lou carefully considered Banzo's words. "Don't think too much. This is just a recording. I knew that I would meet you at this time. I know almost everything you said, so listen to what I have to say next." When you heard this recording, Sakuraku Masanori had already merged into the sky cloud. Compared to you, you already have an incomplete saintly being. You have met the basic conditions to use the sky cloud. However, the demon world is still very dangerous for you. I would suggest that you wait for a few months before coming back, but you definitely won't listen. So, do your best to survive in the demon world. Don't say that you won't enter the demon world. You don't have a choice in this matter. Save your life. You will encounter another part of yourself. Finally, I hope that you can protect this land well. This is my only wish. Feeling a huge force coming at him, Lei Lou still had many questions that he did not ask before he was chased out. Following the dizziness, Lei Lou woke up from his bed. From the mouth of the man who called himself Banzo, Masanori Sakamoto had already merged into the sword with the tomes of Arcane. How was this possible? Thinking about this clearly touched on Lei Lou's blind spot. He did not know that Masanori Sakamoto's words had so many other meanings. However, he did not insist on what that sword was like. Why would she do that? At this moment, Lei Lou's heart was filled with anger. If only he knew that the sword was so troublesome, he would not have wanted it. He regretted it in his heart, but he still rushed to the blacksmith shop. As soon as he entered the blacksmith shop, he saw the huge smelting pool and Gutengjai, who was sitting there in a daze with the sword in his hands. What happened? Lei Lou shook Gutengjai's shoulders, trying to find out the ins and outs of this matter. Mr. James, Miss Sakamoto is the sword spirit of the sky from the clouds. This is her destiny. I know you want to ask me why I didn't stop her, but there's nothing I can do. Gutingjai's words were filled with regret for his actions. It was somehow an apology for Lei Luo. He had his own selfish motives, and there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he could participate in the reforging of a divine artifact, and it was his family heirloom. With all these reasons added together, he was unable to reject Masanori Sakamoto's request, but he had no regrets about dying. Kudzu caressed the sky from the clouds in his hand as if he was a father looking at his own son. This was his pride and his lifelong obsession. Now, he was at the final stage. Kudzu looked at Lei Luo with a burning gaze. He looked into Lei Luo's eyes and said, "There's one last step left, Mr. James. I don't have any other thoughts. I only hope that you can comply with Miss Sakakami's wish to protect this land and repair the seal of the Gate of the Devil Realm. In addition, I just want you to cherish this sword." After saying that, he seemed to have made a great decision. He turned the sky from the clouds and stabbed straight into his heart. The hot blade of the sword bloomed with warm blood behind Gutingjai. This is the last step. The birth of the divine sword will be stained with blood. Let me be the beginning of this person's blood. Mr. James is very happy to see you at the end. Lei Luo and Gutingjai were only a few steps away from each other. When Lei Luo saw him pick up the sword and was about to stab himself, Lei Luo immediately rushed forward to stop him. However, he did not expect Gutingjai to be so decisive. He could only watch as Gutingjai stabbed the sword in his hand into his body. After spending the past few days together, although the two of them were only trading, Lei Luo still admired his temperament as a craftsman who focused on forging swords. Fresh blood soaked the pale ground. Lei Luo stepped forward and watched the scene unfold. He did not know why they were able to die so calmly. Their ideals had always been so insignificant in the face of this cruel reality. Holding Gutingjai, who was pierced through by the sky cloud, Lei Luo felt a little uncomfortable. Even if he had unparalleled strategy and superb magic, he was still unable to determine these people's determination to die. He carefully pulled out the sky cluster clouds from the man's chest. He felt a myriad of mixed feelings as he felt the connection between him and the sky cluster clouds. It was as if he could vaguely see Ban Shang smiling at him. When he saw the look in the man's eyes, he was very confused. He hugged the man's body and pulled the sky cluster clouds into God space. The warriors from the Takeda family had already surrounded this place. Gutinghong, the arrogant son of Gutingjai, walked up to Lei Luo and said, "Quickly hand over my father's sword. It was left to me by my father." It seemed that he had not seen his performance at the martial arts competition. He also knew where he was from looking at his body that had been emptied by alcohol and sex. Get lost. Accompanied by Lei Luo's low roar, Gutinghong was so frightened by Lei Luo's aura that he fell to the ground. His voice trembled as he said, "You must know that this is the divine sword that was internally fixed by the Takeda family head. If you dare to defy the family head's will, you will die right now." As if he said these words with great authority, he seemed to be very satisfied with his own words. He stood up and extended his hand towards Lei Luo. As an inaudible glimmer flashed past, Gutinghong's hand fell before he could feel it. Fresh blood spurted out and poured onto Lei Luo's body. Gutinghong hugged his broken arm and wailed in pain. He said in disbelief, I must kill you. Armored soldiers, come in and kill him." The flood-like black iron armored soldiers rushed in and surrounded Lei Luo. The spears in their hands stabbed at him at the same time. Lei Luo did not use the boy cut anymore. Now that he was hugging Gutingjai, it was not convenient for him to attack many times. The magic array of gravity control was completed in an instant on his chest. The strong gravity pressed the black iron armored warriors and the spears in their hands onto the ground tightly. He stepped over their bodies and walked straight to Gutinghong's side. He said in a cold tone, "Since you are Gutingjai's son, you may not die, but don't let me see you again in the future." After saying that coldly, Lei Lou brought Gutingjai's corpse and slowly walked past the black iron armored warriors. The moment anyone tried to enter within 10 meters of Lei Lou, they would immediately be crushed to the ground by the huge force until Lei Lou left. The surrounding armored warriors looked at Lei Lou, who was moving in the crowd with fear in their eyes. It was as though they were looking at a monster that was about to devour someone. The head of the Takeda clan stood at the end of the road, his gaze fierce as he looked at Lei Lou. He wanted to see if Lei Lou really wanted to fight against him. After exchanging glances with the head of the Takeda clan, Lei Lou did not stop. He only cancelled the gravity manipulation spell from the head of the Takeda clan. The head of the Takeda clan said to Lei Lou in a mocking tone, "If you dare to take Gutingjai and leave the capital, I can guarantee that you will die without a burial place. Do you want to try?" Lei Lou did not answer him. He only said indifferently to the shadow at the corner of the street, "I agreed to the general's request. There are no conditions." After saying this, he ignored the Takeda clan head who was looking at him. He only shuttled through the crowd. No one dared to attack him. No one knew what conditions he and the general had reached. After taking Gutingjai out of the Jingdo government, as expected, no one attacked him. They still did not dare to challenge the general's authority. This was because they knew that the general still needed them during this period of time. Thus, they had nothing to fear. Besides, no one was brave or brazen enough to attack the general. He led Gutingjai to a plain near the willows. Using the magic sinkhole, a large pit instantly appeared on the ground. He carefully placed Gutingjai's corpse inside and used his hands to cover his body with the surrounding soil. This was the first time that Lei Lou had seen someone he knew die in front of him. Just like how Arthur died when Carmen attacked the city, Lei Lou couldn't do anything about it. He watched as Gutingjai's body gradually disappeared under the soil. After using the low-level spell, condensation, a huge stone slab was formed and stood in front of Gutingjai. Lei Lou waved his hand and carved the tomb of blacksmith Gutingjai on the stone slab. He sat in front of the tombstone and looked at the starry sky. Stroking the snow-white clouds in his hand, was this the divine weapon that would cause people to go crazy? He familiarized himself with the aura that blended with his own body and felt its power. By morning, everyone had already heard about what happened the previous night. Everyone knew that the day's martial arts competition would be a clash between the Takeda family head and Lei Lou. After all, the prestige of the aristocratic families was not to be challenged. Lei Lou's strength was not too strong that they had not decided to not deal with it. They felt that it was just a simple affair. It was just a matter of whether it was worth it or not. If the general really had an agreement with him, he could only settle him in the martial arts competition. The general would not have any reason to interfere. Sitting on the high platform, the Takeda family head looked at the woman sitting on the main seat. This was the ruler of the northern border, General Zili. It was rumored that she could use the power of ghosts and gods and was considered the strongest person in the northern borderline. No one knew if it was true or not, but the people of the northern borderline believed that this general had the power to control everything. Facing the first ray of the rising sun, Lei Lou walked to the main road of the Jingdo government. There was no one there. Everyone knew that it was the last day of the martial arts conference, so they had long since gone to the venue to occupy their seats. Stroking his wrist, the sky from the clouds was quietly lying in the divine space, carrying their wishes. On this day, Lei Lou was not fighting alone. Even if the general wanted to rely on Papafilin, there was no harm in it for the people of the northern border. However, the crux of the problem was that if the demon world had invaded before, Papafilin would not have come to support them. It was imperative to repair the node. The previous night, Lei Lou carefully studied the magic circuits in the clouds. Among them, there were 3 special spells, which seemed to be self-created by Banzo. They were, Heaven and Earth Isolation, Premonition, and Sharpness. Heaven and Earth Isolation was a spell about the node. This was the first time Lei Lou had seen a spell without a level. It could not be measured by level, and its ability was defined according to its magic power and output method. The node was one of its functions. It did not include building a spatial node, entering, and leaving. The size of this space depended on the amount of magic power output. It was impossible to imagine how much magic power Banzo had used to isolate the gate to the demon world. Precognition was the ability of the arcane tome. Along with the magic array that Shinji Sakamami had broken away from, it also gave Shinji Sakamami the ability to predict the future. However, the restrictions were very big. Mana was needed, and it was necessary. It was related to Shinji Sakamami. During this period of time, Shinji Sakamami did not realize that he had extracted mana from the node to use precognition. This was also something that Lei Lou had discovered when he was studying the sky from the clouds. Every time during the ritual, when he was near the node, the heavenly book would get closer to the node. This was why Shinji Sakamami did not use up any of his mana. Otherwise, he would not be able to use foresight a few times. The last, sharpness, was very simple. It increased its sharpness based on the amount of mana input. Once it reached a certain limit, it could cut through space. As long as there was enough mana, Lei Lou felt that there was nothing in this world that the heavenly cloud could not cut through. The other mana circuits were all blank. Just like the saintly being, he could inscribe magic arrays based on his impression. Lei Lou also guessed that there was some kind of connection between the sky from the clouds and the saintly being, and this was also the reason why Shinji Sakamami gave the sky from the clouds to him. As he walked on the street, Lei Lou's mood began to calm down. Since he had come, he would take things as they came. Even if he got the sky from the clouds, he would also carry Shinji Sakamami's wish to protect this piece of land. Before Lei Lou could react, he saw the crowd at the venue. Everyone was talking and cheering. The content of the conversation was nothing more than that. Who do you think can become the champion of this martial arts competition? I support Miyamoto Musashi. Outsiders should get as far away as possible. Don't say that. I think both Moros and James have a good chance. After all, James has yet to be defeated and entered the finals. I think it's better if Moros doesn't go through with it. The last time I smashed him to death. There were countless such conversations. Lei Lou felt a little bored listening to them, so he walked to the side of the arena and stood next to Miyamoto Musashi. At the side, Miyamoto Musashi solemnly said to Lei Lou, "Last night, did you really take away the divine artifact that the Takeda family head had reserved for you?" Lei Lou did not know that he was so shameless. He only frowned and said, "No, that did not belong to him in the first place." When Miyamoto Musashi heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief and said to Lei Lou, "That's good. Your first opponent will be that Moros. In the largest gambling den in the northern border, someone placed a heavy bet on him, and someone also placed a heavy bet on you. The winner takes it all." There was no need to think about who it was. It was definitely a bet between the Takeda family head and the general. As for what the winner would get, it was unknown. Lei Lou chatted with Miyamoto Musashi for a while. He looked at Moros on the other side as if he was preparing for something. After noticing Lei Lou looking at him, he made a throat-cutting gesture in a futile attempt to intimidate Lei Lou. Lei Lou couldn't be bothered with him. The referee strode to the stage and presided over the focus match. "Hello, everyone. This is the final match of the Northern Frontier Martial Arts Conference. The one standing on my right is Mr. Moros from the Takeda family. Everyone, give him a round of applause." Many people from the Northern Frontier stood up and cheered for Moros. Many people watched Moros' performance with passion. They tore him apart and flayed him alive. They admired his style of torturing his opponents every time. So what if he was one of their own? You have to have this kind of awareness when you go on stage. Most of the people who cheered for Moro's were unified by this thought. Although some of them were booing, they could not withstand the cheers of so many people. Some people even started fighting in the audience seats. It was fortunate that the Imperial Guards in charge of this conference came forward in time to stop them. Otherwise, people would have died. On the other side is Mr. James from the 7th Province. At this time, no one cheered. The main reason was that no one knew how to evaluate Lei Lou. This person was undoubtedly very powerful, but there was nothing that the audience liked about him, especially when the head of the Takeda family blamed Lei Lou for Moro's falling on the audience seats and killing people. At that time, 6 people died. The magic barrier protecting the audience had long disappeared, but Moro still did not stop. Lei Lou could only use this method, but the head of the Takeda family said that it was a dirty trick to kill Moros. The two of them walked onto the stage at the same time. The referee watched the two of them walk onto the stage. He retreated to the bottom of the stage and said loudly, "Begin." But the two of them did not make a move. Moro spoke first. "If you hand over the sky from the clouds, I can leave your corpse intact. Are you that confident that you can defeat me?" Lei Lou asked him calmly. He was not too concerned about what he said. Knowing that the sky from the clouds was related to the node, it was easy to understand his purpose. It was nothing more than wanting to take the sky from the clouds and using it to open the node. "I don't think you can kill me." "Then how are you going to defeat me?" "You will run out of magic power, but you can't kill me." Lei Lou did not know why he was so sure that he would not die. Their conversation was blocked by the magic barrier. The audience outside only knew that they were communicating, but they did not know what they were talking about. This was also a protection for the audience. After all, the sound of an air explosion from a strong fighter could easily make a group of deaf people go deaf. "Don't say so much. I'll have to go to the demon world sooner or later. I hope you won't disappoint me now." Moros did not continue to speak. He knew that he could not get the sky from the clouds with his mouth. Only by completely killing Lei Lou could he complete the mission that his master had given him. A great battle was about to break out. The two figures collided violently, creating countless waves of air. Lei Lou knew that his magic had little effect on Moros. Moreover, his attack seemed to carry some special energy that could affect the circulation of Lei Lou's magic power. Although he did not know why, there was no way to exert the magic power on the sacred body on Lei Lou. With the support of multiple magic arrays, the physical fitness of the two was almost the same. Lei Lou also knew that Moros would not wait for him to release a large-scale spell, so he used the method of close combat to use the spell that he had prepared long ago at close range. Lei Lou knew that there was no way he would be able to dodge it. As Moros punched at Lei Lou's face, Lei Lou seemed to have foreseen it in advance and slightly turned his head away. This was the foresight spell that Lei Lou learned from the clouds in the sky, and one only needed to use a certain amount of mana to maintain the circulation of the foresight magic array. In Lei Lou's eyes, Moro's actions seemed to have been rehearsed. The trajectory of each action and the rotation of the energy in his body seemed to have been planned and choreographed. Lei Lou had the ability to see into the future for 5 seconds, and unless Moros could inflict a blow that was enough to interrupt Lei Lou's foresight, at the time when his next foresight appeared, Moros was basically at a great disadvantage. As an alternative, he could injure Lei Lou heavily in an attack that was destined to hit Lei Lou, but he would need to be so fast that Lei Lou could not have any time to react. Was that possible? It was obviously not realistic. As Lei Lou kept dodging, Moros started to doubt his life. However, he still aimed at Lei Lou's vitals, targeting his fists, legs, and even his body. Moro's body was a reflection of his battle experience. Every move was an extremely refined killer move. Unfortunately, Lei Lou could accurately dodge every time. It was not that Lei Lou did not dare to catch it, but it was unnecessary. Moros once again raised his fist. His speed was much faster than before, but Lei Lou seized this opportunity and lowered his body to press his hand on Moro's heart. Using the magic array, Destruction, engraved in his palm, a large hole appeared in Moro's chest in an instant. This was a spell that could kill any material object, and the only special feature of Destruction was that it could destroy materials within a certain range. This was a special spell that was passed down in magic books. It required a large amount of magic power, and it also needed to be used within a very close range. Therefore, not many mages had seriously tried to study it. One had to know that a mage's body was fragile. Which mage would abandon their long-range advantage and fight a martial artist in close combat? This was illogical. However, a person like Lei Lou who had a sacred body was obviously an exception. With the buff of Light Body and Stone Skin spell, Lei Lou's body was not inferior to that of a grandmaster from the northern border. Surprisingly, Moro's did not fall. Another fist rushed towards Lei Lou's body. While Lei Lou was casting his spell, he was sent flying. Looking at Moro's who was slowly recovering in the distance, Lei Lou finally understood why Moro's would say that. Just now, he felt that he must have destroyed Moro's heart, but he was like an unkillable cockroach. Not only did he not die, but he was also recovering his body. This was not a special ability, and Lei Lou was already starting to feel like he was facing a great enemy. Just like what he said, his magic power would be exhausted at some point. How many times could his body recover? Perhaps only Moro's knew. After a while, Moro's body had recovered. He grinned at Lei Lou and rushed to Lei Lou to fight. Lei Lou was not discouraged. If his entire body was destroyed, could he still recover? The wind from Moro's fist blew on Lei Lou's face. Lei Lou's right hand once again hit Moro's chest at an incredible speed. The Destruction spell destroyed his chest again in an instant. While he was still recovering, Lei Lou's left hand had already made contact with Moro's fist. The left hand's electromagnetic pulse followed Lei Lou's hand and swept away Moro's upper body. The remaining parts were charred black, emitting black smoke, and the smell of roasted meat wafted through the sky. Under such heavy injuries, Moro's body was still recovering at an extremely fast speed. Lei Lou did not hesitate and placed the skill on Moro's body with his right hand, even though his leg was still kicking towards Lei Lou's head. However, after Lei Lou dodged his attack, he still completed the destruction of his lower body. There was only a bit of ash left on the ground that had just been brought down by the LSB electromagnetic pulse. However, at the spot where Lei Lou had killed Moro's, a group of granulation appeared. It was as if it had grown out from the ground. Before anyone could react, a pair of legs had already recovered. Frowning, Lei Lou constructed a spell to trap the pair of legs in the ground at that spot. This momentum did not stop. After breaking through the ground on the stage, a person's appearance was slowly formed. Then, he was buried under the stage. However, he was not affected and grew into a figure that looked exactly like Moro's. He pushed the ground apart and smiled at Lei Lou. "You can't kill me. Just die." After Moro's crawled out of the ground, Lei Lou controlled his strength and punched Moro's out of the stage. "Since I can't kill you, I can at least knock you out of the stage," he thought. However, the referee who retreated to the front of the audience seats acted as if he didn't see it. He didn't say that the match was over. He turned his head, and it was as if he didn't see this scene. Seeing Moro's return to the ring, Lei Lou understood what these people were planning. They wanted to exhaust him to death. The audience in the audience seats also saw this kind of secret operation. They booed at Moro's and the referee. A few of the audience members who were close rushed to the side of the referee and wanted to beat him up. However, the Imperial Guards who were next to the referee used magic guns and killed him in the audience seats. The people of the northern borderline looked at each other and did not dare to go up and taunt the referee again. The general angrily questioned the Nakajima family head. "How dare you do that? Are you really going to have a falling out?" The Nakajima family head said with a calm expression, "At most, I will execute that referee. I believe that Mr. James will definitely win. Moreover, for the general's good, I will return to the demon world early and be conquered by the demon world. I will have to face this matter eventually. Are you that unconfident about the northern border?" General Zili was really angry at this moment. The enemy had yet to attack and someone had already defected to the enemy. How could she not be angry? It just so happened that she could not kill these two people. If it were not a crime to kill, she would kill her enemies without hesitation, and half of the army and tacticians would mutiny. This was something that she could not bear at the moment. She could only place her hopes on Lei Lou. It's not that I don't believe in the northern borderline. If the general saw the situation in the demon world, he would be as desperate as I am. The Nakajima family head spoke coldly with a determined tone. Can't we just wait for Papa Philin to come and support us? And then continue being dogs for the empire? It's better than sacrificing the hundreds of millions of people in the northern borderline. As long as we're still alive, we're the northern border. Looking straight into the general's eyes, General Zili did not avoid looking at the #1 expert of the northern border. He suppressed his anger and asked the Nakajima family head, "What exactly did you see?" The Nakajima family head replied with a desolate tone, "A scene you can't imagine." "General, what do you think of the empire at its peak?" "Of course it's powerful. Otherwise, how could it rule the central region for so many years? What if I say that the army of the demon world is even more powerful than the empire in its heyday? How is that possible?" With an incredulous tone, the general's voice suddenly became several times louder. What was the concept of an empire in its heyday? Even if the current feudal lords were bundled together, it was still not enough for the army of an entire province of the empire to fight against. This was not an exaggeration, but the empire did indeed have such strength. The empire's military strength in a province was only a few hundred lord-class fleets. Otherwise, how could they have unified the entire central region? What kind of power was this? Just thinking about it made one shudder. If such an army arose in the empire, the current empire could only choose the path of destruction. There was no hope of victory. Seeing the general's shocked expression, the Nakajima family head continued to speak with some satisfaction. Not only that, the demon world's army is also equipped with the only mana bomb in the demon world. If the mana bomb explodes, it can affect the flow of mana for almost 5 kilometers. This made General Zili feel somewhat at a loss. She knew that it was a type of energy that was completely different from mana. It was more chaotic than mana. It was so violent that it was almost impossible to absorb. Under the influence of the magic element, even the gentlest person would be as violent and fierce as a beast. Hearing the words of the Nakajima family head, the general sat in his seat with a rare tiredness, as if he was thinking about something. The Nakajima family head sat down with satisfaction. He knew that he had to give the general some time to think about this matter. He could not be too hasty. He sat in his chair and tasted the good tea in his hands. Seeing that no one shouted for the end, Lei Lou also knew that this was the work of the devil world. Looking at Moros who was rushing over, Lei Lou calmed down. He understood that today, either he or Moros would die. He took out the sky cluster cloud from the god's space and placed it flat on his chest. He closed his eyes and felt the breath that was mixed with his own body, just like his own arm, hair, and even blood. During the process of killing Moros, Lei Lou realized one thing. If a person had power that exceeded his ability, there must be a source. Then what was the source of Moros' power? Lei Lou had completely destroyed his body. He didn't find anything suspicious, so the source of power must not be on his body. The problem was obvious at a glance. The power was not in this arena, or even in this space. Moreover, this power could not be seen. It was just like magic. Therefore, he wanted to use the perspective of the sky cluster clouds to see that power. While magic was circulating between Lei Lou and the sky cluster clouds, Lei Lou felt a chaotic aura approaching him. The audience was dumbfounded. He was almost right in front of you. What are you still pretending for? Moros was even more excited. Seeing Lei Lou hanging the clouds in front of his chest like he was waiting for his death, Moro's mind was filled with ways to torture Lei Lou. In the foresight spell, Lei Lou saw what he saw in 5 seconds and caught the feeling of this intense power. It was like a thin line that was tightly connected to Moro's body, twisting his body into a complex ball of wool. In the next moment, Lei Lou slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes was the trajectory of his sword. Following this trajectory, Lei Lou's sword seemed to have become one with the world. The sword was circulating in the air. It was visible but unperceivable. Moro's seemed to have bumped into the sword himself. He sliced through his face, chest, and waist along the edge of the sword until he was cut in half. Even the thin line was cut off. His face seemed to have frozen at this moment. However, a second later, Moro's tall body was like a piece of debris, and blood sprayed out wantonly. Pouring on Lei Lou's body, his posture was like a living azura. This was also the characteristic of sharpness. It could cut anything and break anything it touched. Although they didn't know where it led to, as long as they cut off the connection with Moro's, then Moro's so-called immortality was just a joke. He turned around and put away the clouds. After removing the blood from his body with magic, Lei Lou walked down the ring. Everyone was stunned on the spot. They couldn't believe their eyes. Before, Lei Lou was unable to kill Moro's and was in a desperate situation. But in the blink of an eye, Lei Lou had already killed Moro's. This was simply too unbelievable. It was hard to accept, especially for the Middle Island family head on the high stage. His gaze was dull as he muttered, "This is impossible. This is impossible." General Zili also had a look of disbelief. She knew that Lei Lou was very powerful. Would a person who could cast a pseudo-9th rank spell be weak? Of course not. But when she saw Lei Lou kill Moro's, she was still very surprised. If Lei Lou had moved Moro's to another place, Lei Lou could still have won, but he had no way to kill Moro's. However, he still used his own way to tell everyone that there was no true immortal in this world. With a pleased smile, General Zili looked at the Takeda family head and the Nakajima family head and said, "Remember the bet between the two of you. In addition, the demon world is not invincible." After saying that, the general turned around and left. The competition this morning had ended, but word about Lei Lou's sword would definitely be widely spread, becoming an unforgettable memory for all the people of the northern border. At this moment, in the demon world, a calm voice rang out. "Moro's is dead. What should we do next?" "Continue to communicate with the people in the northern border. The demon world must descend earlier than the other 3 places, or else we will lose the initiative." "Good. This time, no matter what price we have to pay, we must open the gate to the demon world and open the node." A gust of wind blew through the lines, and the place once again returned to its usual calm. After bidding farewell to Miyamoto Musashi, Lei Lou returned to his guest room. The only thing left was the battle with Miyamoto Musashi. However, Lei Lou did not expect the storm to be so huge. It was a storm that would sweep through the entire northern border. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to keep you updated for future uploads.